Doro spin. Doro spin. I kinda wanna buy a wedding skin now. I didn't like it at first, so now I kinda want it. Dude, this weapon is super nice too. How much is it anyways? $23. Okay, it's pretty though, I can't lie. I was getting carried by this guy's my well friend. You know, I was doing this. This is so hard. This here, brother. This shit was so hard. Even the whale like Kukai couldn't even beat it. I had to play manually. Yeah, it's because these things are immortal. They one-shot everyone. Ben, how's the ear? Well, so I went to the doctor. And because I talked to my mom, and she was like, "You should probably go just in case you have an infection somewhere." I was like, "Oh, true. Yeah, I guess it's a good point. Because if you have an infection, then it's not really something you can fight off alone." So I went, and I did. So they gave me some medicine. Yeah, her butt is so nice. Isn't she so sexy? Oh yeah, I have some boxes now. You hate her? Dude, okay, you're banned then. I kinda wanna use this so I can be a man. The gender card. I've been debating on using that. Why? Cause, dude, whenever like they were touching all over me, it felt weird. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm touching all over this fucking doll, and I don't even have a cock to pound her. It's so wrong. I don't know how long I'll stream. I'll go for as long as I can, I guess. It still don't feel that great, but we're getting better, so yeah. I have to take my medicine in 5 hours. Yeah, Yuri is so lame. Yuri is super, it's super lame. There's a reason why most Yuri likers are transgender. Just men who have fetishes. They don't even understand what's happening. They're too caught up in their fetish to lock in and look at the real world. I forgot I had that banner. Okay, more standard pulls. I need some more fucking I need weapons, dude. I don't have any, like... I don't have any good snipers or anything. Okay, I need one more. But yeah, I was playing a little off stream just so I can get some pulls. Wait, guys, have you guys seen? Hold on. You know, I was gonna pull for Remiel, but I'm no longer pulling. I'm saving for whoever this woman is. Who is this woman? Who is this woman? She's so cute. Dude, wait, she actually might be like she's Yuzu at levels of perfect. Who is this? Hold on. I'm looking. This one. Who's this? Yeah, dude. Holy, she looks so good. It's so cute. Yeah, the big cross reminds me of Teresa. But yeah, I don't know when she's coming out, but I want her, so we're saving. Oh, my little sister looks at me after I finally get a girlfriend. True. What is this guy doing? Looks like he's having fun. Hello, Magic.
Everybody wants help from our country.
You said the anti-weapon. I'm with ABC News. You said the
BBC?
ABC.
Oh, ABC. That's worse.
You said the anti-weapon.
I like BBC better than ABC. Go ahead.
The anti-weapon is.
Great.
Whoa. Gay?
Great. Everybody wants help
Gay?
from our country.
You said the anti-weapon. I'm with ABC News. You said the
BBC?
ABC.
Oh, ABC. That's worse.
You said the
I like
anti-weapon.
BBC better than ABC. Go ahead.
The anti-weapon is.
Great.
Damn. Gay. Well, how have you guys been? I've just been in bed all day, mostly jerking off. Literally, that's all I've been doing. It's been pretty miserable, but not as bad, because I'm not nearly as in much pain as I used to be. I'm gonna try to take it easy though today, because I don't think I can push it too much. Like, brother. Did this motherfucker just do a backflip? What is he doing? Wicked? What is he doing?
Good. Get ready for the next round.
What the fuck, dude? He did. You still 12 hours? Oh yeah, your wedding. How was the wedding? How's the wedding? You gonna lay it off? Aww. Pat. Hopefully you can find a new job. Did they at least give you a severance package, or is it like a you're on your own type of company? Yeah, I knew this girl who like she got laid off. Like she was like she used to work in like I forgot. I think she used to work for like a law firm, and then the company let her go, and she just like she just essentially went into chud mode and just quit working forever. Hi, Duke. Whole company shut down. That's sad. Hopefully you can find a place. This is a cute Yuka, by the way. Very cute. You got shit faced that night? I bet. Yeah. You just that would stress me out. Especially if I lived alone. But it was fun. We ate and drank and danced with the usher for her wedding. Aww. That's cute. That's cute. Oh my god. Jesus. The fuck, dude? Like, dude, that must be crazy. Like, imagine looking down and you just see, like, two fucking huge, like, bazookas. You know? How's life? It's been better. Jealous? Oh, you want two big bazookas on your chest? Yeah. Well, soon. Mod freeloader, do something viral so I can monetize you. No.
来年は32。来年は 32？ ちなみになんだけど、船長一応17歳なんだけど、もし万が一仮にね、もしかして例えばヨシンバ30歳だとしても30以上はいかないことに決めてるんだ。
Yeah, dude, isn't she the sexiest 17-year-old ever?
もしかして32歳かなって思ったとしても、まあ30歳。あわよくば17歳。ちょっとね、30以上に進むのはやめてもろて。永遠の30歳ってこと違う。永遠の17歳。でももし、実年齢がバレちゃったっていう時は30歳ってことでいくから。上限きました。
Oh, this 17-year-old?
これ以上もうないんで。30以上ない。レベル30で終了なんで。もうサバ読むの全然疲れてないよ。船長は別にサバ読んでないもん。嘘もついてない。堂々としてるよ。
You think a 32-year-old could be this sexy, huh? Impossible. Dude, this video keeps popping up. I'm afraid that one day it's not gonna be so innocent.
You want to shoot me with whipped cream? Do I look like a pumpkin pie to you? Maybe I can be your pumpkin
Well,
pie.
I mean, she kind of does look like one. It's actually sad. I would have pulled for her so fast if I played that game still, but nope. No. Oh, doctors again.
How to say stupid in Japanese?
You're stupid.
Ready, set, go.
Oh, is he describing it?
So this is cell death, non-programmed cell death.
Apoptosis.
Non-programmed, destructive.
Destructive.
Yeah, no, apoptosis is programmed.
When something dies,
Yeah.
what is the...
Necrosis.
Yes! So
Necrosis.
something that causes urination.
Oh.
Like a substance, if you drink it, it
Water.
makes you urinate more.
Diuretic.
Yes.
Furosemide. Right.
So
A prognosis.
for a particular condition, it's what the future looks like.
A prognosis.
Relating to the kidney.
The future.
Adjective for the kidney.
Actually, for the kidney.
Yes.
Renal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yellow skin or
jaundice.
eyes. Yes.
Yeah.
So when the
Asian.
kidneys aren't working, this procedure is done to help filter the blood.
Hemodialysis. Or dialysis.
Yes.
Debbie, fuck you.
So when someone is put under
It's in vain.
anesthetic,
Hi.
you
Simon.
do this procedure.
Intubate.
Yes. So a type of blood cell, it's a fragment that helps clot.
Platelets. A fragment
Yes,
of fibrin.
you're correct. This is a particular modality of scan. You use jelly for it.
Ultrasound, baby.
So this is a
Sound.
procedure where you can take a sample, let's say, of the skin.
Biopsy. That's it.
Nice, let's go!
Damn.
How to say
I
stupid?
like the doctors, dude.
Thomas Jefferson. To lose our country by a scrupulous adherence to written law would be to lose the law itself.
Yo, wait a minute. True. True.
So every time that people
Yeah, so when you see these leftists, or like even when you see Sneeko trying to argue like whenever you see them trying to argue like pro Constitution, it is all a lie. Keep that in mind. Anytime you see them talk about the Constitution, it is a lie.
say like, but that's what it says in the rules, but that's what the rules say, but that's see?
Mhm.
A smart man, exactly. More
He's smart,
conservatives.
man.
How to say stupid in Japanese?
No,
This guy.
Thomas Jefferson.
he's right. He's right.
Every time that people say like, but that's what it says in the rules, but that's what the rules say, but that's see? A smart man, exactly. More conservatives need to internalize this and realize the Constitution was made to serve the people and not the people to serve the Constitution.
True.
Thomas Jefferson.
This guy
True.
claims to have the most unique signature in the world that nobody can ever copy, because he starts off normal at first, but it quickly turns into a work of art. Because after drawing a simple self-portrait with his pen, he finishes it off by signing his name at the end without ever picking up the pen. This guy claims to have the most unique.
It's clean.
I only recorded this once.
The most dangerous carb in the world is not sugar, not even close. This carbohydrate spikes your blood sugar higher than sugar, yet it's not even classified as a sugar. It's a carb that bypasses every warning label that you're looking for.
That's not good.
This one carb alone drives insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, fatty liver, and massive visceral fat in your gut. That's the fat that wraps around your organs. And once that happens, your metabolism is finished. This carb destroys the good microbes in your gut because pathogens, the bad guys, feed on this carb while starving your beneficial bacteria. It's one of the most inflammatory carbs on the planet. Not just in joint pain, but gut inflammation.
Okay, say it,
where
say
a
it,
lot of
say it,
diseases
say it.
start. And also, if you're worried about bad cholesterol, especially the type
You're
that's the
stalling
small,
too hard.
dense LDL, the stuff that kind of
Say
goes
it.
right deep into the arteries, this carb creates them in a heartbeat. Here's the scam. They're marketed as zero sugar. 25 pounds of this carb costs literally $5. That's like 20 cents a pound. Why so cheap?
Then say
because it's
it.
heavily subsidized. You, the taxpayers, pay for a lot of it. You actually pay 3 times. You pay for the subsidies, you buy it from the grocery store, and then you have to pay the doctor because you have side effects from it. And does it have any health benefits? Zero. It's not even a food. It's actually a filler.
You
to provide
are a
bulk.
bitch.
And the average person consumes 65 to 250 pounds of this stuff every single year. And we use it in gluten-free foods, baby formulas, baked goods, sports nutrition products. What is this carb? It's industrial starch, labeled as modified food starch, modified cornstarch, maltodextrin. I'm not talking about the potatoes that your
Okay, then what do
grandmother
I do
has
then?
served you. I'm talking about factory engineered starch. And this is what a starch is. It's a bunch of glucose molecules stuck in a
Bunch of
chain
mushrooms.
that's highly
All
refined
right,
and it
well,
breaks down
not
super
mushrooms. marshmallows.
Spiking your insulin.
So
The
there's
most
any
dangerous-
marshmallows.
Today I'm blind taste test.
Okay.
Guys, there's a bomb on the train.
Obama's on the train?
No, a bomb.
Good. I hate Obama, but I'm not racist or anything.
I am.
Obama is definitely
I
not
am.
on that train. We only have 1 minute before it goes off.
And then I said, "Fuckiosis." That's unoriginal.
Rouge, Shadow,
What is it, Tails?
This better be worth my time.
Come on now, Shadow.
there's a bomb on the train.
Obama's on the train?
Obama's on the
There's
train.
a bomb on the train.
Bye bye, Obama. Truth nuke about female police.
Here we
Oh
go.
god, it's this guy
We'll watch
again.
the next one later. Okay?
Let's see.
I'm not saying we're not going to watch it. I'm just saying we're not going to watch it right now.
Think fast. You're behind cover, and an active shooter is
I'm going to turn it up real quick.
Uh-oh.
right in front, fleeing civilians all around. You notice a figure dash. Think fast. You're behind cover, and an active shooter is right in front, fleeing civilians all around. You notice a figure dashing next to you. Do you A, try to identify if it's a fleeing civilian, or B, panic and shoot?
Yeah, shoot him, shoot him, shoot
If you
him,
chose
shoot
B,
him.
congratulations. You might be a female police officer.
Yes.
But let's confirm it. After panicking and shooting a civilian, the actual shooter advances. Do you A, hold your ground behind cover, or B, panic, run into the open, and get shot?
Yeah, run in the opening
If you
shot.
chose B, it's confirmed.
Okay.
The scenario
Yes, I'm a
associated
woman.
is from a recent
know,
event
I watched
where
this.
a female police officer
I can't believe this is, dude. Outside of Pornhub headquarters, by the way.
successfully made every worst possible decision available. And it's reignited
Yeah,
the
she
conversation
randomly shot a civilian, and then they let the gunman go until somebody else shot the gunman.
surrounding women in
Okay, I
combat.
saw another one. They're like, okay, so I saw one where it was these two cops, right? Male cop, Giga Chad, woman cop, Chad, right? And basically, there was a woman with a knife, and the woman with the knife was about to stab the male cop. He tells his female officer to use taser or less lethal because he has lethal. So one lethal, one less lethal. That makes sense, yeah? Do you know what the female officer's doing? She's just standing there, less lethal, pointed down on the ground, while he's being charged with a knife. And all she's saying is, "Drop the knife, ma'am. Drop the knife." And like in such a low tone, you can't even hear it from like his POV. And well, I mean, obviously he has to kill her because he's being charged with a knife. Maybe if his female officer had the taser, they could have tased her and then got the knife away. But instead, no, she just literally sat there and did nothing. And then after this woman gets shot, she continues to sit there and do nothing. She's just standing there, and like he's trying to like administer aid to the woman. He's like tell her to kick the knife away because she's not kicking. Dude, she's just like she literally did nothing the entire time. So it's either they do nothing or they do something and make it worse.
roles, specifically law enforcement. Therefore, in this video, I'll be ranking and debunking every argument in favor of women
We
police
bought your
officers.
bulletproof
And if
vest.
you enjoyed the video,
Yeah,
consider
hopefully.
subscribing. It helps the channel. Women
You might
need
need a riot
Crazy,
shield.
by the way, how popular this channel has gotten. 4 weeks ago, this is something I feel like people watch these videos. People like me watch these videos, and there's a form of just catharsis. It's like, yeah, fucking exactly. You know?
use less force. The argument here is that they are less prone to use
Women use
excessive
less
force when
force?
apprehending suspects,
That's bullshit.
avoiding unnecessary harm, and saving on potential lawsuits.
Yeah.
Proponents use studies showing that
Complete
women are less
bullshit.
likely to receive excessive force complaints compared to their male counterparts. To call this argument deceptive would be an understatement.
Well, the reason why women don't use force is because anytime they have a chance, they just sit there and do nothing.
Of course they use less force,
Because they're weaker.
less able to. Additionally, male police officers are typically the ones who are made to handle more difficult physical arrests for obvious reasons. Since male officers are made to handle more difficult physical arrests, obviously they get more complaints.
Right.
Naturally, this
Makes
goes
sense.
into NPC tier as a classic mid-wit argument.
Yep.
When a female officer is staring at a larger, non-compliant male, her options are
The only way they can handle it is by using a gun.
reinforcements,
No, they just don't do anything.
taser, or gun. Which brings me to my next argument.
Yeah, but most women choose the stupid fourth option, which is do nothing.
Women are less likely to draw their gun.
In important situations, this is true. Like I've seen women I've seen the female officer pull out guns when you don't need one. I've seen them shoot at innocent people. They're really good at doing that.
This argument argues, again,
Yeah, they're
citing
really good
studies,
at that
that
one.
female officers are less likely to draw their guns compared to male officers. Again, an obvious explanation is that men are being made to handle more difficult cases.
Yes.
Which is a demonstrable fact. These broad studies of poor control over variables prove nothing. Furthermore,
Nothing.
simple reasoning paints a different picture. A larger, non-compliant male poses an immediate risk to a woman in a way that it
True.
doesn't to a man. If a female
True.
officer feels threatened, her only recourse is her taser or gun, and tasers are not reliable tools.
True.
Anecdotally,
Oh yeah, you've seen that one? The mistaking the gun for the taser? Or the taser, yeah.
we see
Jesus.
Yeah, they call it skill-based matchmaking, right? So like, yeah, they don't matchmake into the high PvP, high ELO lobbies, right? It's like you're gonna send out Fred, this 6'4" former high school football player, right? That like was a
Right,
linebacker.
exactly.
He's fucking like 315 pounds. Like, oh, there's like some crazy guy out there. Send out Fred. He'll take care of it.
after case of women feeling threatened and escalating
muscle guy?
drastically
Yeah.
when it's either
Send
not
out Shud.
necessary or wouldn't have been necessary for a male officer.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a failure of intuition and how to properly control variables. NPC tier.
Mm-hmm.
Women are better communicators.
Well, I mean,
This is just wrong too.
do we really even have to talk about this one? I mean, do we even really need to talk about this? I mean, what are we doing? What is this?
No, not true. Not true.
You serious?
I've seen them make the situation like so much
Argument cites the
worse.
claim that women
I
tend
didn't take a gun for a taser because he's retarded. That's how.
to rely on
What?
verbal skills more often for their arrests compared to their male counterparts. I'm tired of repeating myself. Of course they are, since they struggle to physically restrain the suspects, and
Yeah.
less compliant suspects are delegated a bit
I would even argue that even under this circumstance, they're not nearly as good as communicators.
here. Let's also
Abyss.
address the root cause of these.
Dude, like when I'm watching the POV from the woman body cam, I don't know what's happening because she's just being retarded.
Arguments. So far, they've all relied on an implicit sexist assumption
Yes.
that men lack self-control and default to violence.
That's right.
Whereas women have more self-control. The studies we do have on this also don't support the idea of women
That's
being
true.
more in control. Women are twice as likely to suffer from anxiety or panic disorders as men are.
There's
as
no
well as
way
more
it's
likely
only half. There's no way it's only twice as much. I think it's probably 4 or 5 times as much, if not more than that.
to suffer from PTSD. Exactly what you
Like
don't
I
every
think that's the
girl I know-
problem. I think they panic.
Oh, is crazy? I only know like 2 guys that are crazy.
want from police officers.
10 times,
Proponents of
maybe.
this
Panic
argument
and
cite the
freeze
fact
equals
that men are responsible
self-control.
for more violence. But how do you control for the fact that men are simply more capable
Yeah,
of
it's
violence?
like, dude, and then like the one earlier where like this guy literally shooting this guy is shooting at the male police officer, and the woman has her gun pointed at him and just does nothing and fucking holds and just drops it. I'm like, what are we doing? And then she just runs away. She just runs away, dude.
Or have greater incentives for it. Additionally, since men have this capability, a lot more effort is used in training them to control it since boyhood,
Exactly.
a process that is
true.
often neglected on girls, which
That is, yeah.
explains a lot of modern phenomena.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's why women feel the need to be aggressive, or like they can. It's because I think typically men are taught to not be aggressive. Women are not taught that.
Female
NPC
aggression.
tier. Better results with victims. This argument makes the case that women typically get better results trying to get victims of abuse or similar crimes to open up. This
Is that true? Maybe. Maybe.
is actually true,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
get
one
that.
of the ways that women have
Sure.
genuinely contributed. And the best part, it doesn't require women to be police officers or in combat roles.
That's right.
True,
They can be
yeah.
social workers, consultants, or other forms of outside help,
A therapist.
so that their unique talents can be fully utilized without having to put
The
their
rapist.
lives
I would
and
say that's
others
a good
at risk
argument.
by doing
I would even
something
put
they're
that at the
not
top.
suited for. Flawed tier. Better community perception. The claim here is that the populace prefer and trust female officers more,
No.
which is
Nope.
highly debatable.
Oh my
Addi-
god, bro.
No.
Additionally, what happened to tearing down gender stereotypes?
Yeah.
Public perception
Dude, this is it. This is it. This is the one where she mistakes her gun as a taser. Taser. Dude, how?
down gender stereotypes.
Brother, you can see it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Public perception
You
is
see
just
it.
stereotyping. Why are we condemning stereotypes when it goes against the agenda, but using them as an argument when it's
Massive
in favor?
misclick.
Because they love stereotypes when it's in their best interest. That's the reason why.
This is clearly just a rationalization. It's already been decided women
Yeah.
are to be police officers, and now they're just finding excuses for
Yeah.
it. Abyss tier.
Garbage.
Tasers negate physical disadvantages.
No, they don't.
Only the most delusional deny the obvious physical differences between men and women.
Oh my
Which is why we
God.
have such
Who
reduced
thinks
standards
that?
for physical ability when admitting female officers.
Jesus.
This
You gotta
begs
be
the
fucking
obvious
retarded.
question. Why are we accepting subpar candidates just because of their gender?
Yeah.
Their counter is physicality
Yeah, it's fucking
doesn't
retarded. I
matter.
don't- yeah.
The taser exists. Already, this is foolish. Chases
In America, dude, the taser doesn't even work because most people are fat, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you have so much armor. People are walking around with, like, iron enchanted armor. Minimum. You
wrestling
know?
takedowns are all part of the job. But even more importantly, how reliable are tasers?
Not very.
Well, for starters, a portion of the population are just flat out immune to them. Their ranged option is extremely limited,
Oh, I didn't know
inaccurate,
that.
and hard to reload. And a
What
taser
if
is
you
often
miss?
best
Well, that could
used
be because they're
when
fat.
already in a melee altercation,
Yep.
which involves grappling and
Because you have to be
wrestling.
close.
Only an
Mhm,
NPC
That's
can
a
argue that
terrible t- it's a
physicality
literal
doesn't
garbage
matter
tier.
in law enforcement.
Yes.
Physicality is the only meaningful difference. Not only does this argument set aside a very important difference, this argument also contradicts earlier pro-women officer
Yes.
claims, as well as the statistics we have regarding likelihood of panic and anxiety disorders. And it goes deeper. Reaction time, spatial awareness, innate
See, this is the reason why men
Well, yeah, exactly.
beat women in every single competitive sport that has to do with anything that's like hunting related. Like, if you can imagine killing
Yeah. This is why, like, because, like, I know a lot of people make the argument that, like, oh, it's just like a like mentally men and women can be the same, but physically, no, that's not even true.
an animal
Yeah,
that's
like
this
even
way,
mentally, men are still, on average, like they
the
outperform.
odds are that men are going to be outperforming women by like a metric of like 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1.
Like, there's a reason why every esport is just male dominated. It's not because women are told not to play. It's just that they're just not good enough.
10,000.
And also, on top of women not being good enough, a lot of women just don't put in the effort as well.
to 1.
Whereas
This
men
is
do.
just the
Like
way
men,
it is.
men
Even-
like put in the hours. They put in the time. They really care about it. Women, it doesn't happen as much.
Chess, like even chess. It's exactly it.
hierarchy are all things men outperform women in and are invaluable in
this?
combat roles. The belief that the only differences between the genders are physical is quintessential midwittery.
Yep.
NPC tier. It's necessary for gender equality. This argues that even if the disadvantages of
That's
women in
stupid.
law enforcement and combat roles
It's
are
necessary.
conceded, it's still necessary in the name of gender equality. The issue is
It's crazy how women always need to have the roles that are like
They
high
can be good
value, but we
interrogators,
don't
yeah.
need- why
I've
do
seen
we
good
not have
interrogators.
gender equality with garbage men? Why do we not
Because I don't
have
wanna be a
gender
garbage
equality with a janitor?
I don't want to be a janitor.
Those are never discussed.
If we need to accept worse performance and a higher risk to people's lives just to include women, then gender equality does not exist, whether you include them or not. You can call reality sexist all you want. It won't
It's still
change to
reality.
accommodate your sensibilities.
Yep.
But you will get people killed by denying it.
That's true.
Abyss tier. Men and women are different, and if you can't accept that, that can't be blamed on just your stupidity.
True.
That's a choice, and one that's costing
True.
lives. That concludes the tier list. If there are any other arguments we'd
There
like to
are
see
no
ranked,
good
please
arguments.
share them in the comments below.
Yeah.
And I would like to give a special thank
I'm
you
gonna
to
Like, I don't know. I think most women should be retrained, and if they can't reach like the male benchmark, they should just be fired.
you guys
all
the
our
video.
channel members, our patrons, and those
Simple.
who bought merch.
100
I wouldn't say no female cops. I would just say significantly less.
We appreciate your support,
followers now.
as this channel would
Subscribers.
likely not be possible without it.
Mhm.
If you would like to participate in our supporter-exclusive Discord, make sure to check out the link in the description below.
I love his videos. He tackles some of the most extreme and some of the... He tackles the things that you're not supposed to talk about. He talks about them, and I like that a lot.
Yeah,
I
videos
do.
are
I
good.
love it. I love the animations. I do too. And
Yeah, they're
watch the
cute.
gay Hitler video. We'll watch the gay Hitler video tomorrow, okay? I'm just not ready to watch it today,
Am I
but
swatting
we'll
there are no
watch it
women
tomorrow.
because the
Does that
standard still
sound fair?
exists? Yeah, yeah, I've never seen a woman SWAT a member. So that's a good point. Alright. No, I understand why I think having less capable people in these spaces is good. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, I know why. It's because men decided to listen to women when they were complaining. That's why. I don't know why you guys did that. Like, dude, women got together and wrote up some papers, and you guys were like, sure. That's why. It's fucking retarded. You know, you could have just said no. You could have just said, no. I'm not gonna allow this. I need to go to the dorm. Oh, so many. So many. Holy shit. I guess because I've been playing the game actually, so I got some. Damn. If you play the game, you get stuff. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, guys, look how many pulls I have now because I played the game. Did you know you get pulls if you play the game? Crazy. No, you didn't know that? Yeah. I need to do that on DZZ now. Anything else? Mr. Asman. Asman has... Oh, what's it, a sneaker video? I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. Asman Gold. Look. What is this? Oh, I've seen this one. I've seen this one.
Really pretty. She's used to
Oh man.
having every guy agree with everything that she says. Now that she's older, people aren't willing to do that anymore. She's on financial audit.
I was a 911 dispatcher.
Huh?
I was a 911 dispatcher. I'm actively applying for other departments.
Why aren't they accepting you into these positions?
I may have caused some waves when I left my.
Oh, for f***'s sake, what the f*** did you
Of course
do?
you did.
Spoke more directly than
Burrito.
everybody else.
I literally have your notes word for word. That America is a racist and misogynist country. How are we misogynist at this point?
We're built on a patriarchy. This whole
Jesus Christ, dude, it's like there's a factory that prints these people.
point, we can
like they're
always
printing
look
them
back.
out.
We're talking today.
Fat, yeah,
How
fat
are
as
we
well.
misogynist specifically today?
Misogyny is built into everything.
Like
I'm
Like what?
literally being pushed.
Like the fact that you can even say that and not like be beaten or thrown into jail or anything proves that it's not true.
To hire women at this company.
Like you realize what happened to women if they said that back then?
In content,
Why?
typically men work disproportionately more on the video editing side. I'm being pushed to hire a less qualified person because they're a woman, just so we can have more women here. I am being pushed.
Think about if Caleb is feeling this, imagine what every single video game studio is feeling.
Where's the misogyny?
Yeah.
You want me to hire a less qualified person because they're a woman?
No.
Then where's the misogyny?
In elected office, women make up 50% of the population, but only hold like 30%.
Get more.
Well, it's why do you think? It's almost as if people elected it, and that's how it turned out. Wait, is democracy misogynistic?
Run for office.
That's
It's not misogynistic.
No. It's not even running for office. It's just that the women who do run for office, no one likes them, and they vote for the male counterpart.
Then have a woman run for office, yeah.
They
I
wanted to
know
represent
a
them.
lot of people who don't vote for women because they're women.
How many women do you think voted for?
You know, a lot of women think that. See, dude, it would break their brain. A lot of women feel this way, by the way. Like, she's saying this as in, like, oh, this is men who don't want to vote for women. A lot of women have this sentiment.
Because they're women.
How many women do you think voted for Hillary Clinton because she was a woman? They think that this is one directional.
They didn't lose because they were women. You are going to find women literally online on TikTok just as much as those people who will not vote for men because men are evil.
That's right.
I will equally
That's
find
fucking
that.
right.
What is it, please?
That's
Okay,
true.
get your point. Get your point.
So very specifically, there's an Amazon warehouse, and I just saw a Walmart one
Women are the majority of voting. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
right next
they
to
do.
it the other day.
Crazy.
Oh my
So like, it is women choosing that, by the way. It is women choosing to vote for men, overwhelmingly. Keep that in mind.
It's off of a 2-lane road, but that traffic now,
Okay, actually,
it should be
pause for a
Amazon's
second.
responsibility. That 2-lane road wouldn't be a problem if Amazon wasn't there.
This is actually
It's-
impressive. I've never witnessed someone so far left that they're actually advocating for degrowth policies. I've never seen someone sit and in real life
Somebody
advocate.
is so left wing that they think that the companies should own the roads. That to me, that's not even
That is
horseshoe theory.
insane.
That's
Yeah,
just
holy
a fucking
fuck.
circle.
Where-
Jesus.
Why is it the warehouses?
Whatever,
Responsibility.
whatever, because
It's the
they're
city or the
no,
state.
they're building in. They should have some sort of responsibility in
They
it.
pay taxes, property taxes,
Exactly.
which those warehouses certainly do.
Isn't it crazy how people are discovering taxes just through logical deduction? Now we're arriving at what are taxes. Oh, I get it.
It's your city's
What are
fault for not
taxes?
allocating the resources properly. Advocate for that. Girl, there's lots of things I can complain about Amazon for. Some of the working conditions with heat, that shit was bad.
I'm not saying they
No,
should be fully responsible, but they should.
They're paying taxes. They're paying taxes for that infrastructure. If the
Exactly.
city decides to not upgrade it, that's on the city.
Yes.
Yeah,
Vote
exactly.
for someone different.
It's so crazy that something this obvious is just IRS actually explained to her that she owes hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're on financial audit because they don't even understand taxes. That's actually a really good point. I mean, you are kind of shooting fish
Okay.
in a barrel here.
But okay, there was actually another clip of this. I don't know. The Phasman, yeah, this is a
You're
show.
going on financial audit and expecting people
let me
to
see if I can pull it
understand
up.
the tax system. Like, you don't even understand your own fucking books. So yeah, no, you're right. That's maybe I'm being unreasonable here.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah, here it is.
How's it your MAGA family's
I can
fault?
fully acknowledge that I left my first apartment and I ruined my life.
Then
but-
how's it, why were you complaining about your MAGA parents?
Because I wouldn't have ever bought that house.
It sounds like they helped you.
Not really. They said, "Here,
What?
you should buy a house."
Good,
but
and you walked away with a net gain. What's the
Yeah, like what the fuck? So like, wait, so your right wing parents give you money to buy a house, and she's complaining.
what's the complaint? I'm so confused. And how does it tie to MAGA?
What?
I'm so confused. I don't agree with MAGA on everything, of course.
They're-
But I'm not blaming them for this notebook ripping.
just like American dream shit and
Yeah, that is the American dream, dude.
you do it. It's
Made $40,000. What? What are we complaining about right now? Please walk me through it. Walk me through it. I'm gonna need a little assistance. I'm calling for a dispatch of assistance from you to me right now.
like they pushed me to buy a house, and I don't think I was ready for that. Like
And the consequences were.
Okay.
that I didn't know what I was doing.
And the consequences
Yes,
of
I
that
ended up making money,
were-
but I wouldn't have ever bought. I hated my house.
Okay, and
hated
the
the city it was
consequences
in.
of that were.
I think she's so retarded that she's blaming her parents getting her a house, which she sold for a net profit, to the reason why she's now $100,000 in debt right now. I think,
I
like,
don't know.
dude,
Then
how
why
can
are
you
you
be this
complaining about your
retarded?
MAGA parents pushing you to get the house? I don't get it.
Because I didn't
really
want
don't.
it.
Then sell it.
I did.
Exactly. So why are you complaining about your MAGA parents pushing you to get this house?
I don't know. I feel like
Are you a leftist or something?
I am the furthest left person that I know,
We know.
but I live in.
Like, dude, like this shit is so ugly. Like, do people actually think this looks good? Like the whole arm tattoo thing. This is just so ugly.
But I live in.
That's not a good thing. You definitely shouldn't be the furthest
She's
right
hot.
or left.
I think you need. Jesus, man.
Of
No,
anyone
okay.
you know in life.
But I live in MAGA
That's
country,
actually-
so
Yeah, but you're still in California in the end. But yes, you're right. You're right. It is certainly more red there. But even still, in a red area, there's lots of. I'm in red Texas. There's lots of.
Yeah, this is the problem. I see women who look like this, and you know, men, you are the reason for your own downfall. Sometimes you need to realize that you do, because I see some of these hoes, and I'm like, surely a man is respectful enough to not want to fuck that thing. Nope. She has 2 kids. Someone nutted inside of that thing unprotected twice, and now she has kids. What is wrong with some of you?
Blue around me here in Austin. You know, that's not how it works, right? And even in blue Austin, there's lots of right-wing people here. Like I said, I don't agree with MAGA on everything, of course, but I don't think that means being far left is reasonable. Extremism is never good. And if you're the furthest in one
She's fat, man.
direction you know,
What's wrong with you?
that's extreme.
furthest less.
Nose ring, fat, tattoos, financially illiterate, like communists. Like, I mean, come on, bruh. Come on, bruh.
When everybody I know is
Come on, bruh.
MAGA.
Come on,
Girl,
bruh.
I'm sorry. If you're trying to blame your MAGA parents for pushing you to get a house that you literally walked away positive from and you couldn't tell me one downside, it sounds like
They were given a free house and sold it for $40,000. Like, I don't know.
you have some kind of derangement.
I don't care to own a home.
Okay, cool. Why do you blame MAGA parents for that? Like, is that not crazy? That's like, let me think.
It's not even a free house. It's a free house plus 40K. It's like, oh my, these people are just so indoctrinated,
Give an
man.
example. Who's like a reasonable person on the right?
Me.
All the talking heads are all extreme.
Ah. I almost made a bad joke. Wait, are we live on YouTube? I didn't know. I need to know what I can and can't say. We are. Yo, hi YouTube. No, it's fine. I'm looking at them. Sorry, I couldn't see because like it's like I couldn't see if we were live because I can't see from my OBS view. I had to check. Okay, I won't make bad jokes about a certain guy who's who fought in a war
I was gonna say, do any of them exist?
and lost.
Well, no, to you, no, of course not. Anyone even slightly
No.
Well, she
center
should have
left to you is
lost
probably a
because
fascist. But
yeah, Nick
Oh,
Fuentes.
wait, you voted
I
for
like
Trump
Nick
in 2016,
Fuentes.
though.
Yeah.
What happened, bro? What happened?
Voted for Trump in 2016, though.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, because your parents made you. What? That is how do you? Oh, you have no agency, do you?
No.
Girl, you're older than me. I voted in 2016. You have no agency.
That's crazy. If you didn't vote Trump in 2016, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to fix you. I think it's over. I think if anyone votes for a woman in this country, like for president, I think you're cooked. Over. I think it's over. Dude, he's so cute. Is there gameplay of her? Let me see. Who's this one? Wait, who's this? Mute your Discord when you're recording videos. You can't record videos and mute your Discord. It's so unprofessional. So unprofessional. What's wrong with you? He's cute. Oh, Aura, holy. This is cute. Mega broken. Oh, she's a stunner. She's a stunner.
Hello guys, welcome to my channel. We finally have full
Hello.
Roxy kit, more or less. So let's talk about it.
Hello,
I
bro.
hope you guys
I'm here with full
skipped
Roxy
normal.
kit.
If you watched my previous videos talking about
Welcome to
normal
my channel.
situation, and I was
I'm in
actually
the water.
mentioning a wind stunner like this.
I get it now. So she does. Wow. Wow. She does all that, really. Insanely broken. Insanely broken. Does she win? Is that win? Very cute. And she's cute.
Xenozone Zero.
Drink water? Yeah, I have water.
This country spans 11 time zones.
China? Russia?
No. Russia.
Ooh.
69% of this country is covered by forest.
Canada.
Brazil?
They have nearly 100,000 lakes.
Canada.
They have this.
Canada.
No, they
Fuck.
have this thing called the right of public access, which allows people to
Finland?
hike, camp, and forage.
Wait, what? Wait, it's not? What?
What?
Finland?
It's not Brazil or Canada?
No. They have the first ice hotel.
Ice Hotel. Serbia.
It's rebuilt from snow and ice every year.
Norway? Iceland?
IKEA was founded there.
Sweden.
Oh, Sweden! Oh, fuck, dude.
You're really quick, bro.
Found it. God.
This country uses the U.S. dollar as its
El
official
Salvador.
currency. No. The famous Panama hat was actually coming from this country. Nope. This country is one of the world's top exporters of bananas.
Samoa.
They're famous for high-quality cacao and chocolate.
Liberia. Yeah.
They're one of the most biodiverse countries on Earth.
Suriname.
Despite the small size. No.
I'm sticking
The
with
national
Samoa.
bird, the
Costa
Andean
Rica?
condor, is the largest flying...
Guatemala? Dominican Republic?
No.
It doesn't use it.
They have dozens of volcanoes.
Oh, we're just gambling.
Rica?
You guys
We're
are
just
dancing
gambling
around
hard.
it.
Jesus.
Belize?
Bahamas.
The guinea pig
Nicaragua?
is a traditional food in this country.
No, I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it.
No, it's not Peru. Food.
Sama.
Guyana.
It has part of the Amazon.
Oh,
What? Fuck. Wait. Fuck. What? I ruined it.
Colombia. No.
Wait, what?
Venezuela.
It's kind of small.
Suriname. Guyana.
Yeah.
Wait, am I right? I don't know. I'm bad.
French
I'm bad.
Bolivia.
French Guyana.
No.
He's confusing me.
Ecuador.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, Ecuador uses USD?
This country has coastline over 1,500 miles along the Indian Ocean. One of the few countries.
Indonesia.
French.
The only country with an AK-47 on its flag.
Ah.
Bangladesh.
What?
Oh my god.
They have more than 40 spoken
Oman.
languages.
Yes.
More than 40 spoken languages.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
They're famous for its prawns and seafood.
Prawns.
AK-47 on its flag.
One of the best places in Africa to see whale sharks.
It has an AK.
Oh, Somalia.
It shares Lake Malawi.
I'm trying to think of my flag.
Ethiopia.
Mozambique.
Mozambique.
Oh, damn.
90% of this country practices Buddhism. The Asian elephant.
Thailand.
Thailand.
Bhutan.
Thailand.
Oh, that was easy.
Wow.
That was easy. That was fucking easy.
Hey, I just wanted to say I have a crush on you.
Damn. Those are hard. She's really cute. Alright, well, another stunner. Pog. Yeah, are all stunners just busted? That's just like the broken class?
Hey, there's no ice.
Ice?
Ice?
You want ice? Is that what you want? You want ice? Is that what you want?
The dark deed you requested is done, sir.
I'll get it myself.
There's never
Ice is
been
in the
any
freezer.
ice!
There is no ice. There's never been any
Ice is just
Ice
a
is just a
myth.
myth.
Step out of the way. So do I have to like they just killed someone? Dude, like anytime I see a morning in Pyongyang, it gets the fog gets worse. No, no. Dude, this is like playing like Minecraft with like your render distance on like 2. Smoke City. Smoke City, everyone's just blazed out of their fucking minds. Okay, Monka video. Wait, hold on, wait. JB, wait, you want me all over the screen? Okay. No. I could take it more of the screen, I just have to tell myself. Yeah, I would have to lean. You know? Okay, hold on, 1 second. Let me get water. I need more. You get that off my glasses, I can't see anything. Okay, BRB, hold on. Tell me with my glasses like that. Okay, sorry. I got some chicken and rice. My mom made me some earlier. I was hungry. I needed food. Can't beat that. Decent food. Monka. There's gonna be a ghost somewhere. Nails.
Saturday. Wildfires are decimating Hawaii. The Barbenheimer phenomenon is in full
I
force.
didn't know. This video just came out. Yeah, it just came out.
In an unassuming corner of cyberspace, someone creates a YouTube channel with an urgent call to action.
This matter is of utmost significance for the survival of every living being on this
Oh
planet.
no, this is fake. I know this. Wait, I know exactly. I know this. Wait, we've seen this. I know exactly what this is. Yeah, this is the Aegon Chilokian guy. I've seen this shit.
It's called the Earth Save Science Collaborative, and it's hosted by a
This
man
shit
named
is so
Alan
weird.
Aegon Chilokian. On his channel, we can find over 180 videos of this man warning people about global issues like climate change, nanoplastics, and disinformation campaigns.
Nanoplastics.
Admittedly, while these are all issues that are plaguing the world,
Dude. Did you see? Guys, who got the COVID vaccine? Because if you did, you are now a nanite bot, and you are going to die. Me. I got it, so I'm fucked. Yep. Hello, I'm a nanite. Well, soon to be. Whenever you know, you're gonna die. Yeah. Well, your brain's gonna get hijacked, and you're gonna be a transgender communist slave. So, hope you're ready for that. Oh, I realized my YouTube chat's not working. I'm like, why can't I see YouTube? Oh, wait, okay. I just realized why. Hold on. I was like, dude, I can't, like, sometimes I'll look at YouTube chat, but I don't see it. It's like the chat's bugged for me. Okay, let's try. And then Meow. Okay, now they should be on screen too, yes? There you go. Okay, so now you're on screen and I can see you. I think, yeah, we're good now. Sorry, guys. Good to see you. Hi, Elk. Hi, Sassy Baka. Hi, Tony. Hi, Duke. Hi, Vladi. Hello. Hello, hello.
The way Aegon is framing them is a bit odd. In every single one of his videos, he sits in front of a camera dressed in a suit.
Literally everyone in my family got the vaccine, and you didn't take it? And you're the only one who didn't get the virus? Damn. Well, unfortunately, when I took it, I was a stupid leftist, and now I'm going to be a communist slave, so...
Goes on about
his
various
I'll enjoy my freedom
and
for now.
spends anywhere from around 30 minutes to 3.5 hours fear-mongering about things like geophysical anomalies inside the Earth's core that, upon doing further research, appear to have little to no basis in scientific fact. According to Aegon, if humanity doesn't unite to solve this global threat, then the end of the world is quite literally just a few years away.
I'm gonna take some medicine. Hold on. My head hurts. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm kind of low energy today. I'm still kind of recovering, so yeah, sorry. I apologize. Thank you for being patient with me.
On his website, EarthSaveScienceCollaborative.com, we can find a section that gives us insight into his cause. And at a cursory glance,
it's an event that Earth is experiencing a rapid escalation of extreme climatic geodynamic events. There's a significant rise in the occurrence of magnitude, seismic, volcanic, hydrological, atmospheric, gravitational, and thermal anomalies.
We can notice a plethora of colorful phrasing formatted
big
in bold
words.
for dramatic effect.
Really big words.
Aegon claims that there are alarming anomalies. There's a chaotic acceleration of the planet's rotation that humanity only has a few years to avert an impending catastrophe. And upon taking a look at their scientific papers, he makes bizarre claims about an external and unknown cosmic force that's causing all of this. Now, to me, this entire movement comes off as conspiratorial. Aegon, in my opinion, consistently instills urgency in the reader, distorts science-backed evidence to fit his narrative, and given that he appears to be someone so ingrained in academia...
Did you lose all chat on YouTube? No, I see you now.
Academia and the...
Yeah, it was like, what do you call it? No, this wasn't popping up. Like, sometimes I have to, like, re-log in to, what do you call it? Like, my chat thing? That's why. But now I see. Like, if I look on the dashboard, I see. But I don't want to always look at the dashboard. That's the problem.
The government is feigning credibility while banking on the hope that you won't ever verify his claims.
Dude, this shit is so creepy.
But okay.
Okay.
We found a channel on YouTube with a random old guy that uploads crazy videos about an impending calamity that could happen in as little as years. Why exactly are we giving this guy attention?
Yeah, why do I care?
And what truly is the big deal here?
Who cares?
Well, while in any other circumstance I would have moved on before this video even started, there was one simple thing that kept me here.
What?
His hands.
His hands? What's wrong with his hands? Those look like normal hands to me.
Online, people have noticed that in certain videos, Aegon doesn't move. And while it's such a simple, silly
he's right.
observation, it's effectively morphed what was supposed to be just a random internet anomaly into one of the strangest and most perplexing internet rabbit holes.
But yeah, his hands were the same position.
I've ever seen.
Dude, I'm so glad he's going into this because I've always, because like I don't know if you remember when Destiny kind of found this, right? And like Destiny was kind of looking into some of his stuff, but like none of it really made sense. No, you don't remember this? Damn.
We'll return after these messages.
All right, guys, before we continue,
I'll play the clip if no one fucking remembers. I'll just play it then. This happened like a year ago.
It feels like I'm like moving against something,
Oh, that's a lot what you're saying with that. I just need a better way to debate.
or that there's something like moving against me that I haven't ever really been cognizant of before. I haven't.
Do you think women cops hesitate from confronting villains because bad boy appreciation is about women getting the right papers for us men is super effective because many of them all agree to the same thing at the same time and you feel like a conspiracy? You mean like women's suffrage and stuff? I mean, like the thing about it, like women's suffrage is like I don't think all of it was bad, but I just think like I don't know. It's complicated. It's a complicated history. A lot of those bitches were just crazy feminists though, and people just listened to them. Everyone watch this. This is whatever. If no one knows, we'll just move on.
just a quick story time. Alright, so as you guys may know, my wife and I had our baby girl in December, and we found ourselves faced with something we weren't quite prepared for, finding her a doctor. Not only that, but a good one,
Let me guess, you use ZocDoc?
nearby, and with availability within the first month. It is insane how many variables go into simply booking a doctor's appointment. That, combined with the sleepless nights we were going through during that time period, really made for an unnecessarily stressful process. And that alone is exactly why I'm such an avid user of tonight's video sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click to instantly book an appointment. From mental health to dentistry, eye care, skincare, and everything in between. ZocDoc makes it easy to book in-network appointments with more than 150,000 healthcare providers. With ZocDoc, you can filter for doctors by insurance, location, and specialties, and see reviews by verified patients so you can choose the best, most convenient
Damn, dude, verified. All real.
care for you. With ZocDoc, all it takes is just a few clicks to book a doctor that suits your needs. And the best part is, appointments can usually happen within just 24 to 72 hours. Taking care of your health just got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/Nexpo to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring tonight's video and helping us all take better care of our health.
Awesome, don't use that. Don't use it. But awesome, good at.
Government AI-generated fake YouTubers are now a thing, and they're super scary. Hi guys. Recently I found a video on YouTube about Destiny doing some research and some weird things, and one thing caught my attention. This dude named Aegon Shalakian is supposed to be a person with a lot of influence in the US government, but he never existed, and everything about him is just odd or weird in some way. He has a YouTube channel in which he only speaks directly to a camera, speaks a bunch of nonsense about geopolitical stuff, and does not move. I'm being serious, this guy sits for 3 hours without moving.
The creepiest part was when, dude, so they're talking about this, Destiny's talking about this, right? On stream. Some random guy comes into his chat on his website. New account, fresh account by the way. Creates a fresh account, goes to his website, and it sends him a link to a court case with this Aegon Shalakian guy on the US.gov website. That shit was so crazy. That shit was so fucking crazy. Like, what are the odds of like you find some fucking thing and then some guy creates a fresh account and then sends you a link? And dude, oh, that's so fucking long time. Hello, Hellgast. Yo.
All across the internet, we can find him. LinkedIn, Facebook, research archives, and photographed with countless major public figures in governments and academia. Aegon, according to his Facebook and LinkedIn profiles, carries a highly decorated resume, having studied at numerous prestigious institutions like Harvard, MIT, and Stanford. And while this looks impressive, he notes that he somehow attended these universities at the exact same time. Now,
wait, so he went to all three? I mean, he's just him now? He's
as
just
we
him?
know, anyone can put anything on a LinkedIn profile, and given that his accolades are so incredibly out there, it's possible that some, if not
Oh, Pyro, you know it? Oh, thank God, someone knows. I'm glad someone knows.
all of his
Someone
social media
knows.
claims are
Yeah,
bogus.
dude, and it's Monka, right? He's so Monka. Hi.
On top of this, if we perform a search for Aegon Shalakian on the internet, we'll find that hardly any of his actual research comes up. For someone so ingrained, so well
we live in
networked,
Aegon
you would
Shalakian
think that
doubter
this
here.
man's work would be everywhere. But aside from his own profiles, paid articles he himself submitted to the press, and videos from his YouTube channel, little, if anything.
What the fuck,
Less
dude?
than 3 love what you do.
Aw, thank you. Elk, you don't have to do no. Thank you. Wait, where's my model? I got Dennis. Thank you.
Is out there.
It's good to see you guys. Sorry I've been gone for a couple days.
It seems that all we have are a myriad of images depicting Aegon with public
You know, I suppose
figures.
someone's actually
However,
knows.
upon looking at them closer,
Yeah, I'm so happy because like I was like I remember this happened like a year ago. Like I don't know, I'm sure you've seen the clips like with Destiny, and even like I think even XQC looked at some of it. And it was so weird. And I'm like, yeah, thank you, Elk. Thank you. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like it's so creepy. But I was like, like, you know, I always wondered if there was more to this. I'm glad that he's making a video on this.
even these seem strangely uncanny.
Books don't have any names. Oh no, the photo. Dude, this photo, dude. The photos in the
He
background.
can be seen photographed with former CIA director
Holy Chad.
Stansfield Turner.
Look at that.
But it looks... This one's with a Harvard colleague named Robert Merton. But what's going on here? Okay, but what about this one? This one looks normal. But no.
This one's so creepy. This one's so creepy. This dude got lazy on this one, to be honest. He just copy paste. Dude, who's behind all this? Cause like, okay, cause like obviously like there's like AI accounts and you see the AI accounts and stuff, right? But it's like so a lot of them just say it's just some Indian guy. You know, just like some Indian guy running some account pretending to be like this like big booty black woman on Instagram. Whatever. This one is like the amount of time and effort you put into this is so insane. You know what I mean? Big booty? Yeah, I know, big booty. I have to activate you. I'm not Granny! What the fuck, dude?
Aegon Shalakian has fabricated a massive network of images depicting endless aspects of his life that never happened. This is why he's garnered such an infamous reputation. The bizarre, nonsensical LinkedIn timeline, the unnatural ability to sit still for over 3 hours at a time while professing...
Yeah, dude, I think later I'll show you the part where the guy comes into Destiny's chat. And you have the two mics. Dude, I'm telling you, that shit was so weird how the guy comes into Destiny's chat and sends him the link. Holy shit, dude. It's like he was being watched or something.
Absolute nonsense. And the photos.
Yeah.
His entire online presence rests in the uncanny valley. And given how proficient AI has become at spoofing entire personalities online, this left many across the internet wondering if this could be what's going on here. Is Aegon Shalakian, proficient researcher, world-renowned scientist, and highly decorated alumnus of numerous prestigious universities, even a real person? Or is this one of the most involved examples of the dead internet theory that we've ever seen? On Aegon's channel exists a documentary
That's
called
creepy. I've seen like on Twitter, like if you look, you can find them. Sometimes there are threads where every single comment communicating towards each other are bots. It's such a mindfuck.
Impact. And in it, we can hear an AI
Yeah,
George Washington
no real
calling the
humans.
audience to action against a so-called foreign enemy. It goes on to fearmonger about impending civil war, so-called anti-cult organizations that oppose him, and it puts forth various potential scenarios about the end of the world.
Don't trust anything
It
soon.
is, for all intents and purposes,
Yeah.
complete AI slump. And weirdest of all, it goes on for 8 entire hours.
8 hours. I mean, dude, this guy puts in the work though. Hey, listen. This guy puts in the hours though,
If
man.
you click around this video, you will learn nothing. It's just a bunch of random propaganda wrapped up in vernacular that simply goes on in circles. Yet, even so, surprisingly, this video has found an audience. Thank you to all that stood up to protect our Constitution and our rights. Yeah, by the way, it's so nice to see actual journalism for a change. You all didn't have the complete story. The rabbit hole goes much deeper. This is 8 hours long, and you're saying we don't have the complete story? What? So I'll just go forth and say it. I refuse to believe that anyone on planet Earth has had the willpower
I
to
did.
sit down and
I
attentively
did.
watch all 8 hours of this,
I did.
much less consider it journalism.
I did.
As we can see, these comments all come from those with
I did.
randomized usernames, empty YouTube channels, not a single profile picture. It appears that the only ones here are bots, a revelation that does not help Aegon's case.
Botted likes. Botted comments. Botted
We're going a
subscribers.
little bit deeper. Okay. In chat,
Oh, there
somebody
is.
brings up a YouTube video
Wait. He's showing it.
of this guy.
The meth guy.
My name is Aegon Chalakian. I am an intelligence educator. I prepare intelligence personnel for clandestine service. The focus of my career has been centered on the
As this mystery made its way across the internet thanks to a live stream by Destiny, it led many to scour for traces of him online. It quickly became clear that nearly all media involving Aegon Shalakian involved him speaking in front of a camera. His entire image was incredibly manicured, overproduced, and for a while, it seemed like there was nothing out there that
Still
could
two
truly
mics?
humanize him.
One for backup, maybe.
But right when people were keen on throwing this entire mystery away as just another case of AI-generated nonsense, a random pandemic-era video depicting a Zoom call
How about
of
1, 2,
all
3, 4,
things
1, 2, 3, 4,
found its
1, 2,
way
3, 4, 5.
into the spotlight.
Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 0. Fuck, dude. What's your name? Sorry. Not to read it. How are you?
Hey there again.
Wait, real
How you
guy.
doing?
Well, how about yourself?
Just peachy. I figured I'd
Real
step
guy.
in early and just hang my hat.
Awesome, fabulous. We have some people that are just kind of hanging out here. The judges are deliberating.
What's wrong with this one? And her nose. Like what the fuck is that? This one's probably real. It's the one with the nose ring. It's probably fucking real. Yeah.
The pitches took a little bit less time than we had planned for, since we had.
And
Oh,
so,
shit.
there we have it. Aegon is just peachy. And he's a real person. Turns out that this guy pulled a Stephen McDaniel and somehow sat still for 3.5 hours, which is weird, but okay. So that's all this is then, right? A conspiracy theory YouTube channel run by an old man doctoring photos of himself and over-embellishing his achievements to make him seem more legitimate than he is. Someone who, admittedly, seems pretty nice according to this call.
Yeah,
and
not a
someone
nice
who
guy.
found himself ensnared in an online conspiracy about his very existence, completely out of nowhere.
Ah, mystery solved.
You know, the reason I do what I do is because of mysteries just like this. Creepy internet anomalies that we can investigate and solve with a logical conclusion. Aegon has fabricated an entire online persona, and admittedly, it was an engaging investigation. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Something is wrong. All throughout Aegon's comment section, we'll notice the same commenters spread out across his uploads.
And today was another
upon taking a
earthquake.
look,
Forever grateful.
interesting. What's going on with this?
Representatives of the Creative Society delivered a substantive presentation addressing one of the most pressing issues that has long been the subject of my research and concern for many years.
Weird, but okay. What the hell is the
Okay.
Creative Society? There it is, again.
CreativeSociety.com.
Okay, I'm not trying to be tinfoil hatty, but there are way too many oddities taking place with this channel. Every single
click it.
comment supports Aegon. They seem to heavily lean Russian. They all connect in some way to something called Creative Society. And upon closer inspection,
Hello diving.
why is Aegon on their website? From what it seems,
The
Aegon
Russian
Shalakian
clankers?
isn't just a one-man show. It's a group. So who in the world are these people?
Here's a typical morning routine as someone who owns 11 pets.
Okay, I've been making this brown sugar mocha dalgona lately, and Nescafe is helping me.
November 7th, 155 miles per hour winds just wiped out 80% of the city.
It is what all people want. We've been conducting a lot of surveys for several years.
No day without informing about Creative Society.
It is not some saintly call. The Creative Society is all of humanity. And when I say all, it means all.
Damn, dude, look at that. Did you see that? Amy Desiree. Dude, she's been knowing for years. Holy.
All. It means all.
Damn. Pioneer.
Making its way onto every social media algorithm across the vast ocean of the internet is an idea. An idea that, on the surface, sounds idyllic, the sort of thing you'd hear in, let's say, a dream. The long-awaited arrival of a future we were promised, yet never came, and one that'll radically transform the lives of everyone that chooses to follow it. It goes by the Creative Society, and it's spelling out on a TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, really anywhere with an audience online. Take a look around, and chances are you'll find it. Front and center on their website, we're greeted with
The global initiative of Creative Society project. Today, the global community faces an increasing threat of natural disasters. The pursuit of security and sustainability for the has become fundamental for everyone. I see.
oddly familiar dialogue. Today, as the global community faces an increasing threat of natural
Oh,
disasters,
of course she's gonna read
the
it.
pursuit of security and sustainability has become fundamental for everyone. This situation requires immediate and decisive collective action. Just like the Earth Saves Science Collaborative, we're confronted with a conveyor belt of ideas, videos, and scientific reports that scaremonger about many of the same problems that Aegon told us about earlier. Nanoplastics, catastrophic earthquakes, an increase in turbulence in the Earth's atmosphere. It honestly sounds like a complete rehash of the exact same information, so much so that when I was digging through this, I found myself wondering why they even bothered creating another site at all. Upon heading over to their About page, we're given
Maybe
somewhat of
Aegon
an
made
answer,
it.
as the site goes from a retread of familiar information to something completely out of left field. According to the wall of information before us, the Creative Society is more than just a bunch of scientists peddling dramatic theories about climate change. It's an international project uniting volunteers from over 180 countries, aka most of the world, with the goal of transitioning in a legal and peaceful way within the shortest possible time
180?
to a new creative format of society worldwide. Further down, they go on to reveal that their aims include eradicating climate change, which they believe is caused not by humans, but cosmic forces, as well as miraculously putting an end to all wars. They guarantee that under this new system, all adults will
wars.
receive a universal basic income every month and an extra $100,000 upon the birth of their first child. Free healthcare will exist across the world. Travel without restrictions. The eradication of all debts, mortgages, and taxes. And all of this can be achieved if we simply follow their lead and unite.
Okay, I'm in.
Under the Creative Society.
I'm in, I'm in. I'm in. About the Middle East?
No,
Yeah, you're onto
this
something.
clearly all sounds way too good to be true. Much like how Aegon came off, it feels
Yeah,
completely
just like
outlandish
communism.
and conspiratorial. To be honest, it feels like the Creative Society has more in common with something like a religion, or perhaps even
My neighbor in my house, like,
Yeah.
if I'm facing out the guy to my left, he is a cult leader. He has this cult called the Creative Society.
Shut up.
I swear to God.
What did
What?
they do?
They're like a doomsday, kind of like
What?
they're a doomsday cult, but they're like eco-doomsday. So they think that we're in the end of humanity, and the only way to bring us out of it is like through their method of creativity.
That sounds very
the
communist.
concept of a new world order. A list of 8 pillars that their values are based around. The weird Illuminati-looking logo. All of this is packaged exactly like a cult. And although it seems obvious in hindsight, if you had merely stumbled upon it when scrolling online, you likely wouldn't even second guess it. This entire organization looks authentic. It pulls you in with its lengthy, seemingly well-researched reports and videos on important topics, led by experts who look legitimate. And it promises of a perfect world where you can be free, if only you spread their
Be
message.
free.
And somehow, it's actually working. Plastered all over their
is?
website are image after image after image, depicting everyday people posing with Creative Society
Commies,
paraphernalia.
commies.
From what it seems, this group is utilizing their appearance to wiggle their way into various climate expos, US-based business conventions, and even medical offices. This, combined with their immensely aggressive social media presence, in which their videos are spammed on nearly every platform you can think of, gives insight into why so many around the world have found
Dude,
their cause.
dude.
Like with
Aegon is popping
with
off,
everything
dude.
else, they carry the appearance of doing a net good for the world. However, as I sit here writing this, I am honestly more confused than ever, because quite literally none of this makes any sense.
So? Wait, a doubter? Is this guy doubting? Weird.
So far, we've seen 2 interconnected climate activist groups that are very clearly peddling more than they've let on. Doing any sort of surface level research into any of them reveals that their claims are extraordinary. They distort science, fabricate their credibility, and even on the Creative Society's website, they go on about a utopian new world order. Either none of these people are doing any research into the organizations they're so outwardly supporting, or they are, and I'm just the crazy one that doesn't see their vision. To me, the entire existence and support of the Creative Society is one massive paradox. People should be writing them off. So what really is going on here? Upon scouring the net,
like this super idealistic language is really powerful against stupid white women. Everyone's free, everyone's happy, no more wars, money for everyone. You say that to a white woman and she's signing the paper, dude.
For any information about this
even if the paper says nuke everyone right now, she'll sign it.
I happened upon an article written in 2022 on BBC.com.
BBC.com?
Penned by two climate disinformation reporters named Marco Silva and Marilyn Thomas. They dive into, of all things, how the Creative Society is fraudulent. They explain how several high-profile scientists were, at one point, invited to speak at their online events, mistakenly believing that they'd be educating the public, only to have their words entirely twisted. They claimed that video footage was edited to remove any mention of the human causes of climate change, instead framing them as if they agreed with the Creative Society's outlandish views. Since then, these fraudulent videos have been blasted across their socials, fueling propaganda and continuing to attract more and more of the general populace to their cause. It's clear that this toxic combination of distortion and dissemination is what's
joy.
Prominence. But even still, there's a question brimming in the back of my mind. Who exactly is behind all of this? On their website, the Creative Society simply states that there's no one person funding or directing them. It's all just this undulating network of volunteers banding together to change humanity. However, it's when we scour the BBC article when we'll find that that isn't exactly true. Within it, they name drop a man, someone who's been affiliated with the Creative Society and shows up throughout the bulk of their online presence. In fact, it's a man who you've already seen several times throughout this video, hosting their conferences, introducing their YouTube videos, speaking on their network of over 200 channels across thousands of videos. He doesn't exactly hide himself, but he remains just distant and unfamiliar enough to the average person to not arouse suspicion and to coordinate things from behind the scenes. His name is Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, formerly a chiropractor.
Haven't seen my brother in years. He comes back day one bashing enjoyers of the petite anime. Baseless claims. Projection. I stayed neutral to avoid an argument. Advice?
Find a really big rock and then put it on a high spot and then go under it. And then bring him. And then let gravity decide his fate.
Now the leader of the Creative Society, and someone who's also listed as the leading figure in a Ukrainian spiritual movement.
Or you can say, you're retarded.
Which... Hold on.
Either one. All rats? Wait, no. Alara is known for promoting pseudoscience and wild conspiracy theories involving aliens. Aliens?
Alatra is known
You have permission to call you mommy.
Pseudoscience and wild conspiracy theories involving aliens and secretive powerful elites that sacrifice children. Okay, that is an absolutely insane statement, but that name, we've seen that name before.
Have we? Huh?
Right under our nose, a group has been operating.
My nose?
Upon digging into them further and cross-referencing them with the Earthscape Science Collaborative and the Creative Society, it's become clear to me that everything we've covered up to this point was nothing but a front. a funnel to the real core of this rabbit hole. Elantra.
What the fuck?
Hidden within every climate report and embedded in every viral video are endless references to something called Elantra, an organization which, as it turns out, has much deeper and more expansive roots than anything we've seen so far. They're the ones behind the Creative Society project, the ones paying Egon Chalakian
Maybe
to
Elytra,
lobby
like Elytra's arch nemesis.
in the US government. The true puppet master behind this sprawling network of interconnected accounts that are quietly taking over the internet. While up to this point, we've seen the prior groups spreading misinformation and outlandish ideas, what Elantra truly believes at their core is so far out there, so off the rails, that
EU Parliament hosted an event by a group accused of being a pro-Russian sect that believes aliens walk among us. Aliens among us. Alien walk among... This is farming emotes, no? Yeah, this is farming emotes.
struggle to comprehend how they've ever been taken seriously. According to the videos on their vast network of YouTube channels, they sincerely believe that humans are capable of telepathy and have conducted several experiments using a walk-in pyramid where volunteers transmit symbols with their minds in front of a live audience. They have videos showing members taking photographs of their thoughts, infographics about the soul coming from space, even podcast appearances where they talk about aliens living among us.
The Anunnaki.
Considering the level of their development, the Apexians had already colonized millions and millions of planets by that time.
I guess that doesn't make sense because they didn't say that they think climate change is happening because of cosmic forces. And what's a cosmic force? This guy is. This guy's a cosmic force.
Naturally, they had developed methods of working with humanoids like us, right? So they took the simplest option. They elevated themselves to the rank of God.
That's the simple option.
Naturally, on their website, they mention none of this, instead describing themselves with the familiar spiel we know all too well by now. Volunteers across 180 countries, nanoplastics, the usual. It's when we take a look at their About page, though, when we're able to spot something strange. Taking up nearly half of this page is a massive section about a supposed defamation campaign enacted upon Elantra by a group called the Russian Association of Centers for Religious and Sect Studies, or RACERS for short.
RACERS.
Elantra claims that this group sought to tarnish its image by accusing them of believing in ideologies laid out in so-called fiction books that they once published. Furthermore, they go on to claim that they are absolutely not an apocalyptic cult and that all rhetoric supporting this is intentionally trying to discredit them. You know, it's funny they say that because we kind of already had an idea.
Coming close
if the
to
alien
anything.
beliefs and weird telepathic
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, what is this?
experiments weren't enough to give it away, then them outright claiming that they're not a cult, guys, they are not a cult, is a bit of a dead giveaway.
Guys, no dead bodies in this.
But I digress.
Room.
With
That
this in
smells like
mind,
dead
I did
bodies.
some digging into Elantra itself and stumbled upon a trove of information about their early years. I know I sound like a broken record when I say this, but even with everything we've seen them peddle so far, things still get stranger. In their early years, Elantra was born as nothing more than
Wouldn't
a
you
publishing
do that
house,
if you could?
releasing novels penned by an author named Anastasia Novik. These books are highly spiritual and
Yes,
feature
I
a
would
being
do it.
named Rigdon Japo,
Literally
who's
talk
a
about it,
sort
yes.
of prophet for Elantra. Supposedly, he's been reincarnated. He can teleport, read minds, and displays numerous other superhuman abilities.
Also, he has
Exactly the kind that they're trying to
basically.
replicate in the pyramid videos. In essence, he's their version of Jesus, and
Yeah,
some of the
he's
books
opt.
even read like religious texts, containing conversations between Japo and Novik, where he relays the word of their god, a disembodied voice named Alat, to the reader. The most interesting part about Japo, though, has nothing to do with his supernatural behavior, but rather his job. In their very first book, dating way back to 2003, he's introduced in his earthly form as a martial arts teacher and, well,
Doro
would you look at
Combat?
that? A chiropractor.
Sensei is the
His
famous
students call him
chiropractor.
Sensei, but on more than one occasion, he is directly referred to by the name Igor Mikhailovich.
That's the guy.
While Alatra may have passed these books off as mere works of fiction, the inclusion of Igor Danilov is very real. This man, to this day, is convincing thousands to follow him. He professes the ideas baked into these novels in his troves of YouTube videos and on every Alatra website, and he convinces humans that they're capable of doing things that are physically impossible. At this point, we've transcended the realm of pseudoscience and societal manipulation, because this man, Igor Danilov, is trying to be a prophet. A warped, twisted, and disturbed prophet, leveraging his power behind the scenes to not only control people, but
Do you
to
watch the
enact
Shoku
some of the most
I've
disgusting
seen. I
acts
haven't finished it now.
imaginable.
I've seen like a long time ago. Why? Those are constant fear, and therefore they're not in control. Is what they say. And of course, you can't tell anyone anything.
Добрый вечер. Я очень благодарна, что вы
Grateful
вышли
that
со
you
мной на связь.
contacted me.
Я понимаю, что время у
Understand
нас
our time
довольно
is very
ограничено,
limited. Let's go
поэтому
through
давайте пройдемся по тем вопросам,
on the
которые
issues
бы
that I would like.
хотелось, ответы на которые
Answers to which I would like to show the public. Hello, Buddha.
The video you're currently watching is an interview between a Russian journalist named Elena Namlieva and one of Igor Danilov's former so-called heavenly birds. In fear of retaliation, her identity has been concealed. However, the information she provides gives us an eerie look into his other ventures. In this interview, the woman explains that Igor, joined by other cult members, would regularly partake in group intercourse with upwards of 13 women at a time.
Nice.
These women, as far as she knew, ranged anywhere from 20 to 40 years in age, and these
Nice.
acts were supposedly meant to cleanse their spirit.
Nice.
Being the group's
Holy.
prophet, would utilize his power to
Okay, so this guy's cleansing granny pussy. He's cleansing like 20-year-old woman pussy.
coerce them into
Damn.
participating, and if they refused, resisted, or told anyone about what was happening behind closed doors, then he would convince them that their soul is all but damned to hell.
Oh.
You're either with us and remain silent, or are against us and are siding with Satan, he would claim. An
Well,
unthinkable form of psychological manipulation that has kept women silent, obedient, and entangled in Danilov's web for years.
Not so nice. Not so nice. No sex, you die. Right. Oh yeah, thank you for the bits by the way, Rain. I don't know if I said that. Cult always boiled down to sex, dude. Every time. Every time, it's like, you know what I mean? And do you know who I respect? And do you know who the GOAT is, though? And do you want to know who the fucking legend is? Okay, I probably shouldn't say this because this guy's he's sick. Marshall Applewhite. This fucking guy, dude. Hey, listen. He was insane, but this guy, like, most of the time, cult leaders don't believe what they say. You have to give this guy credit. At least he drank his own Kool-Aid. He did. He drank his own Kool-Aid. He did. This is the Heaven's Gate cult. This is like the cult that killed themselves. Because like they thought that if they did, that they would go to the to a spaceship behind a comet. Yeah. Guess what? They did. They did. He didn't sexually assault anyone. He didn't rape anyone. And he actually believed it so much that he did it himself. Yeah. He's crazy, but you can't say he's evil. Well, he is evil, but maybe not as evil. Because at least he believes it. I mean, hey, if he's right, then who's a real retard? You can find, if you want to, like, most people don't really. This video, yeah, this is one of them. But there's a longer video. There are which like most people don't really know about. There's videos of the cult members talking about why they're doing what they're doing a couple of days before they do it. This is one of them. It is so weird. It's sad, but it's something else. But like, they are so convicted in what they're doing. Like the way they talk about it and stuff.
As details about Danilov's actions trickled out over the years, investigations into Allatra began to ramp up. In 2023, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church allegedly became so concerned about this group that they labeled them a psycho cult, while simultaneously Russia also declared their activities undesirable. Their controversial beliefs, psychological manipulation and coercion, and worshipping their leader as if he was some kind of messiah were starting to cause concern. And with the member base growing day by day, Allatra was rapidly morphing from the appearance of an innocent climate-focused organization into a legitimate global threat.
Uh-oh.
In August
yeah, no, I can never be in the cult either because I'm just, I'm too skeptical.
That year, Ukrainian forces organized a series of raids on the homes of Allatra's key members.
Ooh,
they scoured Ukraine from top to bottom and followed every lead they had, no matter how insignificant. More than 20 cells were broken up. Yet, surprisingly, Danilov was nowhere to be seen.
Damn.
While the case, though, they weren't entirely empty-handed, as what they found instead was so unexpected, so completely out of left field, that it turns this entire movement on its head. Inside one of their compounds, Ukrainian authorities uncovered an array of weapons, religious texts, and
the fuck?
A myriad of blurred red objects.
Patriot?
Interesting.
Patriot?
Well, good thing there's a video. So let's see.
MAGA hat? Yeah, that's a nice house. He is a patriot. Make America great again, baby. Wait, this guy's not so bad. These guys aren't so
All
bad.
Throughout this compound are not only shrines dedicated to Vladimir Putin, but Trump hats everywhere. This is why they're creating account after account, specializing in nearly every country in the world to spread their message. This is why they're paying Egon Shalakian to cozy up to any major governmental figure he can. This is why they've spread to California and have launched a trendy new YouTube channel for a fresh American audience. These people
and they're getting a white woman involved. See? I told you.
Will not stop their efforts until they land someone inside the White House and beyond. And you wouldn't believe it, but they're well on their way there.
I am running for President of the United States of America to give power back to the people and build a creative society worldwide.
Oh,
it turns out that former football coach and presidential candidate Robbie Wells has been associated with Allatra and the Creative Society since 2019, running for office, circulating the same rhetoric about a universal basic income, using every social media account to deliver pro-Allatra, pro-Putin conspiracies to his followers. Pastor Mark Burns, the man who just helped erect the golden statue of Trump, also has video after video spanning every one of his socials supporting Allatra's cause. And most insane of all, even the Pope has given Allatra his blessing.
What?
They make absolutely sure to boast about on their website. These activities.
Wait, these guys have the wait. Honestly,
these attempts at gaining access to major government.
That is a high roll there. You know what I mean?
Governments
Jesus.
across the world are happening right under our nose, and no one, besides a handful of people
Sorry.
dedicated to following Aegon's
I'm
trail,
sorry. Did I hurt your
are
ears?
talking about any of this.
I'm sorry. But it's a calming Muslim dog, no surprise there. True. True. You call this at the Russian cell? Isn't that crazy? And dude, the first guy to really get onto this was Destiny. Is that insane? Holy shit, that's insane. That guy popped off. Can you kiss it? Yes. There you go.
Ahoj přátelé, vítám vás z Afriky. Je to tady naprosto fantastický. Zrovna jsem přišel do vesnice. Hello, Klára! Tohle je jedna z mých hlavních pomocnic.
Allow me to introduce you to Jakob Jarl, a journalist, YouTuber, and qualified expert in cults, dedicating his life's work to exposing them and the plethora of sophisticated techniques they use to manipulate their followers. He's also a humanitarian, having spent numerous years volunteering in Africa, traveling to communities like the town of Moshi, Tanzania, where he helped to provide education and support to people in less privileged situations than his own.
That's
or
sweet.
At least, that's what he says he does.
That's not sweet. Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Are numerous near-identical documentaries that provide a much more sinister look into Jakob's supposed activities in Tanzania. Satanist in Africa. From charity to child abuse. The victims told the truth. Why is Jakob Jarl still free?
Because the video has 3K views.
These
no
productions
one knows.
span hours and appear to be entirely legitimate documentaries.
Jeez.
They're presented by verifiable hosts who have taken to the streets of Moshi to interview locals
Moshi.
who'd like to expose the truth.
Good night, magic.
That Jakob Jarl is a liar, a deviant, and that he secretly and covertly conducted an undercover operation to abuse and brainwash children in Africa. This case is so disturbing, so repulsive, that all over TikTok to this day
This is
are
why,
hundreds upon hundreds.
Honestly, I would never donate to a charity. If I wanted to do something, I would have to do it myself. It is like charities are so tied up into so much shit, and like the amount of work you'd have to do and trust you'd have to put into them.
Hundreds of videos spreading the word about this monster that has seemingly been hiding under the radar for years.
Worst part about charities, the most evil ones are the ones that do good things sometimes. Makes them more plausible. If you want to be more believable, you need to do something good.
This horrible human being who abused...
Like Epstein. You know, Epstein gave money to, like, a lot of people who were sick in order, you know, like their sick children and stuff. Like in Africa. He did. He did.
Kids in Tanzania. Yeah. His name is Jakob Jarl. He is from Czech Republic. He came to Tanzania.
Just take a look what this predator, Jakob Jarl, who raped African kids, is saying. Jakob Jarl raised thousands of euros, claiming it was to help children.
Is he Israeli? Jesus,
in Tanzania, and then he used this money to brutally abuse them.
Oh man.
This account, Ollie Climate Girl, is one of hundreds spreading the Jakob Jarl story. Which is fine. It's good to get the word out. The part that isn't fine, though, is that this very account has already shown up in this video.
Yeah, I remember this one. Environmental and climate research. Human advocate. No. No. Dude. Dude. They're everywhere. Dude. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This entire video is a mindfuck. What is happening? What's happening? I'm so confused. There's so much going on. And it's all bad.
Jakob Jarl never did any of this. The documentaries, completely fabricated. The endless support of them, entirely manufactured. Every bit of information we've learned about Jakob up to this point has been nothing but what Alatra wants us to know about him. Because just a few years ago,
slandering his
Jakob did
ass.
something to absolutely enrage them. In 2023, Jakob Jarl was one of a number of Czech journalists working to expose Alatra's activities. Turns out that he was instrumental in locating one of Igor Danilov's hideouts. And because of his meddling, he's now facing a coordinated smear campaign, essentially painting him as the devil.
Jesus.
Unfortunately, it's difficult to parse who exactly is connected to Alatra and who isn't when it comes to their comment sections. They've amassed hundreds of them across their various uploads, and the overall sentiment ranges from unapologetic support to cautious skepticism. From what it seems, this massive psyop they're pushing is working in some capacity, as it's even caused the Czech government themselves to step in and investigate Jakob for these claims. It took years before he was exonerated, and while today he's thankful for it, the mental toll it took on him, combined with the internet's collective outrage about him doing things he never would have even imagined doing, all of it had unfortunately put him in an extremely dark place.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's over. There are so many people who are just gonna think you're a rapist now.
Hello, this is Pastor Mark Burns, spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump, and I want to tell you, I'm here in the Tanzania embassy right now. Just had a wonderful, productive meeting. Jacob is not going to get away with the evil and the atrocities that has been done to these children. So let's continue to pray. Let's continue to fight. And let's continue to tell the world that justice is coming. Jacob, you won't get away with this.
To this day, if you look up Jakob Jarl on any search engine or social media platform, you'll find video after video painting him out to be a monster.
Dude, yeah, dude, this is horrifying.
Absolute travesty. And that's exactly how Alatra wants it.
Jesus. Like, they have that much reach? Dude, that's insane. And there's nothing you can do against this, by the way. Like, it's over.
It's interesting. I don't know if you know, but this summer holidays, Alatra is again visiting Tanzania. They're going there with like 20 volunteers for 2 weeks. And you know why they do it? Because the children we were helping, they discovered all their orphanages. And now they're getting into the orphanages. Of course, when they give those people money, you know, of course they will take it and they will be happy. So now they're going there and visiting those children we cared for years. And they're visiting them, and they will try turning them into this Alatra member.
That's crazy.
You know, they have like this whole campaign, and that's the real torture thing, you know, because they can't hurt me with lies when I know it's a lie, you know, but they can hurt me with those children. We helped them medically, we put them in school, and now they go there. You know, now they made all those people crazy, you know, they're spreading those things. So I can't visit Tanzania anymore. So I can never visit them again, the children, nor any of the volunteers. We like traveled there with a bunch of people for years. We cared for all of them. No one can visit them anymore.
Dude.
And all of those children are getting indoctrinated into Alatra cult now.
All because they have the money. And this is one reason why you can't trust them at charities, because a charity's ultimate goal, who would have guessed, like any company, is money.
Now that you're saying that, I had never considered that as one of the negative effects that Alatra has had on people. That, I will say, is probably one of the most grim out of everything, and I never knew that. So thank you.
What's their ultimate goal? I mean, I guess I kind of know, right? Like, they have like a very like New World Order, doomsday kind of like mindset and stuff like that. And so like, which is why like they're trying to get people into actual office so they can kind of like exact actual change. But like, man,
that up because
That's scary.
I want more people to know about this.
Yeah, so that's like the real thing.
I'm gonna be honest. This, do you know what this does for me? This convicts me on the fact that we need to, and by we I mean, okay, well I can't say who. I can't say who we need because I'm gonna get banned. But someone of his stature to come through and completely annihilate the oppositional forces who are trying to get control over our country.
Hurting me. That's the only thing I can't like be laughing about.
A proud artist.
But the other things that they, okay, so they will kill me somewhere. You know, that's like something I can laugh about because I don't care so much anymore when I know that it's much more important to fight against them. But this is something that hurts me, and I also feel guilty because if I would not visit those children and would not investigate cults, they would not be indoctrinated by this crazy cult that's now targeting them.
That's what they want you to feel, though. You can't give in to that. Yeah, one real human. And of course, the first real human in the video is being slandered as a rapist. Jesus.
At the end of all of this, I'm simply left feeling shocked. Shocked at the fact that something so random, so minuscule, a simple live stream by Destiny and a Reddit post to accompany it,
Yeah, isn't it insane?
into something
Like,
so
oh
far
my
from where we
goodness.
started.
Yeah, okay. This video's insane. I did not think it'd be this crazy.
This entire time, Aegon Shalakian has been nothing but a cog in a much greater machine. A fraud in so many aspects of his life. Alatra to this day is operating around the world and is doing everything they can to entangle themselves in world governments to further their cause. Like with
Dude, which makes it even creepier that whenever Destiny was looking at this, that one random guy comes into his chat and sends him the fucking UK dot like the .gov file. You know, because like I was thinking to myself, I'm like, it's silly, right? Like, there's no way this is like something that like, oh, there are people watching. But this is a pretty big group, so dude, they probably were watching when that was happening.
Robbie Wells and Mark Burns, their strategies have been undeniably effective. However, I believe that shining a spotlight on groups like this can truly help prevent them from weaseling their way into where they don't belong. What they've unleashed upon Jakob Jarl and the handful of other journalists that have exposed them is cruel and inhumane, and it reveals to me just how effective the internet can be at swaying public opinion. If you had never watched this video and had randomly stumbled upon Jakob's story, I wouldn't fault you for believing everything that Alatra has been peddling. I wouldn't fault you for believing their climate disaster reports, considering the changes our planet's seen in the past few decades. And I wouldn't fault you for giving these people credibility, given the seemingly endless images and videos depicting them with powerful figures.
Jesus.
While Igor Danilov, to this day, remains at large, his group continues to operate in capacities that I still don't fully understand. Who knows how many women are still under his grasp, worshiping him as something he isn't.
Yeah, there's that, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Coerced into satisfying him whenever he demands it, and being tormented into an agonizing silence. I can only hope that someday they wake up and realize how fraudulent everything about Alatra truly is.
I still feel like there's more to this that we're missing, that we just don't know. You know? The website and YouTube channel have undergone mass deletions for unknown reasons. He's hiding, it's believed he's hiding somewhere with numerous women in Slovakia. My man has hoes as meat shields. Based? numerous online researchers have contacted colleagues of Aegon Chalakian, but all but 2 have claimed they've never heard of him. Yeah, so he's fake. Most likely Aegon is a complete fake person. He's not even real. Damn, dude. That was actually pretty good. I'll enter my fan on.
Strategy, you know, in the past they used young women who were lured into the cult. Now they use young women who are daughters of couples who are already members. So it's more like a prestige thing that the couples, the parents, are like offering their young daughter to Igor, you know, to be a heavenly bird. They transformed it, and thus they can be sure that the parents will not start
Want the treat? This is a real treat, right? You're not like you're not a Russian bot who's gonna kill me, right?
Cult or
I already have nanites in my body. I don't need more. But sure, I'll take one.
Like campaign, you know. So that's one of the main things what they changed. Also,
Yeah, I'm
I
already
think
fucked because I have
now
nanites
they
inside
could
of me.
not
Is your event, did it occur before?
Yeah, and all the nanoplastics. You're not Russian? For sure no bot. I guess I'll believe you. Guess I'll believe you. Okay, I kind of want to watch this a little bit. I want to see how interesting this is. 'Cause I'm curious.
Tomato anus, also known as erectile dysfunction. This is a single segment any percent speedrun of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and I'm gonna explain how a top runner, Pete Swanson, beats the game in 1 hour and 3 minutes. Pete not only recorded the run for this video, but helped with the script to make sure it's all as accurate as possible, and I don't embarrass myself any more than I already have. This run was chosen to be covered by my patrons, who suggest and vote to decide the topic of every other video.
Ooh.
So if you have an issue with this run being covered
Damn,
instead
Justin barely won.
of, I don't know, Ape Escape, take it up with them. Or if you want to join them and help decide future videos yourself,
Yeah, I'm kind of
more on
curious
that
because like
later in
I've
this
seen this viewers, but I don't really know what's going on.
video.
So maybe he can
Anyway,
explain
let's
more.
get straight into some speed tech.
Yeah.
This run
tell me.
opens with a grueling skip called Windmill Skip, or Windmills for
Windmilge.
short, or Windmilge
I've
for
seen
short.
this one, yeah.
Pete himself has run a bunch of games and says that this is easily one of the hardest skips he's ever learned. There's
Really?
a tall invisible wall extending around the
It looks so simple though.
prologue area. You can climb the windmill's rotating blades to get on top of the wall, then drop down to the end of the prologue area, skipping a tutorial fight and saving about 2.5 minutes. Climbing a rotating ladder is about as tricky as it sounds,
Looks simple but uber hard, yeah.
Only one of the windmill blades has collision you can jump onto, so after normalizing his position into a corner, lining up his camera, and inching back and
how the
left
fuck
so
would
that
you know
Gustav's
then?
head is
They all look the
just
same.
visible, he waits for the correct blade to pass the archway down here, then runs and jumps onto the blade. He has to keep running and jumping into the blade to stay aloft, with him ideally hopping fully onto the blade, able to kinda ride it to the top. But it's never that simple, and usually includes him reacting in the moment to how Gustav interacts with the windmill's collision, oftentimes necessitating dropping down a blade and trying to ride that one up the rotation into the invisible wall. Okay, that should be enough precursory windmill info. Let's get into the run.
Is this an
Minnesota guy,
ad?
you guys built a rocket? Yeah, I was
not a
getting
wanna
Minnesota
watch an
Dad caught up on
ad.
the Twilight series, and New Moon inspired us to go to the moon, don't you know? Wanna come with?
Yeah, sure. It has been a while since we've done a mini arc.
What's this ad
3, 2, 1,
for?
go. By the way, I'm gonna talk about this video's sponsor the entire ride.
Yeah, what
Patrick
is
Adair
it?
Designs. Oh, they're that jewelry brand that makes rings, bracelets, and more
Who
from
even wants
unconventional
this
metals,
shit?
right? Yeah, like meteorite. Fitting. Their pieces
No
are
one wants
designed by
this
trained
shit.
artisans, with customers able to customize their rings with things like personalized engravings. They also provide free
What are those prices?
sizing kits to make sure your ring fits just right before they craft it. My rose
One of those was like $600.
gold crimson mosaic glowstone ring is a perfect fit.
Hey, what happened to your finger, Chicago guy?
I hurt it while wiping.
I hate when that happens.
Each ring comes with a lifetime warranty too, so it's no
$3,750.
Provide free sizing kits to make sure your ring fits just right before they craft it. My rose gold crimson mosaic glowstone ring is a perfect fit.
Hey, what happened to your finger, Chicago guy?
I hurt it while wiping.
I hate when that happens.
Each ring comes with a lifetime.
I think it's this one. This one here. Dude. What? Look. Look! It's right behind Debbie's name. Brother.
Warranty too, so it's no surprise they have over 100,000
I have to buy
customers.
Did I hear they're having a limited time site-wide buy one get one free sale going on?
Yeah, and you can mix and match the offer across any designs or products on the site. Use the link patrickadairdesigns.com/tomatoanus to shop the sale and use code tomato at checkout.
Yeah, thanks for the ad. Get back to the video, man.
Wow, short flight. Oh, so that's why we stopped going to the moon.
That's a lot of ghosts.
I want to see the speed run. Thank you.
After skipping the 2 opening cutscenes, Pete begins the run by grabbing the flower for Sophie. Otherwise, Mael won't let you leave
Yeah,
the
okay, I always wonder what happens if you didn't grab the flower.
balcony. He then books it to the windmills, filled with the ardor of Don
see what happened.
Quixote.
Like, does he say
Again, he'll
something?
normalize his position after hopping up onto the base of the windmill, look at a specific spot, and inch until Gustav's pixels are showing, then waits until the good blade rotates by in the windmill cycle. As soon as the blade covers the archway, he sprints and jumps to land on its collision. Oh, and he fell off. Again, this skip is ridiculously hard. The collision is really precise, and the timing of the jump onto the blade is super important, with it being all too easy to just slide off like he did there. This skip was found by one Cardinal about 4 months after release, with him noticing he was getting a landed state after jumping to a blade, then tassing his way all the way to the top. It was tough going when little was understood about the windmill. Like, when Pete first tried learning it, it took him 6 hours to be able to land on the blade correctly.
6
but now
hours?
Pete's good
It's
and
that
knowledgeable
hard?
enough to typically get it within 5 tries. Alright, ready for his rematch, Pete normalizes his position, angles his camera,
Dude,
and
this is what I love about speedrunning. Speedrunning makes things look so easy. Like, you know? And then you try to do it, and it's like, oh my fucking god, you fucking can't do shit, you suck.
waits for the blade you can jump on to pass the archway. He runs and jumps and tries to get on top of the blade to ride it a bit, but was relatively low to the blade's top and fell a few blades down, but was able to recover and get to the top of the windmill where he hops and mantles up the invisible wall. He leaps down from the wall to make a totally normal entrance and spaces his jump up here so he toe taps the railing, letting him turn rather than continue soaring the direction he jumped. He has a few cutscenes to skip here, with the thrust.
Yeah, I'm impressed by how smooth his movement is, because like your character in this game moves like shit. It's like Elden Ring. You fucking move like a clown.
Of the plot being established. Every year, a big lady dubbed the Paintress updates her countdown clock, with everyone who's that age getting Thanos. This yearly event is called the Gomage. As Gustav, are part of this year's expedition, an annual attempted excursion to the Paintress to stop her. Before we can embark, leaving the island of Lumiere behind, we have to talk to both Gustav's apprentices and his adoptive little sister Mael, with the apprentices being faster to talk to.
Honestly, the menuing looks fucking insane. I think the menuing's probably like the where the mechanics come in. Because I don't know how they're going through the menu so quickly.
First, since Mael is brooding at the end of a long dock. Worth bringing up early that Pete plays with both controller and mouse and keyboard. There are
also, they select their skills so fast, I don't even see the menu skill pop up.
Things he does with each device, like using mouse and keyboard for all his movement, but when mashing text, he's usually using both A on his controller and F on the keyboard at the same time. There are a lot of dialogue choices in this game. When Pete needs to pick the second option in a dialogue choice list, like when performing Mael fight skip by saying no, he uses his mouse to click the option. He then has to go talk to Gustav's other sister, Emma, who pretty much runs the island of Lumiere and is going to be of zero consequence for the rest of the story. When Pete intends to select the first / top option in dialogue, just before the option appears, he'll mash only A, making the game think he's using controller. Then, just as the option appears, he mashes F and A to get a fast first option.
The game responds super fast after the controller is in use, making this faster than just mashing A or both F and like what the fuck? That's crazy. See.
Pete skips a few cutscenes to properly begin Act 1. This is the general outline for the game, Acts 1 through 3, with each act having some locations you're expected to enter to progress the story. There are a lot of skips in this run, and we won't be seeing many of these locations, but let's keep them around in our list for now to not spoil any of the fun. The first combat starts after a cutscene trigger up here. Skipping cutscenes is simple, just pause and hold B, but a lot goes into making sure your timing is correct to skip the cutscenes as quickly as possible. For a lot of triggers, it's super feel-based. You gotta just build up the muscle memory, but for this one he has a visual cue, using a rocky texture to make skipping the cutscene more of a timed thing rather than a reaction. For this first fight, he wants to shoot the Lancelier's body and weak spot, then skip the rest of his turn since it's faster to kill with a parry than an attack. But Pete missed the weak spot shot, so he ended up attacking to make up for the lost damage. It's worth calling out that shooting is something Pete does with mouse and keyboard over controller, just like movement. Faster to crank 90s with mouse than analog stick. Pete has a little bit of a run ahead of himself here, taking a direct line through Spring Meadows. You'll notice he has the reticle turned on. Similar to the Stray run I covered, runners like to turn this on to help with aligning certain setups or making sure he has as tight of a line as possible. You'll also notice Pete jumps a lot.
I didn't even know he
it
could have a
might
reticle.
look like he's jumping over nothing, but he's typically dodging tricky collision in the terrain like pebbles or bodies. Seriously, a pebble can snag you up and stop your movement. Best be jumping. In this story, Gustav's expedition isn't going too well. They made landfall and were absolutely obliterated by a bunch of monsters and an old dude who kinda looks like he's wearing expeditionary clothing. Gustav's one of the few survivors, with him being reunited with another expeditioner, Lune, in the upcoming cutscene and combat. The cutscene will start just as Pete is partly through the rock cluster.
You are getting spoiled. Why are you watching? Go play the game.
Again, serving as a cue for when he'll be able to skip the cutscene. This fight's against a Portier, which he shoots in the weak point and body with Gustav, attacks with Gustav, and ice lances with Lune to kill. If you skip Gustav's turn to try and save a second, you need Ice Lance to crit
even see
to
the
kill.
menu.
Since he hasn't leveled at all, his crit chance is really low, and it's not worth going for the 1 second time save. This fight gave the Dodger Picto, which grants small bonuses to your speed and crit rate, and has the passive ability where you gain 1 AP on a perfect dodge. AP is what you use in combat to shoot and use skills like Ice Lance. Each Picto has 2 stat bonuses, like Dodger's speed and crit rate, along with a passive ability which is called Illumina. Once you had a Picto equipped for 4 battles, its Illumina becomes an ability you can equip without having the Picto equipped. Each Lumina costs a number of points to equip, so choose wisely. And wisely is how this run is routed. No detours unless absolutely necessary, like grabbing the critical burn Picto here. Pete's gonna skip a rope climb inside by jumping on a big round thingy, then leaping across to some collision, staying wide left while leaping to avoid bouncing off the wall, then running and jumping to the top. That climb saved 2 seconds, and since it's not an out-of-bounds skip, it's allowed in glitchless runs too.
Here we are.
There's a ledge you typically have to mantle up just ahead here, but with a carefully timed jump, you can do a ledge grab skip and save a couple seconds. There's a lot of these through the run. Some are more precise than others, but this one wasn't too bad.
I suck at that. I always mantle because I'm trash.
Here we have our first fight against a trio of enemies. 2 will get to attack before it's Pete's turn, and he'll parry both to kill. It takes 5 shots to kill the remaining Volistaire, so Pete's hoping Gustav gets attacked at least once. Since you need 5 AP for 5 shots, you gain 1 AP at turn start, and you gain 1 AP per parry. This run both attacked Lune though, so he skips Gustav's turn to machine gun with her. After a bit more running and then climbing some handholds put up by Expedition 69, there's a cutscene where Lune and Gustav find their first journal from a previous expedition, learning from those who came before. Pete's going to do something called the cutscene menu as he enters this cutscene. There's a brief window after you press the menu button that you maintain control of movement, and if you enter a cutscene trigger during this brief window, you can menu while the screen fades into the cutscene. Most of the menuing in the run is done this way. Hitting a trigger during the brief control of movement can be pretty tough since you only walk a short distance in that span, but if you jump, you travel much farther, making it easier to hit the trigger. Here he removes and re-adds Gustav to the party and equips Crit Burn and Dodger on Gustav and Lune respectively. Pete will be grabbing another Picto very soon that he'll put on Gustav, which will make Gustav and Lune's speed the exact same. Turn order is determined by speed, but in event of a tie, the first person in party order goes first, which is Lune since he swapped Gustav out and in. To get to that next Picto, Pete saves 3 seconds by cutting a corner with a jump to a rock up here, meleeing to stop his movement in place so he doesn't roll off, and leaping up to grab Dead Energy 2. Dead Energy 2 has speed and crit rate bonuses and the Lumina of +3 AP when you kill something, but also has an unlisted 10% damage boost.
No, it doesn't anymore. It used to, but they patched it out. Oh, yeah, he says it. This run was done, patch 56232. Hidden damage boost was patched out. Yeah, it's not in the game anymore.
He levels up both characters, maxing out might for the attack power. This will be what he does most of the time, though luck and agility will have their moments. He also learns the skill Powerful on Gustav before leaving the flag. He then initiates another cutscene menu by pressing the menu button while holding forward and jumping right after pressing the menu button, so he soars into the cutscene trigger for the first boss fight as the menu pulls up. While cutscene menuing here, he equips Den Energy 2 on Gustav, giving him and Lune the same speed, but again, she's first in the party, so she'll go before him. The fight opens with an attack on the whole
He does it so
party,
fast, it's so
extra
fast, I'm like,
AP
holy
each
fuck, I
by
can't even see what he's
parrying.
doing.
Ready to evade.
I wonder what difficulty they're playing on. I would assume maybe Expeditioner
Pete
or
shoots
Story
once to
mode.
clear the shield, then casts Immolate with Lune to get Avec burning, and uses Powerful with Gustav to amplify
He
the
typically
party's
shoots the weak point when breaking the last shield, which breaks the shield and deals damage, but he missed the weak point here.
damage by 25%. Since Avec's burning, Gustav's critical burn Picto is active, giving a 25% increased crit rate for 45% total, with him getting 1 on this parry. You can tell something's a crit if the damage number is orange, with Gustav's number being on the left despite
That's orange to you? That looks like yellow to me.
him being on the right of Lune. For Lune's next turn, Pete re-ups the burn with another Immolate, and he'll use Lumiere Assault as Gustav to build up his overcharge meter. Overcharge costs 4 AP and does more damage based on what the overcharge meter's at. Unfortunately, after
10 out of
Avec summons
10.
Bob and Kevin, it ended up choosing to attack just Lune, leaving the AP Ravenous Gustav 2 points short.
Damn, I'm lucky. Yeah, everyone hits Lune, dude.
After
That's why
using
everyone
all
fucking
Lune's
attacks her.
AP to machine gun Avec, Pete will spend Lune's turn to use an energy tint on Gustav to gain 3 AP. This is enough to overcharge and hopefully land that 45% chance crit to finish the fight, skipping Avec and Co's turns and saving 30 seconds to a minute, but unfortunately Gustav just can't crit it up, leaving the party with 0 AP and resulting in Avec having a ton of shields. Not great. Pete's plan of attack now is to kill Bob and Kevin with shots from Gustav so that he can benefit from Dead Energy 2, gaining a ton of AP to clear Avec's shields, but first he parries Bob and Kevin's attacks to get them in one-shot kill range. When Pete used Overcharge, it stunned Avec, skipping its next turn, so once the order circles back to Lune, Pete uses her singular AP to chip one of the shields, then chooses to attack Avec, chipping another shield and leaving Bob and Kevin for Gustav. Gustav starts his turn with 3 AP, using 2 of them to eliminate the Gentle Minions, bringing him to 7 AP total, which he uses all of to machine gun Avec, followed by attacking to lower its health so it'll die to the next parry. or rather lower its health low enough with the next parry so that it begins the fight-ending cinematic where Lune launches Gustav in the air with a rock, he human bullets Avec through the chest, and Lune aura farms by swooping into frame from behind Avec.
I see. Yeah, I see. That would be faster than just attacking, because I would have just attacked there. I guess that wouldn't have been enough. Yeah.
Avec can drop a recode as a reward, an item that lets you respec your build, which Pete needs one for later, but it's a bit uncommon with one not getting dropped here, so he'll have to grab one later
Unlucky.
Fun fact, if a skip to Avec was ever found, runners would have to solve a soft lock. Without Avec, you can't go to camp in the overworld, which is required to enter the next area, so no Avec skip for you. Yet. Speaking of camp, Pete will hit the trigger for camp access mid-roll after dropping off the object in the environment up here with him mashing G to enter camp right away, interrupting the landing roll as early as possible since the roll is slower than normal movement. This is the only camp of the run where the top option at the bonfire progresses the game, so he runs up to and interacts with it using controller, but only uses F on keyboard to select the top option when it's highlighted. Now that he's
To make the game think you're using controller, smash, then mash F on keyboard when the first option is selected. I see.
Been to camp, Flying Waters is accessible. We're headed there in the story because after fighting Avec, they found an unsigned note from someone saying they took Mael to Flying Waters. Upon entering, he'll do another cutscene menu to unequip Lumiere Assault from Gustav's skills. He's going to be learning Marking Shot soon, and wants the spot on the left where Lumiere Assault was to be open for quickly assigning it. The skill menu is 2 pages and open to the left page by default, with paging to the right being an encumbrance.
Yeah, you have to press an extra button.
After
Interesting. Is it really that much slower? I guess it is, yeah. I mean, it's a speedrun.
skipping the cutscene, he's going to take a slight detour left to grab some chroma. Chroma's this game's currency, though he's not...
like, from me playing, I don't really notice something being on that menu being that much slower. But, I mean, it is technically slower if you're pressing 2 buttons.
Grabbing it because he needs money. He's grabbing it to trigger the game to autosave, which also puts autosave on cooldown. The game autosaves both periodically and after item pickups. Putting autosave on cooldown delays the next one until after he runs past some bomb enemies up ahead. Another thing about autosaves is that they overwrite the previous autosave, except for every dozenth save or so. That autosave will stay in the memory and not get overwritten by new saves. Pete wants a save to be made in a specific spot for access later, so it'd be nice to somehow force that save into staying and not have it be overwritten. That's why he loads this autosave right when it happens. This load looks weird. It's because he's doing something called a debug load. Just ignore it for now. For some reason, if you load a save, the first autosave the game makes after loading will stay in the memory, and wouldn't you know, the next autosave that'll be made after loading the game in this spot is the one Pete needs to stay saved for later access. The reason the autosave stays in memory
that's way too dang. That's way too dang. I don't know what's going on.
Is that when you do this, the game actually creates a duplicate of the new autosave. It makes 2 of them. The game only overwrites the topmost save, so the duplicate underneath goes unscathed. Pete has a visual cue for a cutscene skip here of when Gustav's almost touching the plants, with the cutscene here being Gustav and Lune going through an ornate door, leading them to the manor. Notice the autosave that's made upon loading in. This is the save that's being duped and stored in memory. Mael's being chilling in one of the rooms upstairs, where Pete's headed, and he'll do a cutscene menu as he enters the room. Despite
entering a cutscene trigger just after pressing to open menu allows the menu for 3 seconds while cutscene fades in.
Mael joining the party after the cutscene, you actually hit the trigger for her to join just before the cutscene starts. This lets Pete prepare her build by switching Critical Burn and Dead Energy 2 to her. Then
wow, what the fuck? That's crazy! I didn't know that. I see. So as soon as you get there, she's already in the party. Dude, that's insane.
Unequipping the Spark skill for the same reason he unequipped Lumiere Assault. Swapping those Pictos to Mael is important because she's going to be the big damage, praying for crits character in our party. After skipping the cutscene and gaining control of Mael, he waits for the autosave icon to nearly disappear.
But these Pictos, Mael have a 45% chance to crit like Gustav.
Then loads the autosave from the entrance of the manor, the one that was duped and stored. He runs to the manor door as Gustav and interacts to leave, and as the screen fades to black, he loads the autosave that was just made when he gained control as Mael. This loads him in at the other side of the door, but as the save with Mael, so he pretty much skipped running back through the manor.
That's
this
insane.
is typically called a save warp by the game's speedrun community, and it's the same exact thing as load warping in Fallout 4.
Dude, that kind of reminds me of the load save glitch in Portal. So basically, okay, so the reason why he did this is because when you get Mael, you have to do a fight, and he essentially skipped an entire fight. So he got Mael, and I guess he made the save so that when he gets her, he can use the save to just completely, like, go back in time, but still have her in the party.
A way to fast travel to locations of old saves. This first save warp happened to also skip the introduction of the Curator, a super important
Yeah, you have to fight this guy to leave.
NPC that, now that we have Mael, is spawned in at camp. Skipping his introduction removes some dialogue into fight, saving about a minute. Here Pete grabs a recoat since Avec didn't drop one, an unfortunate 16-second detour. Now that Mael's in the party, our main objective is to leave Flying Waters and head to the next area. Typically you have to fight Go Blue to leave, but Pete will skip that boss fight and save about 2 minutes with Go Blue skip. That'll be in just a moment. First he has to get to the starting line for the skip, with him doing another ledge grab skip right up here.
I love this area.
So they have intelligence.
At the flag, he levels everyone up, maxing might for Gustav and Mael and putting into both might and agility for Lune. 3 agility is enough to make sure she has the speed to go first in the next big fight, but it's also enough to tie her over for the rest of the run. For skills, he gets marking shot for Gustav, swift stride for Mael, which fills the void left by Spark, and rock slide for Lune. That last one won't be used for a bit, but taking it now saves a menu later. Pete grabs the staggering attack Picto here for its speed, which will become a noticeable through line with many Pictos. So Go Blue skip. This is one that's not too hard to learn, but really difficult to do fast because it's a lot of precise platforming, maneuvering above the area all the way to the exit. I'm going to play this sequence twice, once using slow-mo to point things out and give you the full picture, then again at full speed so you can marvel at just how fast Pete is able to do this. The hardest jump of Go Blue skip is the first, where he leaps from the first finger-like coral to another, then to a tree-like coral. He has a specific camera angle for it and holds forward during the jump, changing to holding forward right.
Because like the jump is so bad. It's like such a shit jump, dude. It's
just
so impressive how they do this.
While spamming jump,
and you just slip off of everything.
Hopefully hopscotch to the tree-like coral. Very hard jump, but not too punishing since you can just try it again right away. On the tree coral, sorry for not knowing what these are called, he spams some jumps to climb up and drops off a small ledge, melee attacking to stop his movement in place so he doesn't fall off the coral entirely. He does a bigger leap to more collision, again meleeing, this time to stop him from rolling, then runs off this ledge to a lower one where he jumps to precisely land on a rock where he melees again to not fall off.
That's what I always wonder if he could fall here.
Getting high enough on this rock, he leaps across to a taller one and leaps to the top, which is tough since it's easy to get caught on here. He has a small stretch of patchy terrain that's not too bad to get through, just a lot of jumping, but this brings him to the really scary part, where if you fall in any of these large gaps, you have to load a save and start all the way back
yeah, so that's what I thought.
He holds up and left to jump across a corner here, avoiding a slow run up a ledge, and jumps up some of the ridges on this rock/coral, don't know which, lost track, and has one last tricky jump here to get on top of the tall rock. After a little bit more rock hopping, he has a big leap down to a brain coral that's pretty easy to short. If that happens, you land on the wrong side of the invisible wall here and have to load a save. He again melees to make sure he doesn't roll off before he can jump and mantle up the invisible wall, jumping off to have more forward momentum as he falls down in the direction of the exit. Alright, let's go back and see that
is
all
insane, dude. Yeah, you just completely skipped the boss. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Should I propaganda run this? You just play the game, don't speedrun it. Slow run the game, then speedrun it. Yeah, no, this is actually super impressive. And I love this game, so I was just curious to see what this speedrun is like.
In the words of Minoko,
oh wow.
Hit menus just before interacting with the portal to equip the staggering attack Picto for extra speed on Gustav, with the portal triggering the story event of meeting the curator at the camp for the first time. He's our vendor for weapon and resource upgrades. Pete will upgrade Mael's weapon to level 3. It's all he can do with his current resources, and it should be enough for the next big fight, the one for which we leveled Lune's agility to 3. He's going to do a debug load though to speed this up a bit. He did one of these earlier, but it was too much to go into while explaining the rules of autosaving. In short, a debug load is done by pressing Alt and V while you're either in a menu, loading, or saving, and it automatically loads the top autosave, the most recent one. This eliminates a bit of menuing and enables some neat things, like
I didn't
here
even
when he
do that.
upgrades Mael's weapon, he'll trigger a debug load, then tab to Mael with E, click her weapon, and hold F to upgrade the weapon to level 3. This loads the autosave that was made when he loaded into camp, but the upgrade carries over, eliminating the running between the curator and where Pete started. Pete actually messed this up a little bit here, accidentally clicking on Gustav's weapon instead of Mael's, so after the game loads back in from him pressing Alt and V, he attempts this all again.
Oh, I see.
When he loads in, the game will autosave, with him immediately pressing Alt and V to do another debug load to load that brand new autosave, since again, you can debug load while the game is saving. Remember that one of the things about autosaves is that when you load a save, the first autosave the game makes after loading will stay in the memory. The game autosaves after he leaves camp and is back in the overworld. He wants to hold on to this save because it's next to a portal and great for save warping. Again, save warping is essentially fast traveling to locations in old saves. So typically in the story, right now you'd go through the ancient sanctuary to the Gestural village. There you find the next party member, CL, and get the password to access the next fight that I've been alluding to. Pete's gonna do password skip though, bypassing the bouncer in Esquia's Nest to skip the two areas and CL entirely, going straight to the Esquia's Nest boss fight. CL won't be in the party for the entire run other than cutscenes and those dialogue pop-ins. Password skip starts by jumping up the rocks of the wall surrounding this entry area. This takes Pete straight out of bounds.
That mountain is not just a backdrop.
Wait, so there's no CL?
The trigger for the cutscene before this next fight extends way below the map, deep into the abyss. Pete's on his way to a spot out of bounds where he'll leap under the map and navigate to hit that trigger. Like the abyss in Dark Souls, it's dark as shit down there, so he bumps up his gamma and turns down his contrast in advance.
Manga. Can see.
So there are 7 ledges down below that runners used to jump down to and climb up, but by running off the ledge in a specific spot on the right, then holding right and meleeing, he lands on a lip that he can leap straight to the 6th ledge from. Even with raised gamma, it's still hard to see, but he's hopping up from ledge 6 to 7. He jumps on some nearby terrain and climbs his way up to hit the trigger and start the Francois fight. This cutscene trigger being down here is another thing found by one Cardinal, the guy who found Windmill Skip. Francois opens with an attack on Gustav, which Pete actually dodges instead of parrying. He needs neither the damage nor the AP, and dodging saves at least a second over parrying. He chips the shields and uses Immolation with Lune, getting Francois to burn. He uses Powerful with Gustav, so the whole party has 25% damage amp, then uses Swift Stride as Mael, putting her into Virtuo stance since she attacked an enemy who's burning. In Virtuo stance, Mael deals plus 200% damage, which will go away after her next turn. Pete skips Lune's turn to get to Gustav, using his 2 AP on Marking Shot. Marked enemies take 50% extra damage on the next hit, with Mael's Perse skill dealing increased damage to marked enemies on top of the base 50% marked damage. Perse critted here with a 45% chance, dealing more than enough damage to finish off Francois. Had it not crit similar to Gustav's overcharge in Avec, the fight would be 20 to 30 seconds longer. Francois gives a Picto with some speed, but he was necessary to fight to gain access to Esquier, this game's boat/airship, required to beat the game and paramount to several skips. Pete swaps his graphics back to normal and begins his run to Esquier. Along the way, we get a great example of CL still popping in for dialogue despite her absence.
Very different from Gestrals and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
The more
Yeah,
information
maybe
we
they
get,
did.
the more questions I have.
I am learning how to speedrun. Yeah, we're gonna do it today, guys. We're
You okay,
speedrunning
Sia?
today.
Yeah.
Pete triggers the
Yeah.
SKA cutscene and takes a dip to rinse off the gamer goo from pulling off Windmill, Go Blue, and password skips. He then waits for the autosave after the
You gonna be
cutscene
able to work?
and loads the save
It's
from
okay.
after
I'll
flying
speedrun
waters that he force saved into
as soon
memory.
as you get
He'll
off
save
work.
warp by loading the save that was just made after
I'll know
getting
exactly
SKA,
when.
then interacting with the portal to re-enter flying waters. This loads him in as the save with SKA, but on the other side of the portal he just interacted with, quickly extracting him from SKA's nest to the exit of flying waters, where he debug loads the autosave that was just made now
that's
on
all. My
loading
head's
in.
kinda hurting,
Remember that one
but
of the things about
it's all.
autosaves is the first save made after loading a save gets duped into memory, and he needs the save that gets made here upon exiting flying waters back to the map to stay in memory for something later. He's now
No,
headed
like
towards
9
the Stonewave
hours?
Cliffs,
No,
the
I
end of
won't
Act
be
1, where we're
done.
going to search for Flory,
I'll
a
time
rock
it.
of SKAs that allows him to swim with
I'll
people on his
time
back,
it.
with which we can cross the ocean towards the Paintress. He grabs some chroma here for funding a future purchase, and
Chroma.
before he can enter Stonewave Cliffs, he has to go to camp to progress the
Chroma.
story, with him making camp right at the portal so he doesn't need to go through the SKA mounting animation again after. I was gonna make a joke about SKA mounting and Rule 34 here, but turns out no one's drawn any online yet.
Thank
So instead,
Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Some things are sacred. No one has drawn SK Rule 34. Surely some monster won't hear this and do that. Surely that's 207. Honestly, really good video, by the way.
please enjoy
Really good
this
video.
meme I made. Worth pointing
I'm not showing that. Okay, I'll show it.
out, a side effect of save warping is that Mael and Lune get duped in camp when you do one. I guess the ethics of cloning is another subject this game tackles. Pete's going to be getting everyone new weapons in the next area,
they
which
see
is
come
why
after.
he didn't do any
they
upgrading
see
with
come
the
after.
curator at camp. Pete has a huge cutscene menu to do at the start of Stonewave Cliffs. It's so big that the cutscene becomes skippable mid-menu, with Pete able to skip it with the menu open. He can then finish the menuing during the fade-in after the cutscene. First, he'll remove and re-add Lune to the party. She and Mael have the same speed, and Lune going after Mael means she can take immediate advantage of Mael giving the party AP when entering the defensive stance or parrying while in it. He then moves a Picto of Gustav's for faster menuing later and equips Augmented First Strike on Mael for crit rate and a ton of speed. That way she's speedy enough to go in the same group as Lune and Gustav and not have to sit through multiple attacks for a single turn in the next boss fight. He then finishes with swapping Lune's Rock Slide skill to the left side. Rock Slide
Dude,
does a bunch
he
of
does
damage
that
when
so
used with a
quick.
fire, ice, and lightning stain. Most of Lune's skills generate a stain based on the type of element it is. Immolation generates a fire stain when used. Many of Lune's skills will consume generated stains to increase damage. Immolation will consume an ice stain if available to increase damage. So as mentioned earlier, Pete's going to get new weapons for everyone here in Stonewave Cliffs. The first of them is a detour, requiring a short run and climbing a rope. Pete stalls for a moment since autosave is on cooldown, then messes around with Pictos to force an autosave in this specific spot. Pete will shoot the 3 locks for the chest containing Gustav's weapon, Delaram, and just before he grabs it, he'll load that autosave he just made. Grabbing
I see.
Delaram
So
after
you can just
selecting
grab
the
it and then
load,
TP
but
out.
before the game actually does, causes him to warp back to the start of the detour, but with Delaram now in his inventory. Delaram
Oh,
will also be
interesting.
good on the next new party member.
What do you mean, next new party member? What do you mean? What? Next new party member.
Up
Yeah,
ahead
go-
on the right,
go
he'll
get the
climb up
journal. The
some
journal's
ledges,
W
doing his
lore.
best to climb the first 2 with just jumps, not holding forward much to avoid mantling. He mantles the final ledge intentionally, which
Okay,
is the
so
fastest.
you know, like, so if you remember, like some people think that like there's like cut content from this place, and they have like a bigger, like, plan for this area, but they just never got to do it. Because like you see like how like all the enemies here, like, you know, like they're all cultists, right? like these are the cultists. There are even some content enemies that are cultists. There's like a shrine, you know, like the shrine that like someone built. So people think that there was like a cult subplot that maybe they had planned, but they never finished.
This way up and grabs the first strike.
Because despite all their names and stuff, like you don't really like. There's really nothing here that involves a cult at all.
Up here.
And then don't you remember the guy in the beginning of the game, who was like a cult, like a Painter's worshiper, and they were like, oh,
this not only has a pretty solid speed value for this point in the game, and not only has the really powerful Lumina of playing first, but also has an unlisted 10% damage bonus.
Not anymore.
It's like Dead Energy 2. So in combat, you have 3 items you can use on your turn: a healing tint, an energy tint, and a revive tint. You initially have one of each, with them getting replenished after resting at a flag, but here he grabs an energy tint shard. He can use this to upgrade his energy tints so that he'll have 2 uses before needing to replenish, which can come in handy in Act 2. He does some more mountain goating here, avoiding mantle spots, and at the top he'll grab another Picto before continuing on his path through this area. This Picto is SOS Power, which has a pretty decent speed value, but also the Lumina of Powerful getting auto-applied when your health is below 50%. That'll come in handy later. For now, the focus is the speed it gives. So this run of Pete's is in the any % restricted category, which allows most speed tech aside from the stat glitch. That's the glitch that the unrestricted category is largely based around, which involves under and overflowing character stats to be able to nuke bosses quickly without any upgrades. Since he can't use the stat glitch to beef up his characters, the route in this video includes a couple extra stops to complete his builds. Pete's now
I find this way more interesting, because like, I mean, it is kind of lame. You just nuke the bosses, because you just make yourself OP.
The lock chest for Mael's weapon, Duenum, with him swapping to her now. The reason he swaps to her is she has the smallest feet, which makes it easiest to tell exactly where she's standing. Handy for climbing terrain and doing skips like this, where he super carefully lands on tiny ledges, turning his camera and tapping right to stay away from the wall and not get bounced off. With just a couple jumps, he's then up and out of bounds. He'll hopscotch off a ledge up here, aiming to make sure he lands on a sloped face that kicks him into a nice stopper rock before leaping back in bounds. This skip circumvented a farm, a cave, and some ropes, saving about 45 seconds.
Yeah, huge skip actually.
He does a ledge grab skip here by staying far right, and is now on his way to the third and final weapon he's grabbing, Corallim, which will be Lune's new weapon. Really, all 3 of these weapons he got are handy. They all start at level 7 and are pretty strong. At the top of this rope, he'll interact with some handholds through the wall, forcing him to the other side quickly. Along with the unlisted 10% bonuses on Dead Energy 2 and First Strike, this was patched out when the DLCs were added. This run is done on a down-patched version of the game, specifically patch 56323, downloadable through Steam's depots. All the out-of-bounds skips work on the current patch, but the aforementioned things and save warping were all patched out.
Save warping was patched out too. Oh, that sucks, dude.
Pressing interact and jump on the same frame to get more distance while still interacting with the flag, and takes a mighty dump on the party. Sorry, dumps all the party's stats into might. Pete now has to run down a foreboding tunnel to the
devs were assholes in that patch, so they removed all this shit and then they just added 4 demons of bosses.
One finale, the fight against Lampmaster.
Evil,
because
man.
he didn't take the intended path to get here so far, Esquier doesn't sense something scary, so all must be clear. He does a sizable cutscene menu here headed into the boss fight, equipping SOS Power on Gustave and First Strike on Lune, then cycling through everyone with RB and navigating on each page to quickly equip all their new weapons. Equipping these Pictos calibrates the party's speed, so not only will they all keep up with each other and not have Lampmaster go in between them, but it ensures their turn order will be Gustave, Mael, Lune. Lune goes first in the fight because of First Strike, with Pete using Immolation to both get Lampmaster burning and generate a fire stain. Lampmaster responds with 2 turns, the first attacking the whole party, the second attacking individual members and spreading the love a bit. The 2 big concerns in this fight are Lune's AP, she needs enough to cast Rock Slide twice, and having enough damage to kill. Since Lune's AP is pretty solid after these attacks, Pete opted to use Powerful on Gustave to aid on the damage side of things, rather than the alternative of energy tinting Lune. He uses Swift Stride as Mael to enter Virtuose stance since Lampmaster's burning, and then uses Lune's Ice Lance, generating an Ice Stain and a Light Stain, and slowing Lampmaster to make sure it goes.
Light Stains are wild cards and they substitute for all stains.
Just
yeah, so yeah, a Light Stain is all stains. So it's a Ice Stain, Fire Stain, Lightning Stain, Rock one.
Here instead of twice. Though on its one turn, it still attacks twice, since the Lampmaster is a
same with Dark Stains. Dark Stains are also kind of the same way.
Cheater. Gustav's turn is using Marking Shot to, well, mark Lampmaster, alley-ooping it to Mael for an
so is all the variants in 5? What is that? What do you mean?
Increased damage per
I
se
don't understand.
that ended up critting for even more damage.
Holy, that nuked him.
By a critical Rock Slide from Lune, which consumes the Fire, Ice, and Light Stains for even more damage. This wraps up Phase 1, with Lampmaster opening Phase 2 with 2 turns. Unfortunately, it chose to attack solely Gustav here. Unfortunate for 2 reasons. 1, Lune could really use the AP, and 2, Gustav's weapon deals light damage, which is weak against Lampmaster.
Unfortunate.
Gustav might have 9 AP once it gets to his turn here shortly, but Lune's AP is the one that's actually important, so Pete will use an Energy Tint to grant Lune 3 AP. Mael's turn, he uses Offensive Switch to apply Defenseless to Lampmaster, increasing the damage it takes by 25%. As Lune, he Ice Lances again slowing Lampmaster to cut down its turns. Ice Lance consumes the Earth Stain for extra damage and generates an Ice and Light Stain so that Lune has 1 Ice and 2 Light Stains total.
And that is one thing I probably should have used more slows. Like, slows are actually so strong in this game.
Light Stains are wild cards, they fill in for the Fire and Lightning Stains required to greatly increase Rock Slide's damage. Pete next uses Marked Shot with Gustav, since per se does that extra damage against marked targets on top of the 50% increase from being marked. Notice the yellow bar under Lampmaster's health. That's the break bar, where using certain attacks to max out the bar or while the bar is full will break the enemy, stunning them for their next turn. Lune does just that with this Rock Slide, bringing it back to Gustav where he rinses and repeats last turn's start, Marked Shot into per se. He then will skip Lune since she doesn't have anything she can kill with, but Gustav is bricked up and able to kill with Overcharge, wrapping up the fight. Lampmaster ended up dropping a Recoat, meaning that he didn't need to take that 16-second detour earlier to grab one, but as I've said before and will continue to say, Kest Lavai. This transitions into a
different ways of fighting or finishing sweat. I mean, I don't know honestly in terms of the speedrun, but yeah, there are different ways to you can go about fighting him. Yeah.
Story fight / cutscene where Pete skips all his turns until the battle portion finishes, and it becomes just a cutscene he can skip. A lot happens here narratively, but I'll just summarize spoiler free for now and leave it at it's revealed that the old dude who wrecked the expedition earlier is actually the director of Venom Let There Be Carnage. Yeah, people forget Andy Serkis directed that. Also, a bit of a rough poster. Related to movies, it's no secret I love them with how much I reference them on this channel, and if you want to hear me talk about them, I have a film podcast with my friend CJ, which is called The Film is Okie Dokie. Every other week we watch a movie to determine whether or not it's okie dokie, whatever that may mean. If you're interested, there's a link in the description, or you can find it wherever you find your podcasts. We've not watched the Venom movies yet though, not sure if we ever will, but figured I'd mention it in a video since I don't think I have yet. Back to the run, due to lore reasons and obligations to the plot.
There are different ways of fighting, but I don't know if they're faster. Like, I mean, when I fought this guy, I deleted him, but I just used I used like a solo build.
Gustav
I fucking nuked this fucking guy, killed him so fast.
Swapped out of the party for a dude named Verso. Pete runs up to the Curator to upgrade Verso's weapon from level 7 to 8 for the extra damage, does a debug load when opening the Curator's menu to load the autosave made when entering camp, then clicks Delaram and holds F before the load starts to have the upgrade carry over to the load like earlier. After loading a little back in camp, saving on some running, Pete runs to the flag, jumps at it, and menus to get Verso set up, equipping the sword Delaram, then the First Strike at Death's Door and augmented First Strike Pictos, the last swap from Mael for SOS power. Verso's deal in combat is he has letter ranks that go up and down when you deal and take damage, with him dealing more damage at higher ranks. The Delaram weapon we grabbed as Gustav makes Verso start battle at rank B, but with 50% health.
B.
At the flag, he unlocks Rain of Fire for Mael, a burn ability that also swaps her to offensive stance. He then gets Perfect Recovery and Berserk Slash for Verso, making...
Yeah, he didn't explain the stances. I think he did explain the stances. Offensive stance, you do 50% more damage, but you take 50% more damage. Virtuous stance is you just do 200% more damage. Defensive stance is you take 50% less damage, and your AP generation is increased by 1. So if you gain 1 AP, you'll gain 2.
Sure, both are assigned in the left menu, since again, in combat you access the left menu by default. Last, he might maxes the party, save for Lune, only bringing her up to 21 so that she has enough points available to ultimately get to 36 luck later. That'll pair with stats from some Pictos to give her a 100% crit rate. So one important plot development I neglected a moment ago is that we did find Flory, Esquia's rock. So Esquia can now swim with the party on his back. We can all now bask in the glory of Esquia's tiny, fluttering kicks.
Through the quarry to the north.
Pete's now headed to the Forgotten Battlefield.
Yeah, same with Verso. Verso, he gets like Verso is like, he kind of explained that the higher the rank, the more damage. I think his max damage at S is 200%. But if you get hit, you lose 1 rank. So if you get hit at S, you'll drop down to A. If you get hit at B, you'll drop down to C.
Potentially skip, but won't, because of 2 vital things inside. The first is the ability to perform a gradient parry, a different type of counter for special enemy attacks. That's rewarded by completing the fight you're thrown into upon entering, where despite Verso having First Strike equipped, the Chalier goes first, the only encounter where First Strike is superseded in the entire run. Not sure why. Pete would really like to kill this Chalier before its second turn, since that'd be when you do the first gradient parry, which is slow, and he gets lucky with it attacking Verso, who can kill it in 1 hit if the counterattack crits. Mechanic worth re-mentioning. After completing 4 fights with a Picto equipped, you unlock the Lumina for equipping independently of the Picto via Lumina points. With this having been the 4th battle with Dodger...
yeah. So like, you see how so this is like, these are the stats if you equip it, this is the effect. If you get, after 4 fights, everyone can have the effect. So if you win 4 fights with this, then everyone can have this, but not the stats. The stats only can go to the person wearing it. The effect can go on everyone. And then this number is the cost to have that effect on the character. So you need 1 Lumina to have this on whoever. But the person wearing it doesn't have to spend Lumina, because if you're wearing the Picto, you get both of them. So if you wear it, you have both. If you just have the effect, you need to spend a Lumina.
Equipping independently of the Picto via Lumina points, with this having been the 4th battle with Dodger, Critical Burn, and Dead Energy 2 equipped. After the fight, Pete does a quick menu to remove and re-add Mael to the party. The next fight he'll preemptively initiate, and on this patch, preemptive turn order is determined by party order. So one of 2 things down in Forgotten Battlefield.
This is Lumina learned, and then it shows all the ones he learned.
Second vital reason why we're in Forgotten Battlefield is that there's a merchant here who sells the Inverted Affinity Picto. That has the Lumina where you're inverted for the first 3 turns of battle, dealing 50% increased damage while being unable to heal, and actually taking damage from it. Up ahead, he's going to do some platforming, jumping on a dead Nevron's shoulder to a...
You know, it's funny enough, I actually didn't even buy that. I bought that literally off stream, because I didn't even buy it the first time I had it.
Then doing a really tricky jump up onto another
I played through this entire game without that Picto, and that Picto's fucking broken.
Ledge before jumping over a barrier to get out of bounds. Each ledge is tiny, with him having to make adjustments on each one before the next jump, which is a great example of playing as Mael, so it's easier to tell exactly where you're standing. Speaking of feet in this game, my roommate exclusively played as Lune. He insists that it's because he didn't like to listen to the other character's footsteps. Definitely not any other reason. he's
Yeah,
in.
that's why.
So he
That's
goes
why,
out of bounds
dude.
here since he can navigate from here to
Thomas.
get to the inverted affinity merchant sooner and save about 8 seconds, though he does have to be careful to not fall through the floor in certain parts.
That's crazy. You can just run across this. I actually love
At the
that all
merchant,
this is
you'll
kind
see
of
Pete
walkable.
preemptively move his mouse to the spot
I'm so
inverted
happy.
affinity will be in
That's
the
so
shop
cool.
menu. This is one of the few times he'll use his mouse to menu other than dialogue options, with him using F to confirm the purchase right away. This leads straight into Dueliste Skip, a skip for this area's boss in the ensuing run to the exit, saving 2.5 minutes. The trigger for the fight is on a bridge, with the skip having you navigate
You
there
ever
from
seen him
out of
exploring out of bounds as a kid? Really?
bounds to avoid the trigger, then walking off the bridge in a specific spot to get flung to the end
That's
of
cute.
Forgotten Battlefield. This is referred to as the launch, and it's probably
The
the
launch.
scariest part of the run, not counting RNG rolls out of your control. Gonna treat Dueliste Skip like Go Blue Skip. Let's see it slowly, then at full speed. First, he gets out on the building's ledge and jumps to a rocky ledge platform, going wide left to avoid the building's edge. With this jump, he's now out of bounds with an invisible wall to his immediate left. He lines up the next jump to a far narrower ledge, which is super easy to fall off and would mean reloading a save at the merchant. He inches forward to drop down to a ledge near this dark orange tree, then jumps up and right past the tree to land on some rocks that are behind an invisible wall. He chains a few jumps together, focusing on staying right to clear himself of obstacles and keep movement smooth, and after this slope he can hop up on some rocks and leap across to a giant pillar thing. There he uses a chroma elixir to force a safety autosave, since the jump to the bridge is super scary, with him again straying right with the jump, since if he lands too far left, he'll hit the cutscene trigger. Like I mentioned before, if you walk off the bridge in a specific spot, the game launches you, with you getting blasted off
What the
again
fuck?
forever. Like, look at this. Mael killed gravity. Turns out though that if you're aiming when you walk off the bridge and launch, you can stop the launch at any time by letting go of aim. The timing on when you have to let go of aim to properly launch to the exit is really tight though, like you have a window of 0.1 seconds to release aim. Release too soon, you won't launch far enough and you'll get stuck out of bounds on the wrong
That
side
is
of an invisible
insane.
wall. Release too late, you'll launch too far and you'll get stuck out of bounds on the wrong side of an invisible wall. Pete moves to a specific spot on the bridge, aims, and holds right to walk off and trigger the launch, releasing aim at just the right moment to have the optimal height to land at the portal, with him turning his camera and holding forward to aim his fall. He can then report to the squad where he's dropping, setting himself up for a victory royale. Okay, let's go back and see this in full speed. Dueliste
that is
Skip is
insane.
comparably difficult to Go Blue Skip, but Go Blue Skip is 12 minutes into the run with only one major RNG check before it, while Dueliste Skip is 30 minutes in with 3 major RNG checks beforehand, Évêque, Francois, and Lampmaster. A lot rides on Dueliste Skip going well when you're doing PB attempts.
Oh, good song.
Finishing
Good one.
Forgotten Battlefield takes him straight to camp, where he menus as he approaches the bonfire. First, he equips the freshly purchased Inverted Affinity on Verso in place of Augmented First Strike, then equips the first Lumina of the run, using 2 Lumina points to equip Dead Energy 2 onto Verso so he
You
gets
see, these are all the luminous. So, yeah, you can get the effect, and it costs 2. This is the amount you have.
plus 3 AP on killing an enemy, and that unlisted 10% bonus damage. Sleeping at the fire leads to a story cutscene where Mael and Verso talk a little bit, growing closer and increasing their relationship level, though this is the only relationship level increase in the run. Speedrunners have a tendency to focus on fast rather than friends. Speaking
Aww.
of friends, in the story we're to go to Minoko Station
heck,
and recruit
dude?
the final party member, Minoko. Like I said
goat.
though, fast, not friends. So Pete will skip Minoko entirely
No!
with Minoko skip. Pete melees to initiate
What?
combat with these specific enemies here. That way the party gets a preemptive turn. Since he removed and re-added Mael to the party, Verso goes first with Pete using Perfect Recovery to heal himself, which actually deals damage due to the Inverted Affinity Picto, killing Verso. With then only 2 people in the party, he can immediately flee, rather than the drawn-out fleeing process of 3 party members. For some reason, if you enter this specific combat, then the collision spawns in for a shortcut bridge that you normally unlock a lot later. He'll be using the bridge to do Minoko skip in a moment, but first he takes a quick detour to an encounter to make sure both
I think the reason why he killed him is to have him low HP. And because if you die in battle and you go back in, you'll spawn in with 1 HP. And he has, I think, like there are pictos where if you'll do more damage the lower HP you have, or if you're under X amount of HP, you'll get a buff.
And first strike Luminas get unlocked before some specific bosses later. Verso's able to clear all 3 enemies quickly with shots and a regular attack, since he benefits from At Death Store's 50% damage bonus from only having 1 HP due to dying last fight. Headed back to the invisible shortcut bridge, there's an invisible wall partway.
That's why when I play the game, I get 1 shot because I'm at 1 HP. Not that it matters because everything does so much damage anyways that I just get 1 tap.
Boss that usually despawns when you activate the shortcut properly. Pete will force an autosave by equipping a Picto when he's about as high up on the bridge as the mountain ridge, then press Alt and V while the save is being made to debug load that save. When he loads back in at the same spot, the bridge's collision will have deloaded and he'll drop onto the mountainside. It's important to land on the mountainside, not the ground, otherwise you're stuck. This begins Minoko skip, where he takes a pretty specific line to navigate the collision in the mountain, headed towards the other side of Minoko Station with Eskie swimming through rock and snow.
Time for a swim.
This isn't too hard, but if you're reckless, you can slide off a ledge and get completely stuck. Overall, this skip saves about 1:50 seconds, and while it does mean that, like CL, Minoko won't be joining the party, at least the skip started with entering combat, and for that, let's hope he'd be proud. This leads straight into another skip, Old Lumiere skip, which skips both Old Lumiere and Sirene. Well, it makes it so you only have to beat 1 Axon to finish the game rather than 2, and Sirene is much slower than Visage. It's another out of bounds with Eskie, but it's much more involved, and also Verso's there too.
The entire game.
The crux of this skip is mounting and dismounting Eskie in spots where you're normally not allowed to. There's a damaged building up ahead Pete's going to climb to start the skip, but he's first going to dick around with his Pictos to force the game to make an autosave. Since he just loaded a save during Minoko skip, this Picto save will be written into memory. It's important that he's on Eskie when this save is made. Pete climbs the building by walking, slowly zigzagging up the destroyed side. This is actually pretty tricky. It's easy to spend a long time climbing. At the top, he'll do an Eskie debug load mount storage to quickly dismount Eskie in a spot he normally can't. First, he makes a Picto save like he did on the ground, then loads the save he made on the ground. I mentioned earlier you can debug load while loading, with him initiating one when the particles on screen stop moving. This loads the save he just made on the building where he wants to get off Eskie's wild ride. He mashes R to hop off Eskie in the brief window that ground save loads in, which essentially toggles whether you're on Eskie in the save you load, so he's now Verso on top of the building he just climbed. He needs Verso so he can cross this area here that Eskie can't, and when he's ready to remount Eskie, he forces an autosave with the Pictos, then loads the save from right after Flying Waters. He could just do another EDLMS since that toggles your Eskie state, but he really needs to write a new save into memory outside Flying Waters since the game can only store 20 autosaves, and the old Flying Water save is getting a bit old. We need to make sure we still have a Flying Water save by the time we get to Act 3. Once it's made, the new Flying Water save will now be on top, meaning he can't do a debug load since he'll just load back into that save and not the old Lumiere skip save, so he has to do an Eskie mount transfer instead. Similar in concept to mounting Eskie across saves, you can mount Eskie while loading a save normally only if you open the Pictos menu after loading the save, which you can only do if the game is actively making a save.
What?
So he does a Pictos menu to force an autosave, loads the old Lumiere skip save, opens and closes the Pictos menu again, then mounts Eskie to transfer the mount to the skip save.
Oh my god.
On Eskie, he can
dude, because I remember when I saw this in the speedrun, and I'm like, what is he doing? Jesus.
Come across a ridge real quick and reach another building, where he'll position himself on the corner before again doing some Pictos menuing to force an autosave. This is because he needs to be Verso again, so he's doing another EDLMS by loading a save where Eskie is mounted and dismountable, pressing Alt and V to debug load, and dismounting Eskie during the load to toggle Eskie status in the skip save. Unfortunately, his positioning wasn't quite right as Eskie. He was too far left, so Verso falls to the ground. That's okay, he has a ton of saves, though Pete wasn't quite sure if it was his positioning that was off or if he accidentally held some movement, so he tries it again without changing anything, only to fall again. Once he knows for sure his positioning was off, he'll go back to the save before that last Eskie stretch, loading in his Verso and making a Picto save so he can do another EDLMS to get back on Eskie and attempt this stretch again. I know that this is a lot of Eskie transfer this, debug load that, save here and there. It's easy to get lost and confused, so just remember that all these loading shenanigans are to mount and dismount Eskie in places you're normally not able to, like in this out of bounds stretch.
Yeah, I get why he's doing it. Yeah, he's doing this because it allows him to use Eskie on like the mountains, because typically you can't bring him up here. It's insane that you have to go through all this just to use him on a mountain.
Time for swim.
Jesus. Yeah, like how did people find this out?
Now Verso on the balcony and not the ground, Pete's able to phase through the railing to drop onto what first appears to be a rocky cliff, only to realize that it's an invisible floor above the rocks. He rounds an invisible corner, then makes a Picto save one more time. He needs uppies from Eskie one last time here.
Uppies! Uppies! Eskie uppies! Eskie uppies are important.
At the top of the rocks, he veers left to get Eskie to start swimming sooner, since swimming is fast, and naturally you can swim through all these rocks out of bounds, with him then going down the slip and slide cliff that was lubed with molasses to get back inbounds, plopping into the water after Old Lumiere. In short, the coral up here that's supposed to have collision has none because of the skip, meaning Pete can phase right through and head straight for Visage Island. In this story, there's a barrier surrounding the monolith, that's where the Paintress vibe's out at, and you need to defeat the 2 Axons, now 1 Axon because of Old Lumiere skip, to forge a weapon that can break the barrier.
That's insane.
We'll get that weapon upon completing Visage Island. He has a bit of running here to the first cutscene trigger where he'll do the biggest cutscene menu so far, where, like the big one from Stonewave Cliffs, he skips the cutscene in the middle of it and finishes the menu after. He'll first and re-equip Inverted Affinity on Verso. Inverted Affinity grants HP, and because of rounding and keeping your percent HP the same, this raises his HP to 2. This is so he has health to lose so SOS power can proc. He'll then equip Augmented First Strike in place of Dead Energy 2 on Mael, which increases the damage of her first attack by 50%. Then comes equipping a lot of Lumina. Dead Energy 2 on both Mael and Lune, so Mael gets the unlisted 10% bonus back that she just lost. Critical Burn on both Lune and Verso, and Dodger on Verso. Really just putting everyone into the best position available in terms of AP and crit rate. So Visage Island has the main boss you can go fight at any time, but it also has 3 optional mini-bosses, the Joy, Anger, and Sadness masks. Pete's going to opt to do the Joy Mask fight, which will give him more than enough XP to get Lune to level 17 to unlock Stormcaller, actually bringing her to level 18. As he enters the Joy Mask area, he cutscene menus again, first assigning Mael's Rain of Fire to the left side for quicker access, and clearing specific skills of Verso so future unlocks have places to go. He also removes and re-adds Verso and Lune from the party in that order. Since everyone now has First Strike, party order really matters, since like preemptive strikes, your party order determines the First Strike turn order on this patch. So this is a pretty efficient detour, with the optional Joy Mask fight not just giving a lot of XP, and
also,
not just being
with the skills, if you learn a skill, it'll just auto, you'll auto go into the slots. That's why he empties them.
And not just being able to be killed in 23 seconds, but being in the Joy Mask area means he's also able to grab the Confident Fighter Picto. Confident Fighter's Luminas that you deal 30% bonus damage, but can't be healed. He'll equip it on Lunay when jumping down towards the Joy Mask,
Yeah,
with
Joy
it reducing
Mask.
the number of shots and parries needed in the Visage boss fight,
Joy.
but more importantly, helping max Lunay's damage later on and having a 20% crit rate stat. Maxing out her crit rate will be super important. More on that later. Pete carefully shoots the guy on the left's tiny weak point thrice, then Berserk slashes the middle enemy. Landing all the shots is super important because had his aim slipped and one missed, the dude would live and Pete would be short AP for Berserk Slash and he'd need to reload a save. When it comes to Mael's turn, he'll use her to shoot off the remaining shields and finish with another Berserk Slash from Verso. Fun fact, this fight was only included in the route recently. A fair portion of this script had to be rewritten because of it, with the route originally doing a detour to Hidden Arena for XP and Pictos. Doing Joy Mask over the Hidden Arena saves about 30 seconds, though the overall reroute is about 2 minutes faster, largely due to
So he does damage because, again, the skill he's using, it does more damage the lower your HP is.
a new Paintress strategy. The Joy
There's
Mask
aim, yeah. You can aim. Like, there's an aim. Like a free aim.
fight spits you back out at the hub for this whole area, where he starts booking it in the direction of the Visage boss fight.
It's easier to miss than it looks.
His ancillary activities complete. The Joy Mask was the 4th fight
Or maybe I'm
with
just
First Strike
bad, I
and
don't know.
SOS power equipped, so their Lumina are now unlocked, and the fight also dropped a new weapon for Lunay, Chapelim, which will be her weapon for the rest of the run. It's level 11, a lot higher than Coralims, making it a big damage boost for Lunay without needing to upgrade anything at the Curator. At the end of this run towards Visage, Pete will do a flag jump and use the recoat he detoured for / got from Lampmaster to respec Lunay's skills. Now that she's level 18, she has 17 skill points for spending, one more than needed to get Stormcaller. Stormcaller makes it so that enemies take lightning damage after they finish their turn, and it can be used to skip Visage's second phase. He also learns Defiant Strike on Verso, an attack that lowers his own health.
Oh, God is in control.
How?
Defiant Strike lowering Verso's own health will pair nicely with the SOS Power Lumina Pete will equip in the upcoming cutscene menu, where he'll also equip the First Strike Lumina on Mael and Lunay, and Lunay's new weapon, Chapelim. Worth reminding heading into the Visage fight that Verso is still at 2 HP with At Death's Door equipped, so he'll hit big, especially because Berserk Slash deals more damage the less health you have. Until the end of Act 2, damage per hit is capped at 9,999, so until you can remove the cap, it's important to not just focus on maxing out attacks, but maximizing the number of attacks.
Yeah, the number of attacks.
This beefy Verso having the multi-attack Berserk Slash comes in handy for that reason. Pete opens the Visage fight with offensive switch on Mael's First Strike turn, which applies defenseless for 3 turns, then uses Defiant Strike to deal a lot of damage and self-damage Verso to proc SOS power. With Lunay he casts Immolate, which has an interaction where when it's used on a marked enemy, you get increased burn stacks. When Visage attacks here, Pete dodges the last blow of the first attack sequence, then always counters the full second attack sequence. Like the reasoning from earlier, it's a matter of Pete being able to kill as quickly as possible in real time, not turn count, so he wants to avoid sitting through counterattacks if the damage from them will ultimately not be a deciding factor.
I see.
Unfortunately, the second attack Visage
So he parried for the AP.
did is the Doubt Mask attack, which is the slowest one it can choose.
Oh yeah, this attack is so fucking slow. Oh my fucking god.
When it's his turn again, he first uses Rain of Fire on Mael, really building up a ton of burn that'll bring Visage near kill range on its next turn. With Verso, he again Berserk Slashes for a bunch of maxed hits, then he'll Stormcaller as Lunay. Again, this makes it so that Visage will take lightning damage at the end of its turn. At the start of its turn, Visage takes burn damage, not enough to kill it, but Pete will parry its attack to deliver the killing blow, and after its turn ends and it's technically dead, Stormcaller still procs. For some reason, Stormcaller dealing damage after Visage has already taken lethal damage completely bypasses phase 2, cutting out half of this fight entirely. This is
Dude, that is insane. You can just completely skip his fucking second phase from Stormcaller? That is ridiculous.
This is the only fight this works for. You can't do it at similar two-phase fights like Paintress. So,
What
as
the-
mentioned
that's so
earlier, a side
weird.
effect of Old Lumiere skip is you get the weapon to break the barrier after fighting only one Axon. Pete's not
Yeah, I
quite
thought of
sure
all
why this
these.
is, but he thinks it's likely a failsafe caused by missing a progression flag you normally get from killing a specific boss in Old Lumiere. Because of the failsafe, he can now go pop the bubble.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So like maybe if someone manages somehow to miss a boss, I don't know how the fuck you'd miss a boss, but
surrounding the
interesting.
monolith, which is again the place where the Paintress lives. It's a pretty
Yeah, that's
straightforward
so
swim to
weird.
the monolith. Just
I wonder
having
why
to
it
skip
does
one
that.
cutscene along the way where Mael uses the barrier
Yeah,
breaker
he skips so much shit. That's insane.
to break the barrier. Once he's actually at the monolith, he'll interact with the flag at the start and do some leveling, dumping all of Mael and Verso's points into agility and Lune's into luck. This is the last big level up for the full team and penultimate level up in the entire run. The focus of it is largely to make sure that Mael and Verso keep up with speed, since their damage is already pretty solid, and to make Lune as crit happy as possible. Like I just talked about before Visage, before the damage cap is removed, your focus should really be on maximizing the number of maxed out attacks you do, and Lune has a skill she learned en route to Stormcaller called Lightning Dance. It does a minimum of 6 hits, but every hit procs a second time if it crits, so Pete's dumping of luck into Lune is to go for 12 hit dances. With this luck, crit rate from Picto's stats, and the critical burn Lumina, she'll have 100% crit rate for
that
the
attack is
upcoming
insane.
bosses.
That shit
At
does
the
so much
flag,
damage.
Pete also takes a couple new skills. The first skill he takes is Powerful for Verso. Powerful applies powerful, but he won't be using it. It's more a
Wow.
stepping stone to
Powerful
unlocking
makes you
leadership,
powerful.
which reduces Verso's rank and gives AP to his allies. Super useful for alley-ooping. The next skill learned will be Last Chance on Mael. This instantly switches
Powerful
her
is
to
just, I
Virtuoso
think,
stance for the 200%
I think it's like a 25% damage buff.
damage bonus, but it lowers her HP to 1. Sounds risky, but when you're a speedrunner who has every parry timing
20, 30?
perfected, it's not an issue. In fact, it's great because not only does Mael have the SOS Power Picto equipped for an auto powerful application when dropping below 50% HP, but Pete will also be adding the At Death's Door Lumina to both her and Lune for an additional 50% damage, and later he'll also get a Picto that gives an extra turn when dropping below 30% HP. The last skill that Pete will take at the flag is Wildfire for Lune. It's another damage skill that actually deals self-damage if you fail its quick time event. It's important for that, for helping pile on burn stacks, and it's a good follow-up to Lightning
Yeah, it's
Dance
funny.
to prep stains for a
Dude, I'm
second
surprised I never had that happen. Same with Hell. Like, if you fail Hell, it kills you.
Lightning Dance.
But I've actually never failed
So
it.
here at the Monolith, Pete has to run up to the Paintress to initialize the next fight. He'll do a cutscene menu when leaping into the fight, equipping the At Death's Door
like,
Lumina.
it's weird. So, like, with the quick time events, because, like, I often wonder, like, how much do they matter? It depends. Every quick time event's kind of different. There's some where if you don't do them, your skill cancels. There's some where if you, like, if you do them, it'll boost your damage. Sometimes it's a little bit of damage. Sometimes it's a lot of damage. Like, sometimes, like, if you get perfect quick time events, it's like, you do, like, 30% more damage. You know, so sometimes it matters a lot. Sometimes it doesn't matter really. Every skill's different.
On Lune and Mael as
And
mentioned.
then, yeah, and then she has the ones where if you fail them, they'll just do damage to
And
you.
removes the first strike Lumina from Mael for fleeing a future fight, equips the Immaculate Picto on Lune, and completely empties her first Picto slot. You get Immaculate when you beat Visage's second phase, which the game believes we did, and it increases damage by 30% until you take a hit. More fuel for her 12-hit Lightning Dance that'll have 100% crit rate. The emptying of her first Picto slot is to prep for a faster equip of the next one. Pete leaves the menu
So
open
the
during this
Haunting
fight
fell?
though, so he can do something as soon as the
I mean, I failed them sometimes. It happens. It happens sometimes. Like for most of it, like you get the timing down on them. Mostly.
fight's done. Runners refer to this
But
as
like there are some that are kind of hard to do, at least for me. Like a Gustav's Homage, the one on Mael. That one's kind of hard to do.
The Featress fight, which
I
is
always
another
fuck that one
story
up.
fight where, similar to before, Pete's going to try and skip his turn super efficiently to get through as quickly as possible. He taps B twice to back out to a part of the menu that allows battle inputs, with him using Perfect Recovery on Verso to heal himself, which deals damage and kills because of Verso's inverted affinity. He then uses Wildfire, intentionally failing to self-damage Lune and take her out of the battle too, leaving just Mael in the fight to skip the turns, having one less to skip since he removed First Strike from her.
Dead.
The fight will be through pretty quickly. Then Pete will skip the cutscene and use the still open menu to move Verso to the back of the party and therefore Lune to the middle for the next two boss fights. In the cutscene, the party was brought inside the Monolith, now beginning the longest running stretch, the Monolith Marathon. Not long after starting this trek, Pete will do a quick menu to equip Mael's Barrier Breaker,
Somebody
which
needs
is
to
the first
find a
item
script for
listed in
this.
the inventory, so it's really fast to equip. Barrier Breaker
Like,
is by far the strongest.
Okay, so this is my question. So like, I was like, are there any like big movement glitches where you can like launch yourself in the sky? Seems like there is one. We saw one. They need to find one here.
Strongest weapon Mael has right now. Its attack power in combination with Lumina like at Death's Door max Mael's damage with Rain of Fire.
Yeah,
So
'cause
the
this shit
party's
is
trying
so
to make it
long,
to the
you
top
just
of the
run so
monolith
far- you just
because
run
that's
so
where the heart of the
much.
Paintress is. If they can defeat her there, then she won't be able to update her countdown clock and people will stop getting Thanos'd. The Gommage will be no more. To get to the Paintress though, you have to run through a bunch of areas, each a vignette of the major locations we visited, or were supposed to visit but skipped. Each of these is filled with enemies to fight, but since combat in this game is triggered by running into or meleeing an enemy, it's all super easy to avoid. It does pain me in my heart a little seeing this giant stretch that took me a couple sessions be reduced to nearly 6 minutes of running, but that's the beauty of speedrunning. Keep in mind that through this whole run, Pete is intimately
You played
familiar
through this
with
the
all
first
the
time, it takes
textures that
so
have a
long.
tendency to reach up their grubby hands and grab your ankle, snagging you and losing time. He's constantly jumping to avoid these. The jumps aren't just for show. Now is probably a good time though to actually talk a little bit about the story and what's happened up to this point. I won't
don't
be going
spoil
into
everything.
full details yet, but major
This is all
spoiler
just running.
warning.
I'm
If you
probably
haven't
gonna
played
skip
yet and
this.
want to
'Cause this is running. He's just running. He's not doing anything.
stats it gives, particularly the crit rate. Quick aside, Pete takes a super short detour after these grapples to grab a resplendent Chroma Catalyst, an upgrade material for weapons. He's gotten a handful of materials like these from
Yeah, it's a
battles,
lot of running.
and the fact you're here is what's most important. So again, please remember, as always, no
I mean, like, there are fights and stuff here and stuff, but, like, if you don't care about them, you're literally just running. He's still running.
space and angle your jump so that you hit the cutscene trigger right after. This puts you in combat with the regular ol' enemy, but the game thinks you're fighting Andy Serkis, complete with his boss music and everything. Since it's a normal combat though, you can just flee, which you normally can't do against Andy Serkis. The game considers fleeing as having completed the Andy Serkis fight, saving somewhere between 15 and 30 seconds. The same thing can be done on the Andy Serkis 3 fight, Andy Serkis 3 skip. Ultimately though, the Claire Obscure speedrunning community voted to disallow the Andy Serkis skips from the
Oh,
restricted
thank God, it's
category.
based.
The category itself is inherently arbitrary. It's a creation of the community for the sole reason of
based.
excluding a
That's
glitch they
lame.
felt changed the run too
Holy
much.
shit, you skipped everything.
Majority sentiment in the community was that the restricted category is more interesting and overall improved without the Andy Serkis skips. They're
Agreed.
still allowed in unrestricted runs, of course. Despite the fight still being in the route, Zero's optimized Joy Mask route still ended up being faster and saving at least 2 minutes. So when he enters the Andy Serkis 2 fight here, Pete cutscene menus to equip weakness gain on Lune, Unind re-equips inverted affinity on Verso so he gets to 2 HP again, and puts first strike back on Mael. To open the fight, Pete uses last
I'm
chance
impressed
on
you can
Mael
skip
to
so many
lower
bosses,
her to
though.
1 HP, but max her AP and enter Virtuose stance. Then immolates as Lune to set Andy Serkis ablaze and gain a fire stain, then uses an energy tint on Lune to start building her AP, needing to get her to at least 7 by her 3rd turn. On Andy's turn, Pete counters to maximize damage. On Lune's second turn, Pete uses Ice Lance to generate an ice and a light stain, so he now has the stains to really strengthen Lightning Dance. Because Andy hasn't done any attacks the full party could counter, Pete's damage is a little low, so he unloads a few shots as Mael to chip damage, then uses Rain of Fire to apply a bunch more burn. He then uses Leadership as Verso to get Lune over 7 AP. After parrying Andy's attacks, Pete will consume the Fire, Ice, and Wildcard Light Stain for a greatly increased damage Lightning Dance to finish the fight. Since Andy goes from above 50% health to nothing in one character's turn, the second phase of the fight is entirely skipped.
Damn.
Afterwards, he just has to run through the portal up ahead to start making his way to the summit of the monolith to confront the real Paintress face to face.
Correction needed. I'm gonna correct you instead, huh? What if I corrected you? Don.
We're outside.
The facade skip is crazy though. Like the fact that like you can skip him from just hitting him with lightning is insane.
We need to be as prepared as possible. Once we go up.
Once Pete gets to the summit of the monolith, he'll do a cutscene menu as he leaps into the trigger for the fight. He'll use that menu to equip the Dead Energy 2 Lumina on Lune because of the unlisted bonus damage, and Inverted Affinity on Mael so she deals 50% increased damage. Pete opens the fight with offensive switch on Mael to apply defenseless and switch to offensive stance for more damage, then immolates as Lune to get burn going, and as Verso he'll use an energy tint on Lune. This is why Pete picked up the energy tint shard back in Stonewave Cliffs, so he could use one in Andy Circus 2 and still have one to use here. Each of Paintress's turns are scripted, with Pete dodging the meteors she always uses.
It's like that I understood. Defenseless, you just take more damage. The enemy takes more damage. I think it's 15%. No, 25. 25% more damage. Yeah.
Is on her first turn. If countered, he'd potentially kill phase 1 too.
And then the burn is for Mael as well, because if the enemy's burning, Mael can go into the virtuous stance, which gives her the damage, like the huge damage boost. And then also they have the critical burn picked up, which gives you 25% crit rate against burning enemies.
Early, resulting in Paintress getting an extra turn in phase 2, which loses a lot of time. He does parry her second attack though. Pete opens the next turn with Ice Lance to generate the stains required for a stronger Lightning Dance, then uses Rain of Fire on Mael to increase the burn and get multiple max.
Yeah, like again, for the stains, the more like if she has the correct stains, it's a lot of damage. It doesn't specify, but like I think for Lightning Dance, it's probably like a 400 multiplier. The multiplier for having the stains for Lune are crazy. For like a lot of her skills.
Damage hits.
It like triples or quadruples the damage of them.
Then uses Defiant Strike as Verso for an additional max damage multi-hit attack, applying Mark for increased damage on the next hit, and self-damaging from 2 to 1 HP to proc SOS power. He parries the move the Paintress always throws out, with the party dealing additional damage thanks to Marked. It's now time for Pete to put on his Raving Shoes, using Lightning Dance as Lune to land 6 max damage hits, each critting and proccing an additional max damage hit. This greatly lowers the Paintress's health, where after parrying this attack here, he'll use Rain of Fire on Mael, dealing enough damage to initiate the next phase of this fight. Had he parried her first attack earlier, he'd likely kill her when parrying here, which is what would cause that extra attack in phase 2. This phase starts with the Paintress summoning her weapon from her plate, but not attacking yet. Oh, I mean pallet. She summons her weapon from her pallet. Pete opens this phase himself with a Defiant Strike from Verso, really just trying to deal as much damage as he can with this action while also applying Mark again. The Paintress then summons her giant bush that she'll attack the party with. Oh, sorry, reading's really hard
Brush.
today. She summons her giant brush to attack the party with
What the fuck,
Pete parrying to
dude?
keep up the pressure with damage. On his next turn, only Lune goes, with Pete using Wildfire for the first actual time this run, not just self-nuking Lune this time. This generates both a fire and a light stain, so between the fire stain and 2 light stains, Lune has enough for another
This
increased
attack
damage
is so hard to
lightning
parry
dance.
too.
That has to wait though, with Pete raining some more fire on the Paintress to maximize
Well,
Miles'
I'm a
max
bad player,
damage hits.
but for me it was hard.
Then parrying the attack where the Paintress literally tears a hole into reality and fires Mystery Electric Tar at the party. I mentioned
This
earlier
attack
that
is
this
so
new
slow.
reroute has a much faster
Holy
Paintress
fuck.
strat. Runners used to do this fight with one character, utilizing Pictos from the hidden arena that boost solo fighters. The limiting step in doing this before was getting Lune to perform max damage 100% crit dances without those hidden arena Pictos. Back to Verso, he's at S rank so he deals a ton of damage, with Pete using Berserk Slash to get in 3 more max damage hits. He can then finish off phase 2 with 1 more lightning dance from Lune.
I'm clean.
This brings us to phase 3, where Paintress is looking a little gassed, and one turn
Aw.
from Verso will wrap things up. After a quick skip from Lune into Berserk Slash from Verso, the longest fight in the run is finished.
A storm is coming.
GG, Paintress.
This wraps up Act 2, leading to 6 cutscenes for Pete to skip, resulting in an interlude named Epilogue. Interlude named Epilogue, good band name. This section is pretty straightforward and short. It's just running through the manor and talking
Bro,
to
this
a
is like what, like 15 minutes of just straight cutscenes? Like 20, 15,
lady.
20 minutes?
That brings you
So
into Act
good, though.
3. How about another
Holy
spoiler
fucking
section
yeah,
to
so much
explain what's
something.
really going on? Last chance.
Yeah, sure, why not? I need to.
So to start Act 3, Pete was given the Painted Power Picto, which removes the 9,999 damage cap.
Well, because this is like huge lore drop.
You'll do
like,
a
huge
cutscene
lore
menu
drop
here to equip
part.
it, then
That's
select
why.
Immaculate and hover over Mael's second slot. That way, after skipping the cutscene, Lune will be back in the party and he'll be allowed to mash to swap Immaculate from Lune to Mael. Skipping the cutscene brings him straight to camp, where after the game autosaves, he loads the save outside Flying Waters and does a save warp by again debug loading once the particles on the loading screen stop moving, then interacting with the portal in the brief window. Normally you're supposed to talk to all 5 party members at camp before sleeping, but we have a few absentees, which actually soft locks the game.
Oh wow,
Even though
really?
There's now a billion Maels and Lunes,
Interesting.
and they could provide plenty dialogue. Save warping bypasses this soft lock.
Yeah,
though.
because there's no Ciel and there's no Minoko.
With Pete doing
Interesting.
one to skip the missing dialogue
I see. So that's why you said you need this.
and bring the freshly
Or it breaks
united
the game-
party
it
to the
breaks your
world
run.
map. Though
Mhm.
Pete removes then re-adds Mael while jumping into the portal, needing her to go after Verso in first strike ordering. In the world map, he immediately takes to the sky with Esquier because,
I wonder if someone's accidentally done this before to
fly now.
themselves.
It's something you
They just
unlock at the
soft-lock
start of Act 3.
themselves.
Rather than take his time to explore the world map, backtrack a bit, or check out new areas, Pete flies straight to Lumiere, the final area of the game as evidenced by how hard the score goes. Right when loading in, he also removes Lune from the
Yeah,
party
it's so
so a
good.
future flee is quicker.
This shit's so good.
At the first flag here, he levels up Mael's might as much as possible to purely scale damage, learns Mael's skill Stendhal, and he'll upgrade Mael's weapon, Barrier Breaker, as
one-shot
much as he
ability.
can with all the resources he's earned throughout the run from fighting enemies. Before he can begin the final approach, he fights a lone aberration that's in this area. He picks this fight for the Picto that's dropped. It's a pretty simple fight, using leadership as Verso to give Mael the AP to use Stendhal. Stendhal is her single strongest attack, which one-shots the aberration. This
Nerd
fight drops
emoji.
Shortcut, which has
Actually,
the Lumina
you don't
of
have to
immediately
fight this
playing
guy
against-
if you go down into the where Simon is first. If you go down where Simon is first, you can just buy the Picto. You don't have to fight this guy.
and when your health drops below 30%. This pairs really
that'll
nicely
take
with
too long.
Mayel's last chance skill,
Wouldn't do
which
that.
drops her to 1 HP, but both fully fills her AP and switches her to Virtuose stance. It's a great opener. Twice you'll see Pete use shortcut to start a fight. This begins our next marathon, though it's not quite as bad as the Monolith Marathon.
Yeah, a
It
lot of
isn't
running
quite
again.
great though. So this is a pretty new game to be covering on my channel. I don't typically cover games this new. I like to let the dust settle on a route a little before covering it, but as I'll talk about in a moment, this run was chosen to be covered by my patrons and I'm glad it was. It's a super cool run and I've not had the chance to cover a more traditional turn-based RPG like this before. Covering a run this new did mean that Pete and I had to contend with that pretty sizable reroute I discussed a little bit ago, and believe it or not, less than 2 weeks before this video released, there was another reroute. Runners now leave Forgotten Battlefield after unlocking gradient parries and do a skip for the area similar to old Lumiere skip, skipping Inverted Affinity and the launch. The route's largely the same both before Act 2 and after Forgotten Battlefield skip, with some minor adjustments made to builds and a bit more RNG, like requiring a crit on a headshot during the Joy Mask fight, which only has a 46% chance. This newer reroute was developed by Flaze who also holds the unrestricted world record, with the reroute estimated to save a little over a minute. Around this corner is a great example of why Pete jumps so much, with the collision grabbing Lune's ankles, stopping her in her tracks.
Yeah,
Getting
dude.
snagged there means Pete has to take a wider berth around this big angry enemy so it doesn't get him. As he continues to run, I want to give a huge thank you to the people who not only
Because
make
they were cool
videos
in the
like these
beginning, that was so
possible,
cool.
but as
Yeah.
I mentioned a moment ago,
It is really cool in the beginning. The beginning
specifically
is cool.
submitted and voted for this run to be covered. My
I mean,
page
I'm impressed with how much you break the game, but you still are limited. Like it's not as it's not as
patrons.
I
Every
mean, it's
other
crazy.
video on
Like,
my
he
channel
skips so much of the game.
is decided by them, and you can be a part of
You
that.
know, like bro, you play this game for an hour, you're probably leaving. You're probably leaving camp to go to Flying Waters.
Decision making by going to patreon.com/tomatoanus and joining at any tier.
If even
In
that.
fact, if you're watching this video within a week of
Well, if
release,
you're
you can
me,
actually
then
take
you're
part in
still
this
getting
right now.
killed over and over by a boss.
Suggestion thread that will remain open for the next week, with patrons able to comment speedruns they're interested in, with some stipulations like it has to be
That's
under an
insane
hour
how bad
long.
I was at this
Once
game.
that week has
I
passed,
still am bad. I still am
I'll
bad.
post a poll with everyone's suggestions so you can go vote for what you'd like to see me cover. If you're watching this in like 2028, what up? Hope the future is better than today, and sorry you missed this specific
I'm not
poll, but
speedrunning
this is an
this.
ongoing thing I like to do, and as long as I'm still making videos,
If that was any
then
game I
I'm
wanna
sure
try
I'm still running
speedrunning,
these
it'd be like
suggestions and votes for every other video on
Bayonetta.
Patreon. Supporting at any tier also gets your name in these
Or
credits like
Minecraft.
these beautiful folks you see before you, and gets you access to videos early.
This
If
is
you
cool,
decide
but
to support at a
this
higher
speedrun
tier
doesn't-
though, you get a little
like,
extra
I
in
think the
return,
speedrun's
like
cool,
my monthly
but,
retrospective series where I watch an old video of mine and
not
provide
the coolest,
commentary on
yeah.
what I think the video does
It's not
and
the
doesn't
coolest
do well,
speedrun
taking
ever.
notes to try and make better videos today. Overall, supporting the channel
was just
monetarily
curious
is
on, like, what was
entirely
happening.
unnecessary. Seriously, no
Yeah.
pressure. But the fact that it's unnecessary is what makes those of you who do support one of
Like,
a kind.
like,
So truly,
yeah, like,
thank you for the support.
Yeah, I
So
I
the
would
first
do.
of the two final fights is Andy
I would like
Circus 3,
Minecraft
which,
or-
as
or,
mentioned earlier,
Bayonetta.
has a skip to it. It's exactly the same as the previous Andy Circus skip, luring an enemy to the trigger for the fight, leaping at the enemy to start combat, and hitting the cutscene trigger right after. We don't have any of those Andy Circus skips in this run, though.
That's so
We're
crazy
fighting
you
that
can do
mofo
that,
for giving
though.
us Animal Farm 2025.
Yeah, so
Real
yeah,
talk-
so I guess he starts the cutscene, but then gets into another fight, and that fight counts as the boss.
My 7-year-old niece and 5-year-old nephew chose to walk out of that movie. Pete's on the final stretch to the boss fight, but there's actually a mini-boss blocking your way right beforehand. Its name is Creation, but Pete's actually going to do Creation Skip, the most precise skip in the run. As soon as he loads in, he holds tab, which flees him from battle. That's why he removed Lune from the party at the start of Old Lumiere, to flee faster. With Creation turned into a living statue, he can then head to the penultimate fight, doing
Nice.
a cutscene menu in the process. In this one, he'll swap Verso out for Lune, put the shortcut Picto on Mayel, then the SOS Power Lumina on her. This is because he'll open the fight with Last Chance, lowering her health to 1 but swapping her to Virtuose stance. This triggers Shortcut, letting her go again immediately since her health is below 30%, and thanks to the SOS Power Lumina, she also has powerful auto applied for dropping below 50%. Phase 1 of this fight is super simple, consisting of solely the aforementioned combo, Last Chance to proc Shortcut and take another turn, now in Virtuose stance and with max AP. Pete then uses Stental, dealing about 360,000 damage more than what was needed.
Yep,
The
now it is
transition
nuking
from
him.
phase 1 to 2 lasts a while, with Andy Serkis getting salty
Do you see
and
what I mean when I said about the balance?
saying he's gonna go home because Mael and
You can
Lune
just one tap this fucking guy if
aren't
you
being
build
nice to
your character. Like if you do a setup like this.
him. Fun fact, you can actually still dodge while a lot of this is playing out.
Another one of the slowest animations in the game.
You selfish, Aline.
Holy shit, so slow. I mean, Aura though. It's so slow.
To start phase 2, Pete uses Ice Lance to apply slow to Andy, making it so that he only gets 1 turn now instead of 2 in a row. When Andy attacks here, Pete dodges the final swing so that the party doesn't parry since he doesn't need the damage from a counterattack and sitting through it would only lose time. Both Mael and Lune have turns now, with him using Last Stand to again enter Virtuose stance, though since his health doesn't change at all, Shortcut doesn't proc. He then skips Lune's turn, just wanting to get to Mael's next turn as soon as possible so he can finish the fight. Wait, this isn't Halo 3. Even if this Stental doesn't crit, it'll still deal 432,000 damage, more than enough to finish the fight. No,
That
go
is
away, it's
insane.
not your time on this channel yet.
Put aside the cannons.
Nerfed, guys, nerfed by the way. That skill was nerfed. This is the nerfed version, by the way. Used to be stronger. I love this game, but the balance on this boss fight is abysmal. I don't know what they were thinking.
After the fight, Pete uses a Chroma Elixir to fully heal Mael and then makes his way to the final cutscene of the run. In this moment, you pick whether you want to fight as Verso or Mael for the fate
Mael's
of the
faster.
canvas.
He is
Pete's
one
been
tap.
beefing up Mael all Act 3, and she also has the best solo combo, using Last Chance to immediately enter Virtuose stance and fill her AP and trigger Shortcut to go again so that Pete can use Rain of Fire to kill Verso. If he doesn't crit at all with the attack, that's okay because the burn will kill.
Flames. Rain.
So if you made it to the end of the run, thank you so much on behalf of both myself and Pete, and of course a huge thank you to Pete for helping make this video. This video was honestly a real challenge with all
job,
the
Pete.
reroutes that happened during production, but Pete made the experience truly incredible and was so helpful the whole way through. He kept me in the loop on all rerouting updates,
For those who windmill
re-recorded the
after.
run for the video with the updated route, and did a lot of script checking to make sure I made all the adjustments correctly. Plus, his streams are super chill and cozy, and I can't recommend enough you
Wake
check
me
out
up
his
when they
channel.
beat it in
He
33
actually
minutes.
originally learned this speedrun because of someone in his stream community redeeming the 690,420 point channel reward for Learn a Speedrun, with the viewer picking this game. Pete loves
That's
to
so cheap.
speedrun this game and others too. He enjoys diving into all sorts of speedruns, but especially RPGs like this one. He's always ready to answer questions about speed tech or have a chat. Really just a fun time to hang out. So
Like
again,
that,
please check him out. And last but not least, as always, please check out the Tomato Anus Discord server. It's a really chill place where I'm trying to be more active
I'm
as
not
I begin
joining
an
the
in-depth
tomato anus place, brother. Good video though. Really good video. Yeah. Honestly, this wasn't that dank. compared to other games, that actually wasn't even that dang. Like, Portal is way too dang. Portal is way too dang. You can't even see what's happening on the screen. Ocarina of Time is also way too dang. Really? I haven't seen an Ocarina of Time speedrun. I've never seen that. Yeah, Portal is fucking dang. Now it's a Portal 2. What's the Portal 2 speedrun time? 53 minutes. Jeez. Oh, 54. Sorry. Yeah, dude, M2C, this is the guy I would watch for this is the guy you watch for fucking Portal. Insane how good his videos are. And this is the Portal guy. Standing on a button for 8 hours breaks Portal 2. Okay, well, I'll go do that then.
Please don't say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
She's so silly. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. I'm so ready for her to come out. Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool video. I don't want to see this, but I don't know. Who's the guy with the video? Tomato Anus? I wonder if he makes other ones. I assume he does. I assume so. Bioshock, Stray. How speedruns achieved every Minecraft speed. Okay, wait, that sounds interesting. Maybe we'll watch this one. I never really thought about that. An achievement speedrun. Yeah, that sounds cool. I've never seen that.
Hello everyone, my name's Tomato Anus, also known as the Itty Bitty Bulge. This is a random seed glitchless all achievement speedrun of Minecraft Java Edition performed by the world record holder Bloonskiller, and I'm gonna explain how he gets every achievement in around 50 minutes. There's a branch in the Java Edition all achievements category, pre and post 1.7. With 1.7, a new achievement was added for discovering all the biomes, which really changes the run and makes it a lot longer. So the run being covered in this video is the main all achievements category, with this run being done on patch 1.6.4, the last and most stable patch before 1.7.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of things. Is that why a lot of runs are on 1.16? It's because a lot, I guess, big changes. Big, massive changes. Fastest version? Yeah. I tried Restaurants from Kitchen Nightmares. I kind of want to watch Kitchen Nightmares, but we can't watch it because we're live on YouTube. We can't watch it, guys. You can't see it. It won't work.
Java Edition has a lot fewer achievements than Bedrock, with 1.6.4 having 27 achievements compared to the 44 Bedrock had on release or the 131 it has today. The 27 achievements have a sort of progression to them. They're consequential, where you have to get some before you can get others. Like, for example, you have to get the benchmarking achievement before you can get the time to farm, mine, or strike achievements.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Included in the achievements is, of course, beating the Ender Dragon, so this run will involve
Yeah,
beating
the
the game,
Dragon.
along with a handful of other things Bloons has to do, like baking a cake, riding a minecart for 1,000 meters in one go, and riding a pig off a cliff.
Okay, I kind of do want to watch this now. Fuck.
That Bloons
Fine, I'll watch it. I have nothing else to do anyways.
mods installed. The most important ones are the speedrun timer, which shows both his RTA and in-game times in the top right corner through the whole run, stats per world, because for some reason your stats and achievements persist across worlds in 1.6.4, and this mod fixes that, and Atom, which makes resetting and making a new world just a button press instead of quitting to title and going through the menus again.
Boom. Yeah, I need
Bloons
to burn
resets
my
a few
energy.
times looking for a spawn in a desert. Bonus points if there's a temple or chickens nearby. He spots some sand in the distance on this reset and notices he's next to a temple.
my
So he
chicken.
opens his inventory real quick to get the first achievement and starts the run like I start every morning by whacking some wood. While karate chopping the tree, he presses Shift plus F3 to open and prepare a pie chart for later, which, yes, this speedrun
Are you watching
utilizes a pie
YouTube?
chart. I'll explain.
It's 'cause my head hurts. I would play games, but I just don't have energy, man. I'm sorry, guys. This is gonna be a lazy stream. I'm a lazy streamer today. Until I feel better. Probably for a while, actually. Until I feel good. Oh. We're rotmoxing? Yeah, Tony. Game's so loud, though. Stop. I will probably have to get on ZZZ, though. Maybe. The daily's reset. What time is it? Make sure I'm not, let's see. I'll take my medicine in 1 hour. In 1 more hour, guys. It did? Let's do them then. I don't even have resin, do I? Yeah, I'm poor. I'm fucking poor, dude. So, What are these? Oh, I did this one. This is where I fucked, Florence. What are these? No, not this again. No. Is this like the Neuralink thing? Oh no. I didn't like this. I didn't like this. Jesus, dude. Okay, this actually is hurting my head even more. I'm closing the game.
Later, and after collecting 5 logs, he's set with enough wood to make the base tools to really start branching out in the achievements.
He's Steve! A little accurate.
Oi, Chicago guy. I saw this bean mix and figured I could make some coffee.
Oh yeah, that's not coffee. That was my breakfast. It's an assortment of beans.
No.
Pinto, garbanzo, kidney, baked, jumping, magic.
Why would you mix all of
Hey, Minnesota Dad, have you heard of the game Acecraft Sky Hero?
No, what's that?
It's a new mobile bullet hell game inspired by the iconic rubber hose animations of the 1930s. It's designed for short bursts of play with runs lasting 5 minutes, and man, are they dense 5 minutes. Multiple bosses, patterns that keep evolving, just a lot of fast-paced action.
I'm not buying this
wow,
ad.
that sounds neat. Say, do you...
Ew.
Oh my god, I could taste the garbanzo.
You can also absorb enemy bullets and send them right back at them. And hey, there's 2-player co-op too, so you and Minnesota guy can play
I don't
together.
have friends, so I'm not
and
playing.
There's a Tom and Jerry crossover too.
Hey guys. Bean
You're
mix
not
for
gonna get me
breakfast,
with your
Chicago
childhood
guy?
nostalgia.
Oh yeah.
Fly, laugh, and play together in Acecraft Sky Hero. Available
No.
now. Use the link in the description or
No.
scan the QR code to download the game. And don't forget, Tom and Jerry
No.
crossover.
Hey, what are you listening to, Minnesota guy?
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage
Oh
aerobic
fuck,
capacity.
dude, no, not this shit
Like I
again.
mentioned during the intro, achievements are consequential where you have to get some before others. The first 3
Yeah, wait,
achievements
nah,
in
dude.
order are opening your inventory, collecting
When
wood,
was
and
this
building a
uploaded,
craft.
sir? 11 months ago? This guy's he's at least stuck in 2015.
Bench, with him having done the first two already, and with him now having enough wood to craft each of the base tools once he's made a crafting bench to start down the main achievement paths. So
Ooh,
starting near the temple allows
that.
for
Not
showing
good.
off a pretty neat strat where Bloons disarms the pressure plate into TNT before setting it back up and triggering it in the main chamber while he crouches and yoinks the rest of the TNT and also makes the crafting bench. The TNT breaks a ton of blocks in the area and all the chests, providing a ton of resources he'll use through the run. This includes gold that he crafts into stronger tools after making the base tools for the achievements, along with a stone pickaxe for the getting an upgrade achievement that for some reason isn't given when you make gold tools or a stone hoe. He can now pillar on out of the temple pit with the blocks he's picked up, taking a moment to grab some stray gold that got blasted upwards by the TNT. So to get every achievement, he needs to of course beat the Ender Dragon, so he's going to be building a handful of beds to help with that. In versions 1.8 and up, terracotta is used to accent temples, but before that they used wool, so Bloons made some shears for quicker cutting and aims to get 24 wool, enough for 8 beds. You don't need that many beds to complete the run, but it's a safe number for both beating the Dragoon and also all of Bloons' other bed needs. After wrapping up at the temple, he starts surveying the area around him with the
how do we get your achievement in here? The one we have to get all the status effects.
thing he's looking for being animals. Having cows, horses, and pigs are all important, but chickens are the real star of the show because chickens mean eggs, and eggs means cake, and cake means achievement. He doesn't really spot any mobs anywhere, which is a bit annoying, but he does spot some sugarcane nearby, which can be used both for making a cake or making books, which is needed for the enchanter and librarian achievements. Next to the temple is this swamp, which is a great place to farm a lot of leaves and wood. Bloons needs a lot of blocks, at least 2 stacks of leaves for building a tower later on, though he likes to get 3 stacks just to have a stack for utility, and he's also aiming to get at least 16 logs so he can make a full stack of planks. There is a sheep who spawned here, asking what Bloons is doing in his swamp, but since this run had a temple, Bloons already has all the wool he needs and the sheep is useless. After this resource collection, he'll still be generally surveying his surroundings. His 2 main priorities are to find mobs and also caves. Caves are important because you need to travel a kilometer to minecart for an achievement, which requires a fair bit of iron, though not as much as it sounds. And caves are also important because the big bottleneck in this run is getting diamonds, and diamonds are difficult to get quickly.
No! Diamonds! You need a diamond.
Here he spotted a dungeon that spawned just below the surface of some sand, so the sand all fell, making the dungeon easy to spot. He checks the chest for any goodies, with him coming away with some iron and buckets and some string that he'll use to make a bow for the sniper duel achievement. When he beaches himself, he finds a hog and destroys some grass for seed before hopping back in the water to see if he can spot a cave attached to the dungeon or anything. He wants to cook up the piggy, but doesn't have flint and steel, and was hoping he could spot a cave where he could find gravel to get flint, but no dice. He's starting to feel a bit peckish though, so he'll house some rotten flesh he got in the desert temple to curb his hunger pangs. The desert temple in this run was ultimately a bit helpful, but not quite as helpful as it could have been. In fact, it's theoretically possible to get everything you need for the entire run from a temple, and then just play the rest of the run like an any % run, but you'd have to be incredibly lucky to get a spawn like that, and I don't think there's anyone out there lucky enough to really grind for that type of all achievements run. He's moving towards an area
I know
that
that
is a
guy.
clearing in
I
the
know who that guy is.
trees, which is important for the tower he's going to build later, which I will get to explaining at some point. And he clears more grass to get at least 2 seeds, hoes some land, plants the seeds, and fertilizes them with bone meal from the temple to quickly grow and harvest wheat. He needs 6 wheat in total, 3 for the cake and 3 for a loaf of bread. It's near his modest and humble family farm that he spots his first cave, a perfect opportunity to destroy some gravel and hopefully get some flint so that he can then make flint and steel and cook some goddamn hogs. When he goes to craft the flint and steel, he actually goes to craft it wrong at first, forgetting that in 1.6.4 the flint and steel recipe isn't shapeless and has to be built with flint specifically bottom right of the ingot. Still crafted it 50 times faster than it takes me to bumble my way through such a simple recipe. He's still kinda looking for chickens or even a good cave since the first
I'm
one—
gonna be honest. I didn't know they changed it. I always did it the same way because I thought it was.
Didn't immediately yield
I
much
thought
in
it
the
was
way of
always like that.
resources. He spotted some swine here and uses his crafting bench to make an iron sword so that his pig to pork chop pipeline is
Sword.
expedited. All within eyeshot of the oinkers, who
Not
just stand
sword.
there, blissfully
Sword.
unaware of their impending fate like they're a No Country for
No.
Old Men NPC. He's also gonna fill one of his buckets with water while laying waste to the
I don't
Suidae
see that.
swarm. While he keeps looking around for livestock and caves, it's worth bringing up the white boxes surrounding the
don't see
mobs and also the
sword.
one sticking out of Steve like he's ready to snap into a Slim Jim. These are actually the hitboxes, which you can turn on by pressing F3 plus B. In this version, the hitboxes are opaque
they're
and
white.
white, unlike the
fucking
wireframe boxes
ugly.
from later patches. This does
that's
help
fucking
with
ugly.
spotting things though, since it's easier to see a white box against the environment than a wireframe one. Bloons is about to spot a village in the distance on the
yeah,
right up here, which is super promising since they
Looks
can
about
have
it, though.
lots of food, including carrots, which are busted in this version. After making sugar from some cane, he makes a pit stop at some livestock outside the village, with him farming a few more pork chops from the oinkers and him killing a few asses to try and get leather. There's one achievement related to getting leather, Cow Tipper, which he'll get when he harvests some leather dropped by one of the asses. Despite the name, you don't have to get the leather from a cow for the achievement,
would
just
never
any
kill- you
animal
would
that can
never
drop
kill
it.
it.
Back to the village, it can also have a library in it, which will be great,
No.
because if you can manage to get 2 bookshelves, then later on you don't need to worry about crafting books with leather and sugarcane. There can also
Evil.
be blacksmith chests containing obsidian, diamonds, or saddles, which would be colossal, especially the obsidian or diamonds. It would eliminate a lot of obnoxious parts of the run. As he arrives at the village, he spots some desert in
Holy.
the distance and begins planning to go there after figuring out the
he did that
village.
so
I'll get
fast.
to why soon. The first building he enters happens to be a library, so he whips his axe out like we all do in libraries and grabs the required books for the run. This means he can toss out the leather he just got to free up an inventory slot, since he doesn't need it for making books anymore. Bloons is like me, where hobbies overlap and I often get the munchies while reading, so he makes a loaf of bread real quick for an achievement and also spills his seed on the library floor before leaving.
What
As
the
he checks
fuck?
out the village and its surroundings, he spots a lava pool in the distance
Because
on the
it's
left.
free.
Oftentimes, runners want to prioritize entering the nether because even if they might not be able to do anything there at the
Dude,
moment,
yeah, but you know this is old because it's doing this shit with the fucking shadows.
it's a good indicator of whether you should
Holy
reset.
shit.
Fortresses are the only place you can get nether wart, which we need for brewing potions, and it's also the only place blazes can spawn, which are what you get blaze rods from, with blaze rods needed for making brewing stands for potions and also needed to access the end. One of the most annoying things when doing all achievement runs is
Brewing
putting off
stands.
entering the nether for 17 minutes only to find out it's a bad seed with no nearby fortresses, so entering the nether earlier is just good reset and time efficiency. Well, all
Makes
that
sense.
being said, this run Bloons is going to put off entering
Wait,
the
doesn't
nether
he
until
need a lot of
17
iron?
minutes in, so let's see how it turns out for him then. Right now, he's
the
exploring
iron
some
armor?
nearby caves, trying to get iron since you need 35 in total for the whole run, and usually it's kinda annoying to get that much. Speaking of things he's still searching for, he spotted chickens nearby outside the cave, and they drop an egg after about 5 minutes on average, though it can range by a bit. Bloons is trying to not
I think in this version, the iron ender points in the portal room, which is weird because you rendered that.
stray too far
what do you
from the
mean?
chickens because you have to stay within 128 blocks of them for them to be spawned in and shit an egg. He takes out a creeper that was getting a little too close for comfort, which gives him
Oh,
the
he did
Monster
the
Hunter
block.
achievement, then fulfills no one's lifelong fantasy of cicada roleplay, emerging to the surface
Where are
from
my diamonds,
underground.
bro? I'm looking for them. Why would you do that? What's he moaning?
When he passes by the lava pool,
Why-
he
why
fills
is he
a
being so
bucket with
sexual in
lava while
this?
dumping out some water, and is now going to begin building this damn
What
tower
is-
I've brought up a couple times.
What is
He starts by
happening?
crafting some slabs and walls, and he'll then make a bed and drop a few extra things before surveying the land and getting started. The tower's overall purpose is to farm Endermen for Ender Pearls, which you of course
didn't
need
hear
in order to
Mo?
make Eyes of Ender so you can enter the
Wait, am I
end.
crazy?
This specific setup is called the Lava Fence Tower, which was designed by Chaos, a runner
I'm
who
not
really pioneered
crazy.
1.6
Look, it's most replayed. Wait, no, it's not.
overall purpose is to farm Endermen for Ender Pearls, which you of course need in order to make Eyes of Ender so you can
No, it
enter
is supposed to be
from
played.
underground.
See?
When he passes by the lava pool, he fills a bucket with lava while dumping out some water and is now going to begin building this damn tower I've brought up a couple times. He starts by crafting some slabs and walls, and he'll then make a bed and drop a few extra things before surveying the land and getting started. The tower's overall purpose is to farm Endermen for Ender Pearls, which you of course need in order to make Eyes of Ender so you can enter the end.
What is
This specific
Enderman
setup is
Tower?
called the Lava Fence Tower, which was designed by Chaos, a runner who really pioneered 1.7 RSG and developed a ton of strats. Bloons makes a
Never heard of
cobblestone
this.
base with slabs and blocks and uses a cobblestone wall under the lava so it's slightly offset. He'll then start building up, following a very specific layout and using leaves and stone in deliberate places. This setup will essentially help Endermen pathfind you, with one specific block in the tower breaking their pathfinding and making them fall into a hole that Bloons is gonna build. The lava is specifically to help kill spiders that are gonna spawn, which is the advantage this tower design has over others. Take note of the sand block he places here. That'll be important in a little bit. Up here, he builds his bunk bed with 2 leaf blocks behind the bed, since if you have 2 transparent
This has
blocks
always
like
been like
leaves
the
or
wild thing to use in Minecraft. The people who like build, yeah, I know, right? Stuff like building like farms and towers. Like, how do you do this shit? I think it's so complicated. Like, I remember back in the day, like I would make like the baby mob grinders. You know, like you find the zombie spawner, then you like mine out some blocks and put some water. You know, like the little baby ones. And now there's just like insane, crazy spawners.
TNT behind a bed, then when you spawn in, you spawn at the top of the blocks rather than the top of the bed. And in this case, the top of the blocks is going to be the
When I built my my guardian spawner, or my guardian farm, I was like, whole time I'm thinking, I'm like, how did someone do this? I would have never thought of any of this.
top of the tower. He also places a ladder above the bed.
What the fuck, dude? Anonymous. Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone say thank you if you got a sub. Nelly, I'll grab him personally. Nelly, say thank you for a gifted sub. Thank you, Anonymous. Oh, Lux, you too. Lux, say thank you for gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate it. Aw, that's so sweet, you, Nelly. Wow, so sweet.
So that he can jump off the top of the tower and easily grab the ladder to stop the fall. 17 blocks up from this ladder, he's going to build another one facing a different direction than the first. This second ladder is just the right height above a section of the tower's base below, where if you drop from the ladder to the base, you'll have exactly half a heart of health left, which will be super
Also,
easy.
hello, Tongue. Yeekin Tongue. Hello. Thank
For
you.
dying repeatedly to farm the
Yeah, I thought of your stream and managed to see. Yeah, isn't Anonymous so nice? Isn't he so nice?
pearls. Bloons will then build up until his tower is 113 blocks above ground level.
Thank you,
An easy way
Anonymous.
to determine
Ooh.
how high you
Also,
exactly
hello.
are is by
Hello,
pulling up the
Anonymous.
stat screen and standing on the edge of the tower so that you're kind of floating off the edge, and the next block below you is technically the ground. By looking at the FL or floor value on the stat screen, you can see
Floor
the
value.
exact height of the next block below you. The ground level here
Wow.
is 64, so that means he'll pillar up until
Wow.
his tower is at the height of
I'm yawning.
177, at which point he places another sand block with a ladder on it. This ladder is on the same side as the previous ladder below,
And
facing
this is for Enderman. Okay, good luck at work.
south, while the bed and bed ladder he built are facing east. He'll then go up 17 more blocks and build some blocks on the south side to align with the 2 non-bed ladders. So why tower up so high?
Yeah, why?
Well, mobs spawn in the range of 24 to 127 blocks away in a sphere all around
What?
you. If a
Is that? Uh-huh.
mob is 128 blocks away or more,
What is
they
wrong with
force
this guy?
despawn. This spawn radius extends below and above you, which is how mobs can spawn in caves underground or in caves above you if you're underground. This tower is just the right height so that when you spawn at the very top, having been upwarped there from the bed, you're just out of range of the ground, so all mobs are force despawned. If you drop to the upper south non-bed ladder, you lower that spawn sphere to intersect with the ground a bit, condensing the area that mobs can spawn to be directly surrounding the tower. Mob spawn rate is a function of how much area they have to spawn though, so the height of the top ladder that he's going to sit on while mobs spawn is calculated to give the mobs an area to spawn in that maximizes the number of mobs that spawn in as little height of the top ladder.
That's a new one. I haven't seen that one before. Interesting.
That he's going to sit on while mobs spawn is calculated to give the mobs an area to spawn in that maximizes the number of mobs that spawn in as little time as possible. If you want to see a full breakdown of the concepts behind this, I highly recommend you check out this video by T-Wags that I've linked in the description. More on the mobs and towers in a minute, because he's now at the top and dropping off on the side the beds.
Also why we 5 RD and Fortress. 5 RD.
So he catches the ladder above the bed, giving me a huge sense of vertigo while he does some inventory management, noshes some bread, crafts some buttons, and sleeps in the bed to set his spawn point. He's still got to build his trap to catch and kill all the Endermen, so after waking up from his beauty rest, he hops to the ground and proceeds to dig a hole 45 blocks deep. He pulls up that pie chart again while he digs down, which is a specific chart that has a small percent value in the bottom right. A spike in this value indicates that there are things like chests and spawners rendered in his field of vision, even if it's obstructed by blocks in the way. This is super useful for triangulating the stronghold, which is where you access the end, since the stronghold has chests and a silverfish spawner inside. So if you see a spike in the percent, there's a chance the stronghold is nearby in the direction you're facing. The percent went up a little bit when he first started digging, so Bloons started low-key freaking out like, okay, if I hit the stronghold while digging down here, I'm gonna lose it, because that would be incredibly rare. Unfortunately, it wasn't the stronghold he was burrowing towards. It was a mine shaft, which isn't the worst outcome, since he can take this time to grab some string from spider webs and also pick up a few minecart rails, saving on a bunch of iron he'd need. Once he's done with the shaft maintenance akin to a college student on a Friday morning hoping to get lucky that night, he builds up the walls around the pit he dug, empties out 7 spots around and below him for TNT, lights himself on fire, and places all the TNT just before he dies, including one above him, right below a button he placed at the bottom of the pit. This will respawn him at the top of the tower with all of his inventory sitting down underneath the TNT. It'll be there for the next 5 minutes before it despawns, so he's got to have a sense of urgency to get this tower split done within that time. He lowers his FOV a bit since he finds it easier to spot Enderman that way, drops to the top south side ladder, waits a few moments while looking at the stats, then drops down to the bottom south side ladder. Bloons can then watch as any nearby Enderman walk over and drop down the hole, and once the last one he sees falls for his Looney Tunes trap, he jumps off the tower to kill himself and start the process over again. In the stats screen, there's a value labeled E, which is how many entities are being rendered. He made a mental note of what the value approximately is when he's at the bottom of the tower, which in this run is about 195, and plans to make his drop every time from the top ladder when the E value climbs to be about 35 less than that, so around 160. Whenever he gets to the bottom, gravely wounded from the fall, he makes eye contact with all the Endermen, angering them since the only eye contact they like is with themselves in their laptop screen after turning off the porn they just busted to. And once the last Enderman drops down, Bloons drops off to kill himself again. So I had brought up before how he spotted a desert in the distance and was planning to go there after the village.
Yeah, I never would have thought
Usually
of
you want to
this.
build your tower in the desert, and that's why Bloons was planning to go there. When it came time to start building the tower though, he was concerned he wouldn't have enough time to get to the desert and fully build it before night, so he settled for ditching the desert and building in the plains instead. This is actually fairly risky because it can rain in the plains, and Enderman can teleport around in the rain, which just makes it impossible to do anything. It doesn't rain in the desert though, which makes it perfect to build your tower in. Because he typically builds the tower in the desert and isn't used to building in plains, he gets thrown off by horses a few times, catching a glimpse of them and thinking that they're Endermen. So the tower, while relatively simple in concept, is pretty easy to mess up in execution. If you build it wrong by even a block, the whole thing can get messed up and you can end up not catching the ladder and dying when you drop. Thankfully, Bloons is a bit of an expert when it comes to building these towers both quickly and correctly. So sometimes when you drop to the bottom, there won't be any Endermen that spawned. If this happens, that's when you get to utilize the sand block that I called attention to when he started building the tower. That's essentially a kill yourself block, where if you don't spot an Enderman when you drop down, you just jump off the bottom ledge onto the block and you die slightly sooner than if you jump to the ground. This tower design has a handful of small optimizations in place like that. It's just a really good design that Chaos drew up. Something else that was going on during this tower split is there ended up being a zombie horde amassing to attack the village. Not too relevant, but fun to call out. So while Bloons grinds away these pearls, dropping off the tower repeatedly, I'd just like to say, as always, that I hope you're all doing well. If you're not, then please remember, as always, that no feeling is final and that there is a tomorrow. You are in no way defined by the way you feel or where you're at mentally or emotionally. There's so much more to you as a human than those things. If things are particularly tough and you can't seem to escape the clouds of those thoughts, just know that things will get better, even if little by little, even if you don't notice it day to day.
More Minecraft.
One day you will notice it though, and you'll realize just how far you've come, how long you've gone without thinking about certain things. Where you're at right now will end up being just where you were, rather than the definition of who you were or are. Please keep that in mind, and always remember that no feeling is final.
Now. This later.
So around 4 minutes have passed since he died at the bottom of the Ender Pit, meaning it's about time to see how the pearl farming has been going. Endermen have a 50% chance to drop a pearl, and to finish the game, Bloons needs a minimum of 12 pearls. Pearls, when turned into Eyes of Ender, have a 20% chance of breaking when used, though, so realistically he wants to aim for at least 14 pearls to play it safe. He drops down the pit here, keeping an eye on his first inventory slot to see how many pearls he picks up when he lands and dies. Here he ended up having 12, the exact minimum, but it's very risky, so he decides to do another drop. This time he ends up having a lot of Endermen spawn, so he feels comfortable having this be the last one. He breaks the leaf boxes above him that are behind the bed so that he'll no longer get upwarped and spawn at the top of the tower, and then sleeps through the rest of the night to clear out the mobs. Remember, Bloons died at the bottom of the shaft at around 11 minutes 30 seconds, so he's getting really close to the 5-minute mark where all his inventory sitting down there will despawn. As he drops off, he hits a wall in front of him to do a cooldown skip, where the wall hit removes a 5-tick cooldown before breaking the next block, so that he can instantly break the TNT below him and hit the lever on the wall to begin detonating the TNT down here. He instantly respawns and drops back down the pit, with you being invulnerable for 3 seconds after spawning, so when he hits the bottom and picks up the 14 pearls and all his inventory that was close to despawning, he not only doesn't take fall damage, but he doesn't take damage from the TNT and gets trampolined all the way out of the pit. Reunited with his gear, Bloons does a bit of crafting, starting by making a gold
What the fuck?
that was close to despawning. He not only doesn't take fall damage, but he doesn't take damage from the TNT and gets trampolined all the way out of the pit.
This is dude. If I saw this as a kid, I would actually lose my mind.
United with his gear, Bloons does a bit of crafting, starting by making a gold shovel, which, worth mentioning, he doesn't craft many gold tools in advance of using them because it can be easy to overcrowd your inventory with them. He also uses some sticks and string to make both a bow and fishing rod for later. Worth mentioning that this being 1.6.4, a quality of life feature missing from this version is there's no sprint button. Anytime you want to sprint, you have to double tap W, which is actually really annoying when you're so focused on your movement in a speedrun. Fully de-Rapunzeling himself, he glances around for chickens, still needing an egg for cake and also needing feathers for arrows. After taking out a creeper and using a leaf block to protect himself from the explosion, Bloons does a little bit of inventory management before resolving that it's time to finally enter the Nether, 17 minutes into the run, just like he typically likes to avoid. Building the portal is a bit awkward in this version since you have to be super careful with where adjacent obsidian blocks are. If you have obsidian blocks on both sides of the portal entrance, then for whatever reason, the portal won't ignite when you try to light it. When he enters the Nether, he doesn't get the we need to go deeper achievement because he's yet to get any diamonds and the diamonds achievement. In fact, he hasn't even crafted a furnace yet, which is required for a precursor achievement to diamonds. So even if he had found diamonds so far, he's still limited by not having Hot Topic. That's how the achievement is pronounced, by the way. You have to say diamonds. He pulls up his pie chart after entering and is going to use it to try and scout out a Nether fortress, looking for small spikes in the percentage. As he pokes around, laughing at us for having to endure the netherrack absolutely tanking the video's bitrate, he's not seeing too much in regards to the pie chart. He notices a ghast vibing out near the ceiling, so he takes a moment to double check where he's at with achievements, since the Return to Sender achievement is earned from hitting a ghast with an Uno reverse card and killing it with its own fireball. He doesn't have the prerequisites though, so going to have to wait on that. Bloons messes around with his FOV a bit to help with narrowing his search for a fort, and notices the pie chart goes from 0.01 to 0.02% when facing one direction, so he sets off that way, hoping that it'll result in something and that he didn't just waste 18 minutes of his time to end up resetting. He starts strip mining in the direction of the potential fortress, and he throws down a crafting bench to make a couple gold pickaxes so he can cut through the netherrack like fast food cuts through my intestinal tract.
Peace and quiet, finally. It's nice.
When he crawls out of his tunnel, there's a ghast on the left waiting to welcome him to the neighborhood, which he narrowly avoids a blast from. He keeps heading in the general direction of the 0.02% tick, which when he checks up here will still be at 0.02%. It's just over this crest ahead, which he scales smoothly by placing blocks below him as he jumps and lands, and that he then spots nether brick indicative of a fortress. These 19 minutes have not been wasted. So now that he's found a fort, he's going to try and find a blaze spawner. You really don't want to spend too long in the nether because you do have to utilize the second night cycle of the overworld to kill a skeleton with a bow from really far away for the sniper duel achievement. If you don't get out of the nether in time for at the very least the end of the second night, then the run is pretty much dead since you'll lose so much time either waiting for the next night or searching for a skeleton underground. After busting into the fort like I busted in your dad's mouth, he again checks the pie chart because even though he's found a fortress, he still needs to locate a blaze spawner, which the pie chart helps with. He uses third person here to scout his surroundings after he exited the covered path and spots a blaze spawner up ahead on the right.
And he was not even joking. This one he's being so sexual.
Aren't that bad in modern patches since you can barter fire resistance potions from piglins, but that's not an option in this patch since piglins were added in 1.16.
Yeah, like
child games. Blaze spawners are out in the open and the blazes can kinda go everywhere and be erratic. So in runs on this patch, the blaze spawner portion can be really sketchy. To help mitigate blazes floating away when he smacks them, he builds a kind of trident roof above the spawner that'll trap them inside. After he takes out this blaze wave, he starts mining out the area around the spawner to increase the available spawning space, which allows for more blazes to potentially spawn. He'll get ganked by a blaze out of spawn here, but after taking it and its friend out, he'll return to his remodeling. Part of this setup has him also placing 2 blocks at the entrance above the stairs. This is so that if he gets a big spawn and is overwhelmed by their numbers to the point where he can't kill them all before they start fireballing, he has a place he can flee and hide. He takes this moment between waves to stay productive by placing down his crafting bench and finally making a furnace to get the Hot Topic achievement. Bloons puts that bad boy to work right away by smelting iron in it, which will cross off the Acquire Hardware achievement once he collects the smelted ingots. He went to craft a brewing stand a moment ago since you need to brew a potion for an achievement, but he ended up changing his mind and holding off for now. Bloons himself voiced to me that he's not sure why he didn't make it here.
Like you're playing Hunger Games, you see someone, you block, you crouch. It's like we're
while
friends.
Waiting, and that he thinks he probably should have crafted it here. This stretch of the run then turns into a fair bit of waiting. He currently has 14 pearls, so that means his goal is to get at least 8 blaze rods. He wants to save 1 blaze rod for crafting a brewing stand, and the other 7 he'll use to make blaze powder. Each blaze rod makes 2 blaze powders, giving him 14 powders from the remaining 7 rods, which pairs with his 14 pearls to make 14 eyes. He kills a lot of this waiting time by placing and farming gravel. He needs to make arrows later for the sniper duel achievement and final fight, but arrows require flint, feathers, and sticks. Gravel has a 10% chance of dropping flint, so placing the gravel he has and shoveling it while waiting for blazes to spawn is a great way to be as efficient with your time as possible. Killing this group of blazes puts him over the 8 he needs with 10, and he breaks the spawner before he leaves just to be safe. So this area of the fortress that the spawner was in, a section without a roof, this is what the community refers to as a good part of the fortress. The spawner can only be out in these open areas. The bad part is the sections of the fortress with the nether brick roof. It's bad because there are no spawners there, with spawners being the big main reason why we sought out the fortress in this run and the only reason you come here in any percent runs. There's still value in the bad parts though, since there are chests littered throughout the fortress that can hold all sorts of goodies. Like in these first chests on the left up here, he's going to find some gold and iron, with the iron being super nice for making more minecart tracks later on. He's also going to find some nether wart up ahead, which is super nice since he can use it later to brew a potion and earn the local brewery achievement. The main things he's looking for in these chests though are diamond and obsidian, with these chests being one of the last places in the run where you can get diamonds easily. Diamonds are somewhat likely to appear in these chests, so it's not uncommon to get them this way, and it's the main way Bloons typically ends up getting them in these runs. In total, he needs 2 diamonds and 4 obsidian for making an enchantment table, which is required for an achievement. Alternatively, he can get 5 diamonds and no obsidian. That way he can craft a diamond pick to be able to mine the obsidian he needs. As he pathfinds through the fortress hunting for chests, it's important to note that you'll see Bloons retracing his steps a lot through this portion of the run and walking through the same area multiple times. He's trying to not stray too far from the one area and explore the branching paths off of it. That way he doesn't get too turned around and lose track of where he came from. Here he ends up finding both a diamond and a saddle in one chest, which is a great find since the saddle is needed for the When Pigs Fly achievement and it's only in a recent patch that you can craft a saddle. Something worth calling out that I'm sure you've noticed is that Bloons jumps a lot when he sprints. This is because sprint jumping is simply faster than regular sprinting, so maximizing sprint jumps is super good as long as it doesn't detract from your navigation and turning. So while Bloons hops around the fortress looking for more shit to shove in his pockets before leaving, I'd like to give a huge thank you to some pivotal people in making this video possible. My patrons. The only reason you're watching this video at this exact instant is because of them. They suggested and voted on this run to be covered, which is something you can participate in as well at patreon.com/tomatoanus if you contribute $3 a month.
Patreon
Sure that I can pay my bills and keep making videos while also helping me pay the speedrunners I work with for their time and expertise. Again, thank you to all of you who helped make this possible. Truly. Back to the run, Bloons is wrapped up at the fortress and is finding his way back to the portal. He has a few arrows sticking out of him like he's Boromir, but his resolve remains intact. Up here, he'll drop the diamond he got from the chest and pick it back up to earn the Diamonds achievement. To get the achievement, you have to pick them up off the ground as if you had just mined them. So if the first diamond you get is from a chest, you gotta first drop it like it's hot. While he's running back to the portal, he's still grinding gravel, placing it down and hitting it with the shovel, all without breaking his stride. He isn't 100% sure what his flint count is off the top of his head, but he's pretty sure he doesn't have enough, so gotta try and squeak out as much as he physically can. He's still on the clock with trying to get back to the overworld before the second night ends, so it's pretty important to not get lost or anything when heading back. This is a bit easier said than done though, because
I was watching him play today. It's playing Dark and Darker with Windows. Fun to see.
Can have a big influence on this. Sometimes you get a great seed where the portal is just in a fort and you don't need to stress about it at all.
That game is so shit. I love watching it. It's such a fun game to watch.
Really annoying seed like this one.
Because it looks so bad.
The portal spawned in a cave that has weird branching out paths that can be hard to trace back to the portal. Ultimately here he did actually end up getting a bit turned around. He spots a bunch of blocks he placed when initially navigating the area near the portal, but had a bit of a hard time tracking down exactly where the portal itself was. There's a bunch of caves branching out from each other here, and every time he went to head one direction, he'd peek around and realize that's not the direction he came from. He even busts out the pie chart at one point to try and pick out where the portal is. He knows it's around here somewhere though, and I love that coming up you can pick out the exact moment where he spots the obsidian and immediately leaps into action sprinting to it.
Running while mining gravel. I did that. Why if I did that I did on accident? Yeah, I did it on accident then. Dude, that's why
He
I got
farms some more
ADHD.
gravel as he warps out, netting himself
That's
another
most
flint in the
likely
process,
ADHD.
and now that he has the Diamonds achievement, he's able to get the We Need to Go Deeper achievement
That
since you
is
get it from just
douchey.
using a portal regardless of which direction you go. This is a precursor achievement to Into Fire, the one for getting a blaze rod, so similar to the Diamond one, he whips out his rod, unfurling it onto the ground, and picks it back up to get the achievement. As he waits for night to encroach, he looks around for chickens since he still needs feathers and also an egg, Red Lucy looking ass. After killing 2 unlucky chickens, he passes the time spent waiting for night and mobs to spawn by doing some crafting. He starts by making some arrows, with this being a great opportunity to see how cluttered his inventory is, with all of this junk being important, other than maybe the dirt. He also crafts a brewing stand with some cobblestone and a blaze rod, followed by making some more tools with his gold. Bloons does feel he probably could have dropped the gold by this point, since it could be annoying to just have it taking up space in your inventory, but Kest Levi.
Brew a speed potion. Those are the best ones. I was gonna do a mundane potion, I guess.
He spotted
Are
some
they? I
cows
don't
nearby,
know.
which is really awesome
Yes,
since you
sugar,
need
so I
3
just
milk
wanted
to
to
make
do
a
it.
cake. He throws down a crafting table to make 1 more bucket so he has enough to hold all that cow juice, and makes direct eye contact with the bovine he's
don't-
about to make feel bovine.
Don't call it that.
He bakes the cake, but like most of us with baking, botches the recipe on his first try. He doesn't want to walk around with cake in his pocket, so he throws it on the ground, then starts looking around for some more chickens to kill. He might not need any more eggs, but he does still need feathers to craft arrows. He'll only need
I
a
always
few
do that
arrows
too,
at
with the,
most for
like,
the
I
sniper
placed
duel
the-
achievement,
the
where he
milk,
has to kill a skeleton with
on
an
the
arrow from
bottom,
over 50
whatever,
blocks away.
right?
But he'll need arrows for the final fight too, so gotta get more feathers. He now gets to looking for skeletons since mobs are cropping up. He spots one up ahead here, but has to kind of strafe wide around a creeper to approach carefully, and he hits Skelly with his sword a few times so it'll die in 1 shot. There's quite a crowd developing around this skeleton though, with a bunch of mobs gathering who would gladly take an arrow for this bony fuck. So as Bloons runs to put distance between him and it, he passes by another more
creeper.
isolated skeleton who catches his attention. He whacks it a couple times like I'm wont to do on a lonely night, and flees to go build a tiny tower over 50 blocks away. Archery at this range is partially RNG since your arrow's trajectory isn't 100% consistent, but he's got almost 10 arrows, so it's no biggie if it takes a few shots. Before fledging and leaving his
Creeper go
perch,
boom
he
here?
crafts more arrows to prep for the final fight, along
Oh,
with a
no.
bed. He plans to sleep the rest of the night away so he
No.
doesn't have to deal with mobs, but he has to run away from the mobs first so they aren't within the 8-block range that prevents you from going to sleep. Sleeping in this bed resets his spawn point, so next time he dies, he'll spawn at this bed, which isn't far from the tower he built. This is important because after beating the Ender Dragon, he'll use the end fountain that spawns to warp back to the overworld since he's planning to do a few achievements after the end, and this area near the tower is where the nether portal is.
and so the end is not
he
the
had
end.
a little brain fart and ended up breaking the bed, thinking he was conserving resources for the Ender Dragon fight. Since he now has no most recent bed, his respawn point is set to the spawn point for the world where he originally started, and he didn't realize that happened until much later. Ultimately, it's okay though. He's still going to end up finishing this run faster than anyone in the world not named Bloons has ever
Damn.
completed a run. After taking inventory of
Oh,
what
wow.
achievements he still needs to get, he sets out to take care of the ones that are easily achievable right now in the overworld. He spots some sand nearby, so he decides to go grab some and smelt it into glass, which blew my mind because I had always thought that glass was frozen air. The glass is for making bottles that will be used in brewing, and while that goes, he throws the
Oh, this is
saddle he
funny.
found in the fortress chest onto a pig and towers up a little. This is a newer strat that's kinda a swag strat where
It
it's
gives me
really
a sub.
cool but only saves a
Anonymous.
couple
Thank
seconds
you,
when done right,
Anonymous.
where he uses the fishing rod to heave a hog into the hemisphere and he then hops his hiney on the hog as it hurtles to the ground and gets hurt. This gets the When Pigs Fly achievement, which requires you to ride a pig while it falls higher than 6 blocks. This is actually a relatively newer strat. They used to just dig a hole and ride the pig into it, but this is much cooler. Because it's newer, he doesn't have quite as much practice with it and it took a couple tries. But fun fact,
This
in the
looks
process
super
of making
hard.
this video, Bloons recorded a run that would have been a new world record, but accidentally deleted it. The deleted run was roughly
What?
30 seconds or so faster than his current record, but he did this strat in that one too and got it first try.
No. My WR
After
was
hitting the
deleted.
trick, he kills the pig as a
I
fuck
believe
you, along
him.
with a chicken for good measure. He tosses some dirt blocks into orbit since he
I
doesn't
believe
really
every
need
time
them
someone
crowding his
says it, every
inventory,
time.
then uses the glass from the furnace to make some bottles, and makes an Eye of Ender he'll use immediately to begin triangulating the stronghold. He'll then set off in that direction, putting a momentary pause in the achievement collection to sniff out the stronghold. As he sprints across the overworld, he's periodically throwing down
What does
blocks to
stronghold
serve as
smell
a
like?
breadcrumb trail. This way, if he diverts from this path at any
Moldy
point, he
stone?
can have a reliable reference point as to the direction he was headed when last triangulating. He's using the pie chart again, keeping an eye on the percentage for spikes that might indicate
am
the
behind the
stronghold is
pie.
spawned in and is within his field of view somewhere underground. He tries to use the Eyes of Ender sparingly, since they have a 20% chance of breaking on any given throw, meaning that it's right around a 50%
Yeah, sorry.
chance of an eye breaking within 3 throws. After resolving to take a quick fishing break here and enjoy the little things in life, he does throw another eye though, which he tracks the direction of for after angling some fish. Before catching a fish, he lets out his inner Frank Reynolds by chumming / polluting the local pond with 5 raw chickens and some bones. He then sets off in the direction the Eye of Ender flew. Right now, Bloons is hoping that when he eventually finds the stronghold that there's either a cave there where he can find diamonds or altar chests that have diamonds. He believes that his lack of diamonds is what was ultimately the largest time loss of the run. If he had the diamonds right now, he'd be able to knock out brewing and enchanting immediately, then could go do the end fight, followed
You
by
need brewing
entering
for
the Nether
diamonds?
to do the Ghast Kill and Minecart Rail achievements to wrap
What?
up the run. This run would be for sure sub 40 pace, which is ridiculously good, but unfortunately those diamonds are being real elusive. He's also not really feeling too
Why does he need
confident about the
diamonds for the
stronghold
brewing?
location right now, because based on what his coordinates are, he's moving away from spawn as he chases these Eyes of Ender vectors and is getting pretty far. With how far from spawn he is, it works out so that right now he's either very close to a stronghold
The
or
line?
he's really far from one, hence the lack of confidence in this turning out well. After checking out this iron ore though and realizing he actually doesn't need any more, he throws another eye which flies back the direction he came from. This assuages his fear that he might be far from a stronghold, since this means he passed one between now and the last time he threw an eye, so he starts heading back the way he came, navigating through the forest. As he backtracks, he might have noticed that he's
achievement
relying on his
line.
pie chart less as this goes on. He's pretty near to a mine shaft, which kinda obfuscates the pie chart and renders it useless, so he's just working off his gut and triangulation skills now. Once he throws another Eye of Ender and notices it float off in a different direction than his path he's doubled back on, he sets off that way, laying down multiple wood blocks to mark out the line he's on. Unfortunately, the Eye of Ender did break here, so he's down to 13 total he has / can make with his current inventory. After establishing a little bit of a trail here, he's then going to branch off from it and throw another eye. If he's gone far
think I
enough to
might be
pass the
cheating.
stronghold on the path that he's marked out, then the Eye of Ender will float back towards an intersection point with the breadcrumb trail, indicating the stronghold location. Here he throws it, and it thankfully tracks back to an intersection with his path, but he got really unlucky with this eye breaking too. This brings him down to 12 eyes, but he has a solid idea of where the
can't
stronghold
really
is and
miss.
gets digging. To enter the end and fight the Ender Dragon, you need to fill all the portal blocks with Eyes of Ender, 12 in total, with there being a chance that some portal blocks start filled, but it can also be a 0 eye where all blocks are empty and you have to use all your eyes / pearls to fill it.
Dude, how
0
many
eyes
eyes
are
are in
super
mine? How
scary
many
since
do I
when
have?
you warp into the end,
I have
there's a
2,
chance
I
the
have 2,
platform
right?
you spawn on is really far away from the
I had
island where you
3.
fight the dragon, so having some pearls left over to span
Oh,
the gap is
uh-huh.
super useful. He utilizes the pie chart again here just to make sure that he doesn't tunnel past the stronghold and miss it, but he hears some silverfish so he knows he's in
I
the
was
right
lucky
place,
then,
and
huh?
in this run actually got a really nice result with this mine spitting him out right into the portal room. Bloons drops down and identifies the portal being a 1 eye, as in 1 portal block
can
is
relate to
filled, so
this.
he'll for sure have at least 1 pearl left over in case of emergency, and he breaks the silverfish spawner so they don't dick with him, just like this little asshole here dicked with him. He assesses the stronghold layout, seeing that the goddamn library of Trinity College is adjacent to the portal room, with the other door leading to a mine shaft that also happens
your
to
version of
overlook the
Quintus Starter
library of
Room?
Trinity. This begins what Bloons feel is one of the most annoying stretches of the run, navigating through the stronghold and
I
connected
could
cave
smell it.
system to try and find diamonds. Like I mentioned a little bit ago, he's of course checking the cave for diamonds, but they can also spawn in altar chests, with there being a 7.3% chance of some spawning. That means that it takes an average of about 13 to 14 chests before you'll find any diamonds, but Bloons got really lucky with him finding a diamond in the first chest he stumbles upon up here, which also contains a fresh iron sword he swaps out for his old beaten up one. So as he navigates through this cave, it's worth bringing up again that in this version of Minecraft, you can't just press a button to sprint. You've got to double tap W. It's ridiculously cumbersome and particularly annoying when you're in mines like this one where you're constantly bumping into things and restarting your sprint. Here he breaks a door and places a block down to help block a creeper from following him, though it wasn't wholly necessary. Still, it serves as an identifiable landmark not far from the portal room. The altar chest diamond that Bloons found brought him to 2 diamonds total, which is just rough and unlucky for this far in a run. Technically, to finish the run, you only need 2 diamonds for crafting an enchantment table, but you also need those 4 obsidian blocks I mentioned earlier as part of the recipe. He never got any obsidian blocks from the Nether Fortress chest, so he still has to mine some, meaning he needs a diamond pick and actually needs 5 diamonds total, which with how this seed has been going is a pretty big ask. He's got to do a lot of searching to hope he gets lucky with a diamond vein or a great diamond chest or multiple diamond chests.
Just remember when I had like 20 diamonds in that one cave, but I died. Fuck. I'm just a loser, dude. Oh no! Oh no!
Here he gets overwhelmed by multiple mobs, so he casts for Amontillado himself to get a moment's respite that's immediately interrupted by the creeper blowing himself up in frustration and a spider saying he actually isn't a fan of Poe and walking around the wall Bloons built. It's also important to note that while Bloons is deep in this spelunking phase, he's always trying to keep a general sense of direction about him. Sure, losing a run with a pace this good this late to a bad diamond seed would really suck, but it'd honestly feel worse getting the diamonds only to lose the run from getting lost and being unable to retrace your steps. He's mainly focusing on trying to suss out which paths looked like they would go farther down vertically and not taper off quickly, while also trying to avoid taking any paths that might be just difficult to navigate quickly.
Like when
presented with continuing down the path he's on and taking his time to carefully navigate around lava, he'll just go to the next available path to maintain an expedited search.
Yeah, it's hard. I just run around and break grass in circles. It was fun. I'm honestly surprised I beat it that fast.
Right up here, Bloons ends up finding a diamond vein, and a gnarly one at that, netting him 5 to bring him to 7 total. This is enough to make the enchanting table and pickaxe while having enough left over to make something like a diamond sword, which he'll fully take advantage of later. He also somehow spots obsidian under this water here, which, like, how? When squinting, I can barely make out that those blocks are different, but not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. This will net him all the obsidian he needs for the run. Mining obsidian takes eons though, so he's gonna multitask a bit. First by setting up his brewing stand to get some potions going, and then he'll also start a fish fry in a furnace.
Yeah, I think I am.
He collects some water with his frozen air bottles and combines it with the netherwort he picked earlier to brew some awkward potions, which will give him the local brewery achievement when finished. Awkward potions are the stepping stone for all the real potions. And
it's like I think I just cap out my skill too early, dude. You know, like I've been playing Minecraft for that long. I feel like I'm so bad at it compared to, you know, like time wise. I don't know. Same with Overwatch. Overwatch, I feel the same way. Like I've always been like a diamond ranged player in Overwatch. It's like never really changed. No, I guess I haven't really tried.
Brewing them with some blaze powder makes potions of strength. If you're under the effects of a strength potion and land a critical hit with an iron sword or anything stronger, you deal over 9 hearts of damage, netting you the overkill achievement, which he plans to get against an enderman when he fights the dragon. For melee weapons, crits happen when you hit a mob while you're falling, so like jump and then hit them while you're coming down for 150% damage.
In this observation, I guess. But I doubt I have the talent to be much better than I am. Trust me. I think the only thing I think I got somewhat good at was like Call of Duty sniping. But even then.
So after breaking and claiming his 4th and final obsidian block, he grabs a strength potion from his microbrewery and also the fish from the furnace for the delicious fish achievement. He's gonna bang out a few other outstanding achievements now as well, with him making a crafting bench real quick that he'll finally get to make an enchanting table with, using the obsidian and diamonds he's hunted down. With enchanter off the list, he can finally use the books he stole from the village to make a bookshelf to get the librarian achievement. He makes a diamond sword with the 2 spare diamonds, cause why not? Let's have some fun. Then enchants the sword, pick, and shovel he's been using, cause why not? Let's have some fun. This seed ultimately led Bloons pretty far away from the portal room, so he's now gotta go on an odyssey to get back there, with there being a ton of mobs he blew past earlier. He now has to cross.
Sniping if I try. I haven't played Call of Duty in so long. So like, I don't know how bad I'd be if I tried again.
Paths with again. Let's sit back for a moment and watch as he attempts what would be a ridiculous feat of navigation and confrontation avoidance, the likes of which haven't been seen since I ran into an X while I was lost in a mirror maze.
Wait, no, that's not true. I played Vanguard a little and then I quit. And then, well, that was the last time I played. I played that like the first week. And I dropped the franchise completely. So 20, so like, what's that? 2022 somewhere around there. I mean, it's sniping, so it's not the hardest thing.
As Bloons arrives back to the Library of Trinity, he uses his handy bucket of water to place water below himself and prevent fall damage before quickly placing a block between himself and a creeper to block the explosion from hitting him. Arriving at the portal, he then crafts a bunch of beds for the final fight against the Ender Dragon, since trying to sleep in a bed while in the End or the Nether causes the bed to explode, which deals more damage than TNT and is great for quickly taking out the Ender Dragon. After crafting and placing the final Eyes of Ender, he leaps on in and earns the End achievement. Bloons then uses one of his 2 remaining Ender Pearls to quickly get from the portal up to solid ground where the Dragoon is waiting, where he right away places a bed with a block to protect himself from damage, with him sleeping in it as soon as the dragon gets close. So this fight in pre-1.9 runs is pretty dope, and in Bloons' opinion, one of the most mechanically intensive things in speedrunning. The dragon essentially picks a target to fly at random, and whenever it gets to that target, or whenever it takes damage, it picks a new target, with there being a 1/4 chance on each change to pick the player. That makes his game plan to shoot down crystals to damage the dragon as much as possible to constantly try and get her to charge you so you can smack her with a bed. You'll often see Bloons placing the bed on top of blocks to elevate it more, which essentially subsumes more of the dragon in the blast for more damage. Sometimes Bloons is lit on fire by the explosion, but he thankfully still has that bucket of water that he flash dances himself with to extinguish the flames. If the dragon isn't connected to a crystal like she is here, he instead aims to hit her directly. On the charge after this one, the dragon will approach from a higher angle, which calls for you to do a flip bed, which is the hardest one to execute. You first run under the dragon to get behind her so she turns around, and you then have to immediately pill her up. This manipulates her into turning around and continuing her charge at you while also bringing her slightly out of the ground, which you respond with by dropping down and catching some Z's. This flip bed nearly kills her, but she starts flying away, so Bloons has got to land some ludicrous snipes here to hopefully get her to change direction. Once she finally says screw it and flies to her doom, he hits her with the last bed before then whipping out and shotgunning the strength potion. When he goes to attack an Enderman here, he needs to land a crit for the overkill achievement, which again is done with a melee weapon by attacking while you fall, so he just jumps and whacks the dude on the way down and boom. When he goes to exit the End through the portal that spawned where he killed the dragon, he'll be given the End achievement, meaning he only has 2 left. The one where you have to kill a ghast with its own fireball, and also the one for riding a minecart 1,000 blocks uninterrupted. Going through this portal spawns you at your most recent rest spot, but remember that Bloons broke the last bed he slept in right after waking up, so his spawn point is set to the world's spawn point. It's a small mechanical mistake on his part that had huge repercussions since he now has to make his way all the way back to the base of operations he set up, since that's where the nether portal is. Let's fast forward a little bit through him gathering some utility resources like wood and making his way back home. Once his home, that's the equivalent of the Earth's boner, comes into view, he's in the home stretch. He's just beelining it to the nether where he'll hunt down a ghast that he can say no you to. Remember that when he first entered the nether, there was a ghast near the portal. Bloons is hoping that ghast will still be there, but it's not guaranteed. It could have despawned when he went to the nether fortress. After getting his bearings in the nether and figuring out which direction it was that he did all his block placement and mining earlier, he starts heading that way, with the ghast from earlier having notably despawned. You might be asking how he knew it despawned without looking around for it too much. Ghasts are some low-key noisy sons of bitches and easy to identify by sound alone, and as he moves around the nether, he's really listening out for any ghast that might be keeping up their friend's parents at the slumber party. The ghast is his #1 priority, but he still does need to smelt some more iron for the minecart achievement. He turned off the hitboxes earlier, but turns them back on here to help spot the ghast since the giant white hitboxes are easy to pick out. While he waits for the iron to smelt, he does a little bit of netherrack scavenging since he'll need to climb pretty high soon, and also craft some ladders, which he'll use in getting to where he'll do the minecart achievement. Once the iron's been smelted, he then uses the crafting bench he placed nearby to make 3 minecarts with it, since he'll be doing an exploit that needs 3. It's now time to really focus on strictly finding a ghast. Bloons felt that this ended up being pretty unlucky, with there being quite a bit of searching required to find one. He's really keeping an ear out because sometimes ghasts can spawn in little cave areas behind blocks where they're just having a little rave all to themselves. Up here, he finally ends up hearing one, with Bloons immediately snapping to and sprinting its direction. This ghast ended up being really far away, which makes killing it all the more annoying. After that intense game of Pong, it's now time to head to the nether roof for the final achievement. Getting to the nether roof itself is something you're not normally supposed to be able to do, though with a ladder and an ender pearl, anything is possible. Namely, a pearl clip is possible. I've labeled this as a glitch, which might lead to some of you going, hey, wait a second, since after all, this is a random seed glitchless run, though pearl clipping is allowed by the official speedrun leaderboard. Bloons needs to get really high up in the nether for a pearl clip. This is where all the netherrack and wood he's collected comes in handy, since he can pillar on up. He doesn't have to be all the way up, perfectly below the upper limit of the nether, but as close as he can easily get works. Once he's gone up high enough, he places a ladder that leads to the unbreakable roof, hops on and buries his face in the top corner, and throws an ender pearl upwards, which throws it on the other side of the seam/corner, warping him up onto the roof. Here he'll do another glitch that's actually allowed in RSG runs, which actually predates Bloons' time in the community. This glitch is where you place down some tracks so they turn and you have an angled one, then break all the tracks, save for the angled one. You then build some other tracks so that you have one sloping down toward the turn track, with the other ones built on a block above the one aimed at the turn. He'll then place down the 3 minecarts on the top track and break the brick below them. This causes them to fall on the remaining sloped track, directing them towards the angled track. For some reason, the 3 carts hitting that angled track causes them to infinitely push each other, so Bloons can then hop in for the free ride to 1,000 blocks distance. This glitch is allowed in RSG runs because without this glitch, the category would turn into just looking for enough iron to craft 1,000 rails, which would be a super boring category. All he's got to do now is coast to earning the On a Rail achievement, with the run officially ending when the pop-up appears. This will take a bit, so let's fast forward a little, and while we get there, I want to give a big thank you to anyone who made it this far in the video. Most importantly though, I want to give a huge thank you to Bloons for helping make this video. He's incredibly knowledgeable about speedrunning this game, having been doing it for over 6 years now. He was telling me that when he first started running this game, he only really grinded set seed runs, thinking that playing random seed runs was going to be all about luck and not much skill. After a couple years of strictly set seed runs, he started doing random seed runs, and in the process, learned that there's actually a lot of skill in RSG runs, namely the skill of decision making. Categories like this are all about how you approach a seed, making decisions on the fly to best optimize your chances. These decisions are informed by hundreds of hours doing runs and hundreds of failed attempts. Bloons truly is an expert when it comes to this run, and I think it really shows with how fast of a run he was able to get with how much went wrong. Really reinforces the idea that making decisions in crunch time is an ability you can hone. If you're a Minecraft speedrun enjoyer and you want to see some high-level play, I can't recommend enough you check out Bloons' channel for the
hi
runs.
guys, sorry, I take my medicine. Get some food with it. I think I need to make a call to the doctor soon. Just seeing when they're opening though. Let me see. Did I miss all the cinema stuff? Seems like I did. Damn. Sad. Yeah, I'd like to see a modern one.
But I've actually been shooting this entire part on a 360 camera, so we're gonna switch over to a different camera. Also, to ride, you should be in good health. No lap sitting, you know, in case you wanna come. And there we go. We're just coming down the hill from where the roller slide is, and this place is called Tabayama Mura. And then they've actually got a snow gate here for if things get like too bad, they just close it up. This area, these valleys tucked into the middle of nowhere have so many beautiful paths to be explored perhaps for another time, but it's also just a picturesque, lovely little Japanese village that I have never had the opportunity to be to. And all the Kimetsu no Yaiba Demon Slayer stuff is because the mountain that the characters from Demon Slayer live on is apparently supposed to be not too far from here. And so we're not gonna hike out there, but I do want to explore this little village. This is going to be the first Tokyo Lens Explore adventure of the season, and I'm so glad that we're back to these. I've been wanting to get back to them for a very, very long time, and really interesting. Oh, instant understanding. So I noticed the gentleman over there was going through a gate to reach the farming fields. And then I realized there were a bunch of gates here as well. And if you look really carefully, this one right here has something on it that says do not touch. I wonder, do I have the ability to zoom in at all? I think I can zoom in a little. That there says do not touch. And if you haven't figured it out already, it's because these are electric fences, and these very serious electric fences are required because this entire area is surrounded by mountains, and that means bears. This is probably a village that just has bears walking through it all the time. Some of the local areas will actually have a bit of a bear map so that you can see like what the frequency, when the last time bears came through, just general bear spottings. But here I'm guessing that it probably not just bears, boar, deer, anything. And these these are pretty serious. They go all the way down too, and they're pretty high up. Oh, I'm not gonna touch it to test. Also, for but a wee moment, I thought that this was a real dog, and it wasn't. So, you know, dreams be broken and all that. But I have oh, it has been a year, guys, since the last time that we were able to do a set of these adventures. Also, I don't know if you noticed yet, but do you see up on the street light here, there's this little blue guy. He seems to be a character of the area, and I have seen him up on, there's another one on the light post way down there, definitely too far for you to see. But since oh, look at that. Okay, I'm gonna try and get close to this without electrocuting ourselves. Can you see that up there? That is where we started. That's okay. We were all the way up there. So last year we did a fantastic set of adventures here on Tokyo Lens Explore. We hit up so many great places, and there are so many more that I wanted to hit along the way and didn't get to. And there are so many fresh ones that I have for this year, but there's been a couple things kind of holding me back and preventing me from getting out and shooting here and on the main channel as much as I want to. And so I have been, see, there's another guy up there. So I have been storing everything up. So I guess this farm here must be fairly well known, the Summit Farm, and this is the entrance to it. Anyway, I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm gonna walk down through the farmer's fields this way, or we'll come this way and come around. There's a lot of exploring to do. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to get out and do as much recording as I wanted to. In due time, I'll be covering a bunch of the stuff that has been holding me back. None of it's too heavy, but it's meant that I haven't been able to put out as much content as I've been wanting to, especially here on the Tokyo Lens Explore channel. And so now that we're finally getting things rolling again, I'm really excited to just get out, do more adventures, do more road trips, do more videos like this. To each and every one of you who has been, to you right there. You know, when you left that comment over on the Tokyo Lens channel and you said, hey, I really missed the Tokyo Lens Explore stuff, or, you know, you over on the Minis channel, see, I'm always wanting to go down maybe a little bit after. On the Minis channel, being like, hey, I love the Minis, but can we get some long stuff on Tokyo Lens Explore? Well, I heard you, and now here we are exploring this little village, and it says Speedo Otose, slow down. And every single person like waves or nods at me as they go by. That truck that had gone by a moment ago, as well as the lady had just gone by, this gentleman as well. And already we're not even that far down into the village, and I just really like how this place looks. It seems such a peaceful, beautiful place to live. And take a look at the street light there. Do you see anything? Can you see him? I will. There we go. I can't really. I'm struggling to zoom in right now. It's not letting me zoom in. So. Konnichiwa. The people in this house looking down like, what in the world is he doing there? Yeah, they're probably not used to seeing people come through here, walking around and exploring their little village, but the smiles on all of these people here, I love them so much. So this village is actually in Yamanashi, so it's not that far off from Tokyo, and I'm just kind of learning what I can about it right now as we talk. Okay, so it's right on the Tamba River, and there's a hot spring in here that unfortunately I really wanted to check out, but is not open today, and so I am not able to check it out. But I really love just how this area looks. Like, so when you come right here, you get a bit of a sign that shows you the split of the village. We're gonna head down this way for now. Is this like the local grocery and sake shop and everything? Oh, I love how, yep, it's got all the alcohol and the sake and everything. And right here, you can buy all your vegetables to plant on your own. Oh, I absolutely love it. Wonder if they'd mind if we just took a little tiny peek inside. Oh, it's so quaint and beautiful and peaceful. Also, can I just say that I love that this is the 2026 calendar right here. It just feels so retro. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful space. All right, we're gonna keep moving on. I don't want to bother them too much. We'll keep going down this way. You know, it's in the full adventures that we do, like the long road trip stuff that you'll see on Tokyo Lens and everything. Usually in those ones, I've got just a little bit more time. And so I'll actually hang out in the area. I'll talk to the locals. That's how I find different topics for videos. I'll come out to places like this to do these little exploration walks. You know, along the way, just meet incredible people. There was a video that I'd done on the main channel and then clipped it for the Minis channel of a gentleman who comes and picks you up when you're drunk, and he'll drive your car home for you. He shows up in a Gundam costume. I'm just so distracted by this. He shows up in a Gundam costume and will drive your car home on your behalf. And I simply found him because I was living in a village outside of, I guess, town. It's not small enough to be a village. A town outside of Kagoshima City called Hayato, and spending some time with friends there. And one night they went out for drinks, called him up, and he showed up, and it was just the most amazing thing that I had seen. And I was like, oh, can I make a video with you? And so exploring and meeting some of the locals in areas like this is what makes it really good. But today, this is just kind of a stop as I'm on my way across Japan, literally just for a meeting. It's not even anything exciting. It's a very boring, businessy adult meeting. And so I wanted to do something to kind of spice up the day. And so I figured, you know what, while we're coming out here, I might as well hit a place that I've never hit before, a place that I've wanted to hit. And ooh, do you see the little bridge down there? I see a little bridge down there. And there's like a little shrine space over here. The river looks big. Okay, let's keep going until we figure out how to get down into those areas. Oh, I love it. Oh, my love for this area is absolute max at the moment. This is just okay. So I'm guessing that that's actually probably the onsen. That it's like the highlight of the area, and it doesn't look like it's open today. If Google is accurate at all. Also, that slide that I went down, the number of spider webs that I went through on the first round really cleared it for us on the second round. But get a nice little shrine out here. There's another one up here. I can't tell you how much I've missed just hanging out with you doing these walks. It means a lot that, I've been getting the comments and people saying that they want more of these to happen because it's something that I really enjoy. Like if you're relatively new to the Tokyo Lens Explorer content, this entire channel started because I used to go on long scouting walks. I would just go explore areas. The whole reason I started Tokyo Lens is because I spent over a decade in Japan not exploring.
All done.
I recently put out a clip of a
No, I'm not leaving.
video of me going
In
to
an hour.
Kawagoe for the very first time, and I was like, oh, recently I'm getting into
Just need to make an
exploring.
appointment.
And
For tomorrow, probably.
I got a few comments being like, wait, how had you never been to Kawagoe before? It's such a major spot. And well, A, Norm doesn't do that many of the major spots. And B, my very first trip to Japan was filled with travel, but the decade that followed was nothing but me going back and forth to work. I didn't have the time nor the budget to travel.
Damn, it's
And
working.
So Japan, as much as I love it, became more of a workplace than a place to adventure and have life. And starting the Tokyo Lens channel was kind of my remedy to this. And I really love this. I love it so much. And like the little hut in there. Oh,
Hi, Bella.
this
I'm
might be
Pyro.
one of my favorite little
Hello, Seth.
villages that we have walked
Oh, this is
through so
cute.
far. And we've walked through some doozies. One of my absolute
Doozies.
favorites is the village at the base of the abandoned school in Shikoku. Oh man, did I love that one. Oh,
That
I
one was
loved
good.
it so much.
No, that one's
Okay,
probably
so-
rank 1.
This says that the onsen itself is down this way, which should mean that the bridge is also down this way. So it is this way that we will walk. But that village down at the base of
This
the
is-
abandoned
this is
school,
really nice
that
too.
whole walk and the fog
Yes.
and everything
You
we
said
got to
it's
see was
onsen, yeah.
just,
Mhm.
it was such a treat. And now this is probably gonna take second place so far in terms of little villages. Little villages outside of the Nakasendo Trail, because those are just obviously
Nakasendo.
impossible to beat. I love them so much. Okay, maybe this is the, oh, I can't even tell. I'm getting onsen and sento vibes off of this, so this might be it here. Let's come down a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Yep, that is the...
You can see.
I was just getting bit by a mosquito. I
Wa-ta-ta-ta.
can really feel it. Oh boy. Aggressive ones out here. Japan has these like abu, and they're like these tiger stripe mosquitoes, which when they bite you, they'll leave
Abu?
a welt the size of $1. Like, oh, they're absolutely awful. And I think we overshot the bridge a little bit, but we might be able to get to it by coming down this way. But I mentioned earlier on that I'm not overly concerned about people coming out and flooding these areas. Mostly because a lot of the people...
Most tourists don't like this stuff, yeah. They're
this.
too,
I
like,
would say
they're too NPC.
less
Where's the big shop, dude?
than 40% of the people who are watching these videos are
This shit's
located in Japan. And while a lot of people are coming
duh.
to Japan, the vast majority
Yeah,
of
most
people
people who
will
watch this
either
video probably aren't in Japan.
A, not be driving, and guess what?
Mhm.
There are no bullet trains or trains coming
Yeah, that too. Like, you would need a car. Then plus again, if people just want to go to Tokyo and just do all the tour stuff.
through this area, and really like this. And two, they already have a ton of like really high adrenaline, high dopamine stuff on their itinerary that they want to go to, and a peaceful little village out in the middle of nowhere that doesn't have a ton of other stuff around it. Like, to a certain degree, I can understand if there was a ton of other stuff around it. Like the abandoned school in Shikoku where we met Yotam, and I can see the base here, and I'm just loving the colors here. But the abandoned school out in Shikoku where we met Yotam. Oh, I love this scene right here. Look at this.
What a nice bridge.
Oh boy, how much I love that. Okay.
This funny. I was seeing like this reel, and it was like these Japanese kids, and they're like, you know, playing around in the classroom. Like, they're playing games in the classroom, and outside the window, it's like this beautiful mountain range. Holy shit, it was so nice. And everyone in the comments is like, damn, dude, maybe in another life I could be here. But I'm in my shitty third world country, or I'm in this shitty place. I'm like, yeah, dude, these kids have like, dude, insanely beautiful. It's
That
crazy.
area actually has a
Maybe it's a
ton
find out show.
of stuff around it. Like, if you go into the nearby town that we did a live stream in, there is my friend Ayaka's
To
night
which I'm eating.
cafe.
'Cause, they said that if I don't eat good food, then when I take my medicine, it could be bad for my tummy. So
Add color, and we've done entire adventures and live streams and everything all around
I'm
that
doing that
area. There's
abyss.
so many little temples, shrines, hidden areas, and everything to find.
oh yeah, Demon. Weren't there Demon teasers? No. Or was that Cope?
The next new hero coming to Overwatch.
This is old. Demon hero teaser.
What's up, everybody? This is Mastery and Gamer. We just got our first look at some of the major new content coming in Overwatch Season 4, including 3 major map reworks, and of course, a proper teaser and announcement for the upcoming new hero, Demon. And let's go ahead and
don't call her that.
Start off first and foremost talking about the teaser, which was unfortunately not the full reveal we all were hoping it would be. So all these announcements, first and foremost, I should mention, came during the OWCS mid-season championship.
No gameplay? Oh, lame.
There are so many beautiful like rivers and bridges. It's just pure exploration. That area is actually known as one of Japan's unexplored zones. And so it's very, very much untouched by tourism. And so people going out there, despite the lack of bullet trains and everything to get out there, that I get, because you have a whole bunch of stuff crammed into one little area. But something like this, I don't worry about it too much. I guess the simplest way to say it is, to be honest, the vast majority of tourists are gonna be kind of lazy. They're gonna hit the Tokyo, the Kyoto, the Osaka. They're gonna go to the Wagyu restaurants and eat famima chicken or whatever it's called, and go to Don Quixote and be like, I went to Japan, as they ride the Mario Kart go-karts through Tokyo and get in everybody's way and potentially get in accidents. I don't like those go-karts. They're dangerous. If you come to Japan, I fully understand. I myself have been trying to stop myself for years from riding those go-karts. Oh, I very much understand the appeal. The idea of riding a go-kart.
Yeah, is it true that people
Tokyo?
don't like them? Like
Wildly.
The fucking, what do you call it? Apparently, like the foreigner or the locals don't like the go-karts.
Fun. But they really, really cover up their accident rates. Way more than you might think they do. There are a ton of accidents.
Many locals.
If I pulled out my camera every single time I saw an accident with one of those things, I'd be pulling out my camera several times a week. And seriously, the amount that they've invested into the
Well, that makes sense with like
of this
these like
little
American drivers, probably, right? Like it's like American fat women driving. Like, of course, there's gonna be
village
accidents.
is spectacular. Oh, get these little peels here. Hi guys. Let's head up this way, see if we can get a view of the other side of the village. But if you come to Tokyo and you can find it in your heart to avoid riding those go-kart things, I recommend it, because
I wouldn't do that because
there's
it would bring too much attention to myself, and I don't like that.
of damage and injury and worse. And
worse.
It all just kind of gets swept under the rug. Okay.
Yeah, I would go here to like reconnect with I would go here and like reconnect with the world, you know?
What do we got now? So we got that.
Like I've abandoned this world for too long.
No way, eh? So I often talk about how one of the best ways to get to know any area is to swing through the Michinoeki, and these are the little guys right here that they've had all over the place. Can we?
The mountain doors are pretty.
Door opens. I wonder what this little character is.
Coffee? Like coffee? No, nuts.
Wow, it's cheese.
Cheese.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Hound dog elements. Whatever. Okay, see?
Pizza. Give beer.
Yeah, you can tell. This is a hunting community, because You can literally get, these are magnets. You can get shotgun magnets.
Yeah, but
ones
not
are
real
not. Those
ones.
are just actual shotgun shells.
Lame.
Very interesting. It really says a lot. Like
Where
there's
the
not that
actual
many areas
guns?
you can go close to Tokyo where you'll find a full-on like hunting community. So this character
Lemongrass.
here, man, like, so seems like these are essential oil things. I really want to.
Milky.
I really want to ask about this character though.
Yeah, it looked like you
Actually,
designed
there's
him in
one
like
right
2
near
seconds.
One right near the counter. Instead of carrying this over, I can just point to it and ask her. This is これですか? タバスキ。何をイメージしたキャラクターですか? はい。
Yeah, that's cute. Huh?
Very
What?
interesting. It really says a lot. Like, there's not that many areas you can go.
By the way, I love how you actually like can speak Japanese unlike someone else
Close to
abroad from
Tokyo,
Japan.
where you'll find a full-on
Chris?
like hunting
Chris?
community.
I've never seen you speak
So
Japanese.
this character here, man.
How long have you been living here, Chris? How long has he been in Japan? Like, fucking, like 20-something years? I say we deport him. I'm kidding. No, he cannot speak it well. He does not speak Japanese well. Yeah, I forget how long he's been in the. He's been there for over 20 years. Would you not just pick it up by then? So when it comes to language, right? You can. It's possible for adults to pick up a language over time, but it is significantly harder and nothing like how a child does. Typically, and like unfortunately we found out by this from children who have been abused, and are thus like nonverbal. It seems like if you don't kind of latch on to learning a language within your developmental years, it can become insanely difficult and or impossible to fully learn a language. So yeah. So for a normal adult, it would be possible, but I think you need to put a bit more effort into it. But it's hard. It definitely is hard. And the reason why it's simple is because it kind of frames your entire world, and whereas it, you know, like as a kid, your world is being framed. So like you're able to learn, you're more malleable.
So seems like these are essential oil.
Plus also, if you go to a place like this, like you know, you have met people in America who just only speak Spanish. Typically, they only hang out with people who speak Spanish, other Spanish speakers. So they're never really in an environment to learn.
Things I
Same
really
thing
want to.
here.
I really want to ask about this character though. Actually, there's one right near the
Yeah,
counter.
language
Instead
is kind of your
carrying this
operating
over,
system.
I can just point to it and ask her.
Which you need one, and if you don't ever get one when you're a kid, then it can be nearly impossible for you to have one.
この子ってこれですか? タバスキ。何をイメージしたキャラクターですか?
タバの
はい。
高山村のタンっていう字が漢字で、このタン
ああ、なるほどね。ああ、それ面白い、かわいい。ありがとうございます。Okay. So he's based off the kanji for the area. Oh my goodness. Guys, I'm 100%. As soon as we're done here
You have
today,
to get
I am
those.
getting
You
these
have to.
Tabasco cookies. Oh,
You
know
have
what?
to.
I don't even think I'm gonna wait. I might just get them right now.
Yeah,
Those
get them
are
meow.
adorable and I love them. Oh,
Get those
okay.
meow.
All right.
Dude,
What?
no,
And-
but this is why I would want to go to like a place like this. I would love to go to a shop like this. Perfect. This is perfect. You know what I mean?
And there's keychains.
Ooh,
This is out of control.
keychain.
This is just absolutely. I love Michinoeki exactly for this. There's just so many little things that you can find, like local honey hachimitsu here. Okay, I want to keep exploring the area. We don't want to spend too much time in here, so let's grab this one right here.
Dude, his arms are like.
Hi.
It's hot when men have veiny hands. He has a lot of veins.
They got little
Don't-
characters of them here too.
Yeah,
Oh,
you have
this
to
is-
eat them, sadly.
It
Maybe
is
he'll be
really
happy
easy
to be eaten.
to just get roped in and okay, let's take a look around and see what else we can explore heading this way. The Michinoeki itself, it looks
For
like
girls
it's
and
much
hands.
bigger than just
And they're nice.
that shop there. So
do men
Michinoeki,
not like
if you
hands?
don't
do
know
you
what
do
they
you
are,
not like soft, cute, girly hands?
they're roadside stations. They're like Japan's roadside. Yeah, I said it twice. That's it. They're roadside stations, and you at night, if you need to, you can park here. There's a whole set of rules. I did a video of it on Tokyo Lens, kind of clipped the main stuff for the minis channel, and I am curious about this little car, just sitting there looking adorable. And so the Michinoeki itself kind of looks like this. There'll usually be a little shop area, and then this is likely going to be like the little restaurant down here. You will have washrooms and vending machines and everything, and we'll go down and take a look. The restaurant actually looks like it's not too bad. I did not expect this place to have this much. I found this village on a map years ago.
You're not salivating
and I was like,
over
I gotta
cute
make it
hands.
out there
I'm not
sometime. It's
salivating
not
over
that far
hot
from
hands
Tokyo.
either, but they're nice.
And hi guys. Hi. Oh.
They're like an accessory.
Oh. Just enjoying the birds. Okay. All right.
You know?
All right.
It's like an enhancement. You know what else is like an enhancement? Dude, heart pupils. Like the heart pupils tag is an enhancement. Like it doesn't, like we don't need heart pupils, but if you have them, it just makes things better.
Oh. Definitely a cute little restaurant.
Oh, that looks
And
nice
again,
too.
we have our character.
But you have to eat
down
something
here. I like
in
it
there.
here. I absolutely love it. And okay,
Oh, this is so pretty.
so it's got information on the onsen here as
Surrounded
well.
by lush forests and craggy mountains, the village of Tabayama is also blessed with fantastic hot spring waters. Bright and modern, and the bright and modern. No, you buy me a ticket. Do you want one? Sure. Yeah. Nomekoyu Bathhouse is a relatively recent addition to the townscape. Its name deriving from the word Nomekoi. Good night, Lux. In local dialect, this means smooth and silky. And as the name implies, this is how your skin will feel after a soak.
And 10 a.m. to
Yeah,
7
I'll buy
p.m.
you a ticket.
Restaurant hours. It's got everything. The bathing fee. It's not bad. 1,000 yen for that. Let's go explore a little bit more of the village. There's, I wonder how far. There's got to be a way for me to get down.
Honestly,
and
this one is ranking higher than the last one now. It is.
around.
Like, this still has like the village aspect of it, but I'm liking the store. I'm liking the
I'm gonna
onsen. I'm
guess
liking it.
we might actually need to go this way and come
It is
out
cute.
and take the high ground around.
ground?
Because otherwise, we're not going to be able to get out of the village. Also, again, just people enjoying the mountain life. These little cars here, little K trucks. All right, we're gonna head up this way, and then it looks like this will be the main road that goes through the area, and that should take us around to like the next section of bridge that we can use to get back and explore more of like that side of the village over there. You can see the sign right there for the Michinoeki Tabayama.
Tabayama.
I was actually a little bit worried today that I wasn't going to be able to make it on time. I had one or two things that held me up, and
Bridge
I was like,
incident.
I'm gonna end up getting here after dark,
Bridge sky.
and we're not gonna be able to check out the village. And I was all prepped for disappointment, and so I'm extra excited today, now that we get to do this. But I also want to kind of open up to you guys,
Bridge
'cause
guy.
we've been doing this channel now since the pandemic. Oh my goodness, how quickly time flies by. On top of this channel being a place for me to put the walks that I would do anyway to explore Japan, it became a place for us to explore areas more deeply, more slowly, and just
I
have
know Chris
something
and
to
Connor had a PewDiePie on stream once.
toss on the TV for a while and enjoy at a relaxed pace without having a information-heavy video. But what have been the favorites so far? I have my favorites.
Yeah, I think the
But
biking one
you
too.
see, my favorites are getting more and more difficult to do because they're slowly disappearing. I guess that's part of what
Damn.
makes them my favorite, is that they're not meant to
All these
last
favorite things-
forever.
Yeah, true.
But what are your favorites? Like, has it been the village walks? Has it been some of our forest walks?
Yes.
Has it been like, what is it? What have you found on this
All of
Explore
it.
channel that has really hit home to you? Because now I want to split things up in a way. You see, everybody has their own viewing preferences. Some people like the highly polished videos with international appeal and tiny apartments and all the
I mean, those are
wild
nice too.
stuff and everything like that. And
Those are nice
some
too.
people just like these chill, relaxed walks. And
Yeah,
some people
these are nice.
don't have time to
Like
watch
when I'm
either
sick,
of those.
when I'm lazy, when I'm tired, like I am now. This is nice.
And just want little,
Just chilling.
5, 10, 15-minute clips that they can watch every now and then. And so now we've got the main channel, the Explorer channel, and the Minis channel. And the Minis channel is going to be
You need
kind
a
of
channels
mix
channel.
of re-edited clips, because the vast majority, I would
He
say,
wants to all
I
apartments.
think I've already put out
Hmm.
200 plus videos before I even hit like 1 million subscribers. Yeah, and so the vast
Yeah.
majority of my videos have already gone out, and there's a bunch of stuff there that I like reliving. And first and foremost,
That's crazy.
I
200 videos,
made
1 million
this
subscribers
content because
is insane,
I
no?
want to be able to look back and
I only have
enjoy
3,000 subscribers. And I have like,
the
I
memories.
deleted a lot of my videos. So,
But
such.
also, I wanted a
did-
place
they've
where I
been
can just
deleted.
drop little mini daily vlogs here and there, just kind of showing what I'm up to.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love this. And over here,
Oh, it's so pretty.
there's
Even the water is pretty.
even
Dude,
more.
dude,
But I see a smaller
Lake,
bridge over.
Lake Japan. You know? It's like, oh my god,
over there.
dude.
So I want to see if I can make my way to that bridge. Oh, I was gonna go down here, but it's chained off. Okay.
See, if this is America, you
I
just
love
hop
how
over
the
it.
sign everywhere we are is just Tabayama Village. And if you take a look at the first character in
Yeah, that's
the
the mess up.
Tabayama Village kanji there, it's the same shape as that little character that we've seen
Mhm.
everywhere. Let me see if I can get a closer one. So this character right here, the shape of this
Yeah.
is what the little dude on the lights is based off of.
The cookies.
And I'm trying not to get squished by
Hey,
cars
where's the
as I'm here.
cookies?
But this little dude up here, that's what he is. Also,
He ate them
whoa,
already? Oh, he's so there he is.
how is that for a bus stop? Oh my lord.
Not sitting in there.
That might be the single coolest bus stop I think I've ever seen
Yeah.
in my
Cool
entire
to
life.
avoid.
Oh, this is definitely worth just like stopping and taking a photo of. Like, look at this.
Dude.
What?
Dude, there's a swamp. Look, there's a swamp. No.
Oh, I love it way more than I probably should. What? Look at this. I'm gonna get hit by a car. But
Nuh-uh.
more often than not, the areas that have like these covered bus stops like this
It's
are
moss.
going to be covered for the sake of something like falling rocks, or the last time we saw this would be on
Mossy.
Sakurajima. And I gotta go up here. I gotta see this little shrine. Oh, these are not a good angle. And this is really hard to not fall down. Oh.
Dude, like my mom makes fun of me whenever I pronounce like Japanese words. Or like when I try to pronounce them correctly. She like makes fun of me for it.
There's our little
So
shrine.
anytime I hear someone say it, like why? Because she's just mean to me. That's why.
Oh, I love the little shrine. It's a little Inari shrine. And I fully expected to get a face full of spider webs when I came up
She's like,
here,
you really like Japan, huh? I'm like, yeah,
but I didn't.
yeah.
And
Like,
is there a path? There's very often, oh,
a house.
there's always something behind it, isn't there?
Moss house.
And this is why now
Goddamn weeb, yeah.
I wear the like ankle protectors, the leg warmers, whatever you want to call them, because last year when we did,
My dad thinks it's my dad is like it's weird because like for him he like and not anti-Japanese but like like I don't know like cause like we'd watch anime when we were kids and my dad'd be like he didn't really like it. He found it to be very stupid and for kids, and so like when I kept watching it, even when I got older, he's like, "You still watch that shit?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, He's like, aren't those for children? I'm like, no, these are for kids.
our big adventure.
These are for Japanese kids.
This, you know, if those were hard going up, it's going to be even worse
Sometimes,
going
not
down.
all of them.
I ended up absolutely
You see that
covered.
everything is stupid?
And I
Yeah, he does.
mean,
He's very vocal. My dad, like whenever my sister, my brother bought like capes from like the Harry Potter capes, he thought it was the stupidest shit ever too. Like a complete waste of money. And the wand.
Covered in leeches. I am just trying right now not to fall down these stairs. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Baka
Come
baka
out this way.
weep-chan.
I ended up absolutely just covered in leeches. And by the way, this looks like it's the elementary school.
Get leeched.
Off here. And apparently this counts as the village hall. It's so tiny.
So small.
Oh. There's a lot more traffic coming here through here than I thought there would be as well. And that's the bridge that we're aiming for down there. My brain just stopped for a second when I saw this whole structure is just propped up on this really old wood that looks like it could give out at any moment, and yet it has not. There's so many of these
Dude, wood is
Japan
OP though, man.
that are just propped up on wood that you don't understand
What's
how
broken?
it's holding up.
Ah, it's
and
a
yet
broken.
it
It's a
is.
broken material, dude.
Okay. Is this... See, okay, now we play a game. And the game we play is this the route to the bridge? Or is this just somebody's backyard? And you never really know, but it's not roped off. So I'm gonna take the risk. We're gonna treat it like it might be the route to the bridge. Also, there are some, I don't know if it's showing up in the mic, but there are some very, very yappy dogs over there. And to people who are like, oh, how did you? Oh yeah, I don't think this is, I get the feeling this may not be the route to the bridge, but I'm gonna try anyway. I do have to keep my eyes open. I should just stomp. I do have to keep my eyes open for snakes. Because not just the long grass, but there were literally snake warnings by the slide.
Manga. Wow, lizard.
This might be like a back route, but there's also just as much of a chance that like I've stumbled into somebody's backyard. I think I
did.
just stumbled into somebody's backyard.
You did.
I 100% have definitely
Hey, that's
just
still guns.
stumbled into somebody's backyard here. So we're gonna come around this way and try to
Yeah,
make our
eat
way
their
back.
lettuce.
This is actually, especially in the countryside, not an uncommon situation. And when I hiked the
lettuce.
Nakasendo Trail, there were several spots on the Nakasendo, like Japan's longest going pathway that like connects different areas of Japan, that just
Is this
goes through
someone's
someone's
house?
backyard. You're
Nice.
just, 1 minute you're walking on a road, next minute it dumps into a field, and there are signs that say Nakasendo, and you're just like walking through some woman's
Nakasendo.
garden, and she's greeting you. Has anybody done the Nakasendo? Like, have you done the Nakasendo Trail at all?
No, I haven't been
Any
to
part of
Japan,
it?
so no. No.
The Magomejuku Tsumagojuku area is by far,
Yeah, I'll go right now.
by far the best.
We'll go walk it today.
All right. See if we can get up around and find. See, you have to have a K truck in an area like this just to get through those.
Yeah, the little
narrow
small
little-
little.
one more
Oh, look how tiny he is.
Oh.
It's small.
Oh, and he's driving through the shrine gates. I don't know why I love that so much, but I do.
You don't travel, you
Shrine
poor.
gates that you can drive through
Oh,
are probably on my list of
yes,
like
and
my top 10
lazy.
things in
I
Japan.
like my room.
Don't know why,
I like my
Feel they
room. What
should
can
be.
I say?
but there.
Computers in here. You're in here.
I'm almost wondering if like,
Food.
because I'm
AC. Games. Bed.
maybe the
What else
bridge is
do you
down this way.
need?
It feels like this would line up with where the bridge would be. Oh.
6.9.
How I love this place.
Oh, nice.
This kind of
I
feels
am
like
tired. I'm getting tired.
I think there's a campsite nearby. So this kind of feels like the type of place that you'd come to do some camping nearby and then just enjoy the local onsen and the atmosphere, just kind of walking
can't go to
through
bed
the
yet
town.
anyways, though.
That is a beautiful bird. You can't see it. He's up on top of there.
Should I have more food?
And it's just...
Maybe I should eat some more.
Have you seen any of those videos that show the difference between how we hear songbirds and how they hear themselves? Okay. Again, we're met with the exact same situation.
That felt necessary.
Do I go down this way? Do I go
I
this
said
way?
I can't go to sleep yet anyways. Wait till you rest.
I'm going to try and go this way because I feel like the bridge is right in front of me.
Glurm.
So we're going to come under here. I see the bridge. It's right there. It feels like this would be the path to the bridge, but this also very much feels like it's the path to somebody's home. And I love this. Some areas of Japan have spaces like this just for fire deterrent. They'll keep a bucket nearby that people can draw from.
Eat the chat. I'm not hitting you guys.
Oh,
it's
this
just
definitely feels... I feel like I'm going through someone's yard. Oh, and it's so overgrown. Oh, wow, and that's prickly.
Overgrown mentioned. Okay. Overgrown mentioned.
And
from COD 4.
Right? I'll come down this way. And there's the bridge. We found the way. We found the way to the bridge, and we didn't have to walk through these nice ladies' yard. There we go. Wow. What an absolute adventure it was just getting to this bridge. I did not expect that. And that brings us out to, they've even got like, the city planning for this little village is just spectacular. They've got a sports field out there that has like soccer equipment and everything. They've got the tiny little community hall. Ducks. Hi, ducks. Ducks just landing in the water. The water's clear too. It's quite nice. And then you have these little homes here along the river. And I just smacked the mic, so sorry about that. But, it's quite possible that this might be one of the nicest villages in all of Japan.
It is my favorite one.
It clearly has
What is this thing on my foot?
a decent population. I've seen a mix of both old and young. There's the elementary school.
It was a ghost.
Is literally right up there. That's the elementary
Dude, my
school.
bed was
and
moving
it looks
earlier.
Like
It
the
was
building
scaring me
beside it
kinda.
is the gymnasium for
Dude,
it. And
it was during
their
whenever
own
we were watching the
grounds as
Aegon
well.
video. I heard my bed creak twice. I was like, what the
And
fuck?
They have a Michinoeki. They have an onsen. There's a campsite nearby.
Yeah, it's coming.
And you saw at the beginning of the video just how
Aegon
tiny
Shalakian in my
this
room.
village is.
No.
And,
Oh no.
yeah, actually, look at that.
I'm doomed.
Camp.
I already left my room. It's over.
That's it. I think I may have officially found the best tiny village in all of Japan. Like, usually when you come out to a place that doesn't have immediate train access, if it's not running off of the Tokaido line or the Shinkansen or something like that, if it doesn't have some kind of major connective line running through it, you'll often find yourself in a ghost town. But this place is not a ghost town. And not only is it not a ghost town, but it's laid out and has just everything that you would need. I was recently asked by somebody if I would ever move out to the countryside of Japan. And I like
no.
living in Tokyo for
Maybe
about
not.
95 different
Nihon.
reasons.
Nihon.
And one of the biggest ones being it gives me the opportunity to come out and
We are
explore
in
the
Japan.
countryside like this. And what? We have music?
Music?
That is the 5 p.m. song for this area.
Ooh, it's cute.
And it's playing right from here.
Cute. Hello, Ivan. Hello. Very cute.
Interesting. So, many places in Japan will have the same 5 p.m. song. Just a song that plays through the whole neighborhood at 5 p.m. to let you know it's 5 p.m.
No, you have
I've
a
never
phone.
heard this one.
Maybe I don't order anything. When you need to eat. It's my 5 p.m.
Oh,
5
the
p.m. is an
way it just
important
fades
time.
out at the end is kind of creepy. I don't know if the mic picked that up at all, but that was like ominous and a little bit weird and creepy. Wow, okay. All right, gonna try not to get squished by this truck here. And
I hate it all. I hate it all.
I do
hate it all.
believe
No more.
that brings us right
I know,
back
so
to
sad.
the shop that we were at
What else am I
before.
supposed to do, guys?
So, where should we go next?
I'm
What
scared.
area would you like to see? Also, I'm pretty sure
Oh,
that
I can't make
this
food.
person,
What's
that
wrong with
this
you?
outdoor thing with little, I think that's a bath. I'm pretty sure that that's their little
makes
outdoor
effort.
bath right there, and I absolutely love it. This is officially my second favorite village in all of Japan, and in terms of livability, I would put it at number 1. This has got to be the
Yeah,
most
this one is
livable
awesome.
tiny village that I've ever visited in Japan so far. I really love it. But
I
would
love
love
this
to
one
know
too.
what you would like to see more of on this channel this year,
More
because we're about to go on a
villages.
ton of adventures, and I'm still in the planning
More of
stage. So
them.
if you drop your ideas in early, no matter how vague the idea is, it could spark something. So let me know, and of course, we'll see you again real soon. Also, I'm doing near daily content over on the Minis channel, so I will link that one right
Bye,
here.
Norm.
Go check it out.
Norm. Jesus, I kind of forgot that was even a name that you could have. Fucking Norm. Eugene, Norm, Bert. What else? I hope Bert isn't real. Keith is fine. Bert, dude, isn't, yeah, I can't believe Bert's even a thing. No. Yeah, what's good, Bert? Seth is fine. Ulysses. Bartholomew? Yeah, I said Eugene. Earl. Fucking Earl? What's Earl? Dude, I feel like Earl is like such a weird one too. Eugene Krabs. I can't play these clips or I'm gonna get banned. A decommissioned railway. That's something that seems interesting.
We're going to be exploring this.
Like a kind of manga. Oh, did you see her?
で話題になってたら買っちゃいたいよね。あ、これ聞いてたやつ。そんな話は後にしましょうね、みんな。釣り。今日クリアできちゃうのかな。まあクリアという概念がどうなんだろうあるのかちょっとキャリ売れします。
Oh, he did this one 20 hours ago.
こうやね。
Doors hidden by Japanese biggest torii gate.
いや、まだね、クリアしてなくって。
Pet the dog. Yeah, pet. So cute. Yeah, I like Tokyo Olympic Explore more than your main channel. Your main channel is good and all, but I like this one more. Oh yeah, we need to watch this, and this is where, we never did watch this one, the thrift store one. Wasn't this one? Oh no, there was this one. This is where he had the liquor, right? I remember it.
北海道にしかない。ついてきて。幸せ。I brought you to Hokkaido today, and we are hitting as many supermarkets within today as we can.
There it is. Yeah, we never did this one. Interesting choice. What is this, brother? Oh, Dipping Dot. I totally forgot about this shit.
The future of ice cream! Not so much. Enter Dipping Dots, which was created in 1987 by accident by a bunch.
No, it was.
The future of ice cream! Not so much. Enter Dipping Dots, which was created in 1987 by accident by a bunch of guys working in the dairy industry, but they ended up getting really popular very quickly, where by 2007 they were doing $45 million in sales a year, but then the brand collapsed, going bankrupt in 2011, so I'm just wondering why they died. And starting this all off, it begins in a pretty unexpected place, and that starts with animal feed, because basically there was this big issue going on with animal feed, where because of different temperatures as well as weather conditions, it would start clumping together and animals wouldn't eat it, and also at the same time it was difficult to mix. As that problem, we meet this guy right here, Kurt Jones, who in the 1980s was experimenting on different ways to work on animal feed, and he had this whole idea saying that they can take animal feed and then put it through liquid nitrogen so it'll flash freeze much quicker, so it can go for better storage for farmers. Because that
I forgot about that name, Curtis.
Kurt had the idea to start putting other things into liquid nitrogen to see how it worked and seeing if they could make it very similar to how the animal feed looked. So we started taking droplets of ice cream and putting it through liquid nitrogen, creating the first ever Dipping Dots. We patented the concept in 1988 and then launched the first store in 1989, but it actually failed, where we launched in Lexington, Kentucky, and people just didn't understand what it was, where they preferred regular ice cream. They weren't done after they failed with their first store, where they realized they needed to move to amusement parks because it could be seen as a different novelty versus people who wanted conventional ice cream on a day-to-day basis. So Dipping Dots got started in amusement parks in 1989, and then by 1991 they were in the Kennedy Space Center. So they really went with that brand.
Oh, you talking too fast, dude.
By
I don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Poisonous. This is a puffball mushroom, also called a fart fungus. Its toxins are harmless to humans, but cause persistent flatulence after ingestion. Is this mushroom poisonous?
Hello,
This is a mold mushroom growing on bedding. It is toxic, caused by mold.
Dude. Fucking disgusting.
Mold proliferation.
Oh, that
Do
is
not touch
gross.
or consume it. Is this mushroom poisonous? This is a lion's mane mushroom. It's edible with high nutritional value, but its yield is very scarce. Is this mushroom poisonous? This is a blue-staining
Yes, that's poisonous.
mushroom. It is toxic and inedible. It changes color when exposed to air, and ingestion may be life-threatening. Is this mushroom poisonous?
This looks horrible.
This variety is unknown. Please describe it. Is this
mushroom
mushroom poisonous? This is a milky
coming.
mushroom. It is edible and uses a milk-like sop when injured. Is this mushroom poisonous? This is reishi mushroom. The mushroom itself is unbearably bitter and inedible, but its spore powder is a top-grade health supplement. Is this mushroom poisonous?
Bouncy. This one's nice.
This is an Antioch mushroom. You must be thoroughly cooked before eating to avoid poisoning. Is this mushroom poisonous? This is a coral mushroom. It is edible with a crisp texture. Is this mushroom poisonous?
Yeah. It happened. It happened again. Oh, dude. Jesus, man. So dumb. 좋아요. What? I'm blind. Where is she? I see her. I'm blind.
But sometimes, more unexpected sounds grab our attention. Like this
Swamp pumpkin speaky.
squeaking viral sensation.
좋아요, 좋아요. 스피킹.
11 million hits and counting. It sounds like a dog toy. But actually, this is the sonorous war cry of a very angry
Speaky.
Very angry speaking.
ferocious.
So cute. Oh, there's more of them. Why Africa failed. Okay, this is 5 minutes. I need to see this. What is this?
Extreme poverty, unmaintained infrastructure, sky-high criminality,
This
and
guy,
corruption,
dude.
coupled with ethnic tensions leading to regular acts of violence. Why is sub-Saharan Africa like that? Ask a leftist professor and they'll tell you all problems stem from colonialism.
Colonialism.
But ask an online history buff and they'll give you an answer that violates YouTube's TOS.
I wonder who that guy's supposed to be. It's a mystery. I don't know.
So let's pull the curtain
Not
back.
my
How much of
favorite.
Africa's present-day state can be attributed
No,
to
no,
colonialism,
no.
and how much of it is a result of internal factors? The issue with the colonialism
Bad
explanation
guy.
is threefold. First, it fails to explain why nearly all of sub-Saharan Africa was so weak that it could even be colonized in the first place.
True.
Second, it fails to explain why African nations that were not colonized, such as Ethiopia, are in a similar or worse situation than formerly colonized nations. And lastly, it fails to explain why after colonialism, these nations' standard of living and infrastructure have gotten worse, not better. While
True. And also, by the way, a lot of those places, they didn't even want the occupation of their countries to end.
relying on Western foreign aid. To understand why almost the entirety of sub-Saharan Africa was able to be colonized so easily, we must look at their history. Contrary to internet memes,
Yeah, because it was a
sub-Saharan
shithole. Dude, if they wanted to keep trading slaves and stuff, it made them a lot of money. To keep trading slaves and stay and do more, you know?
Africa
They
did
want them to
have
leave.
powerful kingdoms, including the Songhai, Great Zimbabwe, and most notably the Mali Empire. All of these kingdoms became rich and powerful by selling valuable raw resources. After all, sub-Saharan Africa is one of the richest places in the world in terms of raw resources. But that
Yeah,
gift
dude,
turned out
they have so much, like, gold and emeralds and diamonds. Like, dude, they just need to start playing Minecraft in real life. No?
to be a curse, because it meant those empires never had the strong need to invest deeply into their own people or complex institutions. They could just rely on resource extraction. If they ever wanted something more complex, they could always trade their resources with a more technologically advanced society. Compare this to Europe, which had significantly fewer easily extractable raw resources, and therefore had stronger incentives to produce and refine goods to trade. Europe had a much stronger drive toward technological innovation. Additionally, the sub-Saharan climate is perpetually warm, with no need to prepare for a brutal winter as seen in countries with 4 seasons. Another factor that historically drives planning and innovation. The issue with this strategy is that the more technologically advanced nations end up with stronger militaries. The Songhai collapsed because the Moroccans had gunpowder weapons and invaded. The Swahili coast nations collapsed when nations with more advanced navies took over their trade routes. Resource extraction as the main source of your nation's prosperity is great in the short term.
More ore?
But what happens when those resources run out or someone else decides to take them?
Ore.
Extraction should be a way to jumpstart your civilization, not depend on it perpetually. But Africa was so rich and the climate so predictable that they could get away with short-term strategies for longer than other peoples. Let's address the elephant in the room. Sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest average IQ scores in the world. People have different theories for why that is.
Brother. Sub 65. Jesus.
They believe it is largely innate or a result of environment, or they debate IQ's reliability entirely. But we do know one thing. IQ is strongly correlated with long-term planning and impulse control. And the history of sub-Saharan Africa is one of extreme selection for short-termism. Africans that try to invest in the future often end up poorer than those that focused on immediate resource extraction. And frequently the fruits of their labor were taken by force. Don't forget, African resource extraction wasn't just for material goods, but also for slaves.
Yeah, you
They had some of the largest slave economies in the world, with perpetual demand amongst themselves and from Arab nations for over 1,000 years. And a major surge when
Africans
Europeans
enslaved more Africans than any slave that went to anywhere else. They are rank 1 for slaves.
entered that market. The idea that the Europeans ran into the
Also, I'm pretty sure more
interior,
white people were probably enslaved too.
kidnapped people en masse
about that one.
and then put them into
To be
ships
honest.
is a fantasy. In reality, foreign merchants would go to African kingdoms and buy slaves from them, as had been standard practice in Africa for thousands of years. Is enslaving your own people and selling them to foreigners a good long-term strategy for a civilization?
I won't answer that question.
No.
Okay,
But
no.
it does make you rich
I guess
in
I
the
will.
short term.
Yeah,
Is
but there's
neglecting
also
your
no.
infrastructure a good long-term strategy? No, but it does mean less work right now. Is relying on perpetual foreign aid instead of developing your own industry a good long-term strategy? Obviously not. But it does make your political elites a lot of money. Short-termism is terrible for any people, and if Africans don't overcome it, they can forget having any grander societal ambitions.
No Wakanda, I guess, then. Damn, dude, look. He's 228k now. Holy shit, he's so popular now. Yeah, Black Panther was cool. What is this, dude?
We've
What the
all seen the
fuck?
clips. The chaotic streets, open defecation, the Ganges River turned into a floating garbage dump, and a general disregard for public order. These images have sparked intense criticism of Indian
Dude, it's him. It's Leaf Guy. It's fucking Leaf Guy.
culture, especially now, as Indians make up the vast
Oh,
majority
fuck no.
of work-related visas. So why is India like that?
Dude, what was that?
So why is India like as Indians make
you
up the
see
vast
that?
majority of
Brother. his foot, was it his foot inside of it?
work-related visas?
Dude.
So why is India like that? Academics love to blame colonialism. It's their favorite excuse for why underdeveloped countries are the way they are. But for once, they actually might be pointing in the right direction, though not in the way they think. You see, even before the British, India wasn't independent or united. It was run by the Mughals, and before the Mughals, they were run by the Delhi Sultanate. I am massively oversimplifying, but over the last 1,000 years, India has effectively had no truly united or stable period of self-rule. And even before the Delhi Sultanate, self-rule was mixed, often with foreign invaders taking out huge swaths of the land, like the Macedonians, Persians, Scythians, and the Huns. India was rich in resources, but didn't have the means to adequately defend themselves. Their history is one of being routinely conquered, fragmented, and exploited. And it was under such conditions that they developed. This resulted in a unique culture that adapted to survive dealing with powerful foreign and often exploitative bureaucracies. An example of this adaptation is Jugaad, translated as hack or workaround. Effectively, the principle that being able to get around the rules and take advantage of the system is virtuous. This mindset makes sense under foreign exploitative rule, but it turns disastrous if you're the ones responsible for building and maintaining a high-functioning society. A famous parable of Jugaad was when the British Raj attempted to solve a cobra problem in Indian settlements. In short, Indians were being killed en masse by a massive infestation of cobras. So the British created a program. Anyone who killed a cobra and brought the officials their heads would be rewarded. But those who possessed Jugaad saw an opportunity. They began to breed cobras, raise them, and then kill them for a reward. When the British saw how the system was being exploited, they ended the rewards. By the time the program ended, the cobra population had greatly increased, leading to an even bigger cobra problem. In the West, these individuals have been seen with contempt, but in India, they have Jugaad. The societal consequence of Jugaad in situations with self-rule is that you can't have social trust. If taking advantage of the system is virtuous, then honor systems are impossible, because any action that doesn't immediately benefit the one doing it has to be forced, which is inefficient. Which brings me to the next adaptation, Izzat, which the West translates as honor, but in reality functions more like prestige or social power. Izzat, at its most basic, is how others see you, specifically how important you are. And the biggest marker of importance is that no one can make you do anything. Meanwhile, you were able to make others do them. In the West, we are honor-bound to keep our streets clean and not litter. But in India, that's a weakness. That's having low izzat.
Low izzat? The Westoids.
Because you're being forced to do something.
Showers keeps... Dude, what scamming people is wrong.
That doesn't directly benefit you. And no one even has to pressure you into it. You just do it yourself because of how little
what
izzat
the fuck
you have.
is this shit?
This is why they don't have orderly lines in India. Standing patiently in line is low izzat behavior, when you can just push your way through. Jugaad and Izzat worked as survival strategies against foreign occupiers. But now that India is sovereign, these same patterns are holding back the development of high-trust institutions. The bigger question for the West is, do we really want to import this cultural game by mass immigration?
Yes. White women say yes.
I think not, lest we risk the West turning out like India. Deeply rooted cultural adaptations don't change in a generation or two. India needs time to develop new norms suited to self-rule. Only then could we revisit immigration policy based on results.
No, we don't want them over here anyways. Damn, dude, Izzat maxing. I didn't know that was a thing. You want me to Izzat max? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh yeah, the shit on yourself maxing is that, yeah. But it is. If you're high Izzat, you shit on the roads, you know? Giga Chad. Oh, my head is hurting a lot. Maybe we'll call it here. Go live later. We gotta make a phone call to the doctor anyways. Yeah, turn my head now. It's pretty bad. Thank you guys. Thank you all. I appreciate you all. Very lazy stream, but yeah. I appreciate you. Bye, Ivan. Bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. See you later. Good night. See you guys. Good night, everyone else. Good night, Devi. Good night, Magic. Good night, Pyro. Good night, Vala. Good night, Wizard. Good night, Devi. Good night, Hikari. Good night, Vile. Good night, Draco. Good night, Carp. Good night, Epic Cat. Good night. I appreciate you guys. See you later today. Yeah, I'm gonna eat Icon Shilokian. I'm gonna eat this fucking guy, dude. Damn, I just got hit by a dam. What the fuck? I just got hit by a dam. Okay,